Story number 1 in Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 5. A Double Story, Chapter 12, by George MacDonald. Cast of Characters. Narrator, read by Shelley Weingart.
Wise Woman, read by Rapunzelina.
Princess, read by Shrimpfish.
Nurse, read by Winifred Assman.
Allie, read by Yankel.
Allie's Mother, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
All at once she jumped to her feet and ran at full speed down the hill and into the wood. She heard howlings and yellings on all sides of her, but she ran straight on as near as she could judge. Her spirits rose as she ran. Suddenly she saw before her, in the dusk of the thick wood, a group of some dozen wolves and hyenas standing all together right in her way, with their green eyes fixed upon her, staring. She faltered one step, then bethought her of what the wise woman had promised, and keeping straight on, dashed right into the middle of them. They fled, howling, as if she had struck them with fire. She was no more afraid after that, and ere the sun was up she was out of the wood and upon the heath, which no bad thing could step upon and live. With the first peep of the sun above the horizon, she saw the little cottage before her, and ran as fast as she could run towards it. When she came near it, she saw that the door was open, and ran straight into the outstretched arms of the wise woman. The wise woman kissed her and stroked her hair, set her down by the fire, and gave her a bowl of bread and milk. When she had eaten it, she drew her before her where she sat, and spoke to her thus.
Rosamond, if you would be a blessed creature instead of a mere wretch, you must submit to be tried.
Is that something terrible?
Asked the princess, turning white.
No, my child, but it is something very difficult to come well out of. Nobody who has not been tried knows how difficult it is, but whoever has come well out of it, and those who do not overcome never do come out of it, always look back with horror, not on what she has come through, but on the very idea of the possibility of having failed, and being still the same miserable creature as before.
You will tell me what it is before it begins?
Said the princess.
I will not tell you exactly, but I will tell you some things to help you. One great danger is that perhaps you will think you are in it before it has really begun, and say to yourself, "Oh, this is really nothing to me. It may be a trial to some, but for me I am sure it is not worth mentioning." And then, before you know, it will be upon you, and you will fail utterly and shamefully.
I will be very, very careful,
said the princess.
Only don't let me be frightened.
You shall not be frightened, except it be your own doing. You are already a brave girl, and there is no occasion to try you more that way. I saw how you rushed into the middle of the ugly creatures, and as they run from you, so will all kinds of evil things, as long as you keep them outside of you, and do not open the cottage of your heart to let them in. I will tell you something more about what you will have to go through. Nobody can be a real princess. Do not imagine you have yet been anything more than a mock one, until she is a princess over herself, that is, until, when she finds herself unwilling to do the thing that is right, she make herself do it. So long as any mood she is in makes her do the thing she will be sorry for when the mood is over, she is a slave and no princess. A princess is able to do what is right even should she unhappily be in a mood that would make another unable to do it. For instance, if you should be cross and angry, you are not a whit the less bound to be just, yes, kind even, a thing most difficult in such a mood. though is itself in a good mood, loving and sweet. Whoever does what she is bound to do, be she the dirtiest little girl in the street, is a princess, worshipful, honourable, nay, more. Her might goes further than she could send it, for if she act so, the evil mood will wither and die, and leave her loving and clean. Do you understand me, dear Rosamond?
As she spoke, the wise woman laid her hand on her head and looked, oh, so lovingly, into her eyes.
I am not sure,
said the princess humbly.
Perhaps you will understand me better if I say it just comes to this, that you must not do what is wrong, however much you are inclined to do it, and you must do what is right, however much you are disinclined to do it.
I understand that,
said the princess.
I am going, then, to put you in one of the mood chambers, of which I have many in the house. Its mood will come upon you, and you will have to deal with it.
She rose and took her by the hand. The princess trembled a little, but never thought of resisting. The wise woman led her into the great hall with the pictures, and through a door at the farther end, opening upon another large hall, which was circular and had doors close to each other all around it. Of these she opened one, pushed the princess gently in, and closed it behind her. The princess found herself in her old nursery. Her little white rabbit came to meet her in a lumping canter as if his back were going to tumble over his head. Her nurse, in her rocking chair by the chimney corner, sat just as she had used. The fire burned brightly, and on the table were many of her wonderful toys, on which, however, she now looked with some contempt. Her nurse did not seem at all surprised to see her, any more than if the princess had but just gone from the room and returned again.
Oh, how different I am from what I used to be,
thought the princess to herself, looking from her toys to her nurse.
The wise woman has done me so much good already. I will go and see Mamma at once, and tell her I am very glad to be at home again, and very sorry I was so naughty.
She went towards the door.
Your queen mamma, princess, cannot see you now,
said her nurse.
I have yet to learn that it is my part to take orders from a servant,
said the princess with temper and dignity.
I beg your pardon, princess,
returned her nurse politely,
but it is my duty to tell you that your queen mamma is at this moment engaged. She is alone with her most intimate friend, the princess of the frozen regions.
I shall see for myself,
returned the princess, bridling and walking to the door. Now little Bunny, leapfrogging near the door, happened that moment to get about her feet just as she was going to open it, so that she tripped and fell against it, striking her forehead a good blow. She caught up the rabbit in a rage, and crying,
"It is all your fault, you ugly old wretch!"
threw it with violence in her nurse's face. Her nurse caught the rabbit and held it to her face as if seeking to soothe its fright, but the rabbit looked very limp and odd, and to her amazement Rosamond presently saw that the thing was no rabbit but a pocket handkerchief. The next moment she removed it from her face, and Rosamond beheld not her nurse but the wise woman, standing on her own hearth, while she herself stood by the door leading from the cottage into the hall.
First trial a failure,
said the wise woman quietly. Overcome with shame, Rosamond ran to her, fell on her knees, and hid her face in her dress.
Need I say anything?
said the wise woman, stroking her hair.
No, no,
cried the princess.
I am horrid.
You know now the kind of thing you have to meet. Are you ready to try again?
May I try again?
cried the princess, jumping up.
I'm ready. I do not think I shall fail this time.
The trial will be harder.
Rosamond drew in her breath and set her teeth. The wise woman looked at her pitifully, but took her by the hand, led her to the round hall, opened the same door, and closed it after her. The princess expected to find herself again in the nursery, but in the wise woman's house no one ever has the same trial twice. She was in a beautiful garden, full of blossoming trees and the loveliest roses and lilies. A lake was in the middle of it, with a tiny boat. So delightful was it that Rosamond forgot all about how or why she had come there, and lost herself in the joy of the flowers and the trees and the water. Presently came the shout of a child, merry and glad, and from a clump of tulip trees rushed a lovely little boy, with his arms stretched out to her. She was charmed at the sight, ran to meet him, caught him up in her arms, kissed him, and could hardly let him go again. But the moment she set him down, he ran from her towards the lake, looking back as he ran and crying,
"Come, come!"
She followed. He made straight for the boat, clambered into it, and held out his hand to help her in. Then he caught up the little boat hook and pushed away from the shore. There was a great white flower floating a few yards off, and that was the little fellow's goal. But alas, no sooner had Rosamond caught sight of it, huge and glowing as a harvest moon, that she felt a great desire to have it herself. The boy, however, was in the bows of the boat and caught it first. It had a long stem reaching down to the bottom of the water, and for a moment he tugged at it in vain. But at last it gave way so suddenly that he tumbled back with the flower into the bottom of the boat. Then Rosamond, almost wild at the danger it was in, as he struggled to rise, hurried to save it. But somehow between them it came in pieces, and all its petals of fretted silver were scattered about the boat. When the boy got up and saw the ruin his companion had occasioned, he burst into tears, and having the long stalk of the flower still in his hand, struck her with it across the face. It did not hurt her much, for he was a very little fellow, but it was wet and slimy. She tumbled rather than rushed at him, seized him in her arms, tore him from his frightened grasp, and flung him into the water. His head struck on the boat as he fell, and he sank at once to the bottom, where he lay looking up at her with white face and open eyes. The moment she saw the consequences of her deed, she was filled with horrible dismay. She tried hard to reach down to him through the water, but it was far deeper than it looked, and she could not. Neither could she get her eyes to leave the white face. Its eyes fascinated and fixed hers, and there she lay, leaning over the boat and staring at the death she had made. But a voice, crying,
"Allie! Allie!"
shot to her heart, and springing to her feet, she saw a lovely lady come running down the grass to the brink of the water, with her hair flying about her head.
"Where's my Allie?"
she shrieked. But Rosamond could not answer, and only stared at the lady, as she had before stared at her drowned boy. Then the lady caught sight of the dead thing at the bottom of the water, and rushed in, and plunging down, struggled and groped until she reached it. Then she rose and stood up with the dead body of her little son in her arms, his head hanging back and the water streaming from him.
"See what you have made of him, Rosamond,"
she said, holding the body out to her.
"And this is your second trial, and also a failure."
The dead child melted away from her arms, and there she stood, the wise woman, on her own hearth, while Rosamond found herself beside the little well on the floor of the cottage, with one arm wet up to the shoulder. She threw herself on the heather bed, and wept from relief and vexation both. The wise woman walked out of the cottage, shut the door, and left her alone. Rosamond was sobbing so that she did not hear her go. When at length she looked up, and saw that the wise woman was gone, her misery returned afresh and tenfold, and she wept and wailed. The hours passed, the shadows of evening began to fall, and the wise woman entered. End of a double story, Chapter 12, by George MacDonald.
The Star Child, by Oscar Wilde. Cast of Characters. Narrator, read by Winifred Assman.
Star Child, read by Inkel.
Woodcutter 1, Night, read by Alan Mapstone.
Woodcutter 2, read by Laurie Wilson.
Woodcutter 2's Wife, Green Linnet, Playmate, read by Shelley Weingart.
Woodcutter 2's Daughter, Woodpecker, Hare, read by Shrimpfish.
Beggar Woman, read by Sylph Wilde.
Magician, read by Greg Giordano.
Leper, read by Patrick.
Soldier 1, Wolf, Priest, read by Brian Fullen.
Soldier 2, read by Red Run.
Turtle Dove, Mole, read by Tasha Walker Carroll.
Owl, Squirrel, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
The Star Child. Once upon a time, 2 poor woodcutters were making their way home through a great pine forest. It was winter, and a night of bitter cold. The snow lay thick upon the ground, and upon the branches of the trees. The frost kept snapping the little twigs on either side of them as they passed. And when they came to the mountain torrent, she was hanging motionless in air, for the Ice King had kissed her. So cold was it that even the animals and the birds did not know what to make of it.
Ugh!
Snarled the wolf as he limped through the brushwood with his tail between his legs.
This is perfectly monstrous weather. Why doesn't the government look to it?
Twittered the green linnets.
The old earth is dead, and they have laid her out in her white shroud.
The earth is going to be married, and this is her bridal dress,
whispered the turtle doves to each other. Their little pink feet were quite frostbitten, but they felt that it was their duty to take a romantic view of the situation.
Nonsense,
growled the wolf.
I tell you that it is all the fault of the government, and if you don't believe me, I shall eat you.
The wolf had a thoroughly practical mind, and was never at a loss for a good argument.
Well, for my own part,
said the woodpecker, who was a born philosopher,
I don't care an atomic theory for explanations. If a thing is so, it is so, and at present it is terribly cold.
Terribly cold it certainly was. The little squirrels who lived inside the tall fir tree kept rubbing each other's noses to keep themselves warm, and the rabbits curled themselves up in their holes and did not venture even to look out of doors. The only people who seemed to enjoy it were the great horned owls. Their feathers were quite stiff with rime, but they did not mind, and they rolled their large yellow eyes and called out to each other across the forest.
To-wit, to-woo, to-wit, to-woo. What delightful weather we are having.
On and on went the 2 woodcutters, blowing lustily upon their fingers and stamping with their huge iron-shod boots upon the caked snow. Once they sank into a deep drift and came out as white as millers are when the stones are grinding, and once they slipped on the hard smooth ice where the marsh water was frozen, and their faggots fell out of their bundles, and they had to pick them up and bind them together again. And once they thought that they had lost their way, and a great terror seized on them, for they knew that the snow is cruel to those who sleep in her arms. But they put their trust in the good Saint Martin, who watches over all travellers, and retraced their steps and went warily, and at last they reached the outskirts of the forest and saw, far down in the valley beneath them, the lights of the village in which they dwelt. So overjoyed were they at their deliverance that they laughed aloud, and the earth seemed to them like a flower of silver, and the moon like a flower of gold. Yet, after that they had laughed, they became sad, for they remembered their poverty, and one of them said to the other,
"Why did we make merry, seeing that life is for the rich, and not for such as we are? Better that we had died of cold in the forest, or that some wild beast had fallen upon us and slain us."
Truly,
answered his companion,
much is given to some, and little is given to others. Injustice has parcelled out the world, nor is there equal division of aught save of sorrow.
But as they were bewailing their misery to each other, this strange thing happened. There fell from heaven a very bright and beautiful star. It slipped down the side of the sky, passing by the other stars in its course, and, as they watched it wondering, it seemed to them to sink behind a clump of willow trees that stood hard by a little sheepfold no more than a stone's throw away.
Why, there's a crock of gold for whoever finds it,
they cried, and they set to and ran, so eager were they for the gold. And one of them ran faster than his mate, and outstripped him, and forced his way through the willows, and came out on the other side, and lo, there was indeed a thing of gold lying on the white snow. So he hastened towards it, and stooping down, placed his hands upon it, and it was a cloak of golden tissue, curiously wrought with stars, and wrapped in many folds. And he cried out to his comrade that he had found the treasure that had fallen from the sky. And when his comrade had come up, they set them down in the snow, and loosened the folds of the cloak that they might divide the pieces of gold. But alas, no gold was in it, nor silver, nor indeed treasure of any kind, but only a little child who was asleep. And one of them said to the other,
"This is a bitter ending to our hope, nor have we any good fortune, for what doth a child profit to a man? Let us leave it here and go our way, seeing that we are poor men, and have children of our own whose bread we may not give to another."
But his companion answered him,
"Nay, but it were an evil thing to leave the child to perish here in the snow. And though I am as poor as thou art, and have many mouths to feed, and but little in the pot, yet will I bring it home with me, and my wife shall have care of it."
So very tenderly he took up the child, and wrapped the cloak around it to shield it from the harsh cold, and made his way down the hill to the village, his comrade marvelling much at his foolishness and softness of heart. And when they came to the village, his comrade said to him,
"Thou hast the child, therefore give me the cloak, for it is meet that we should share."
But he answered him,
"Nay, for the cloak is neither mine nor thine, but the child's only."
And he bade him Godspeed, and went to his own house and knocked. And when his wife opened the door, and saw that her husband had returned safe to her, she put her arms round his neck and kissed him, and took from his back the bundle of faggots, and brushed the snow off his boots, and bade him come in. But he said to her,
"I have found something in the forest, and I have brought it to thee to have care of it."
And he stirred not from the threshold.
"What is it?"
she cried.
"Show it to me, for the house is bare, and we have need of many things."
And he drew the cloak back, and showed her the sleeping child.
"Alack, good man,"
she murmured,
"have we not children of our own, that thou must needs bring a changeling to sit by the hearth? And who knows if it will not bring us bad fortune? And how shall we tend it?"
And she was wroth against him.
"Nay, but it is a star-child,"
he answered, and he told her the strange manner of the finding of it. But she would not be appeased, but mocked at him, and spoke angrily, and cried,
Our children lack bread, and shall we feed the child of another? Who is there who careth for us, and who giveth us food?
Nay, but God careth for the sparrows even, and feedeth them.
He answered.
Do not the sparrows die of hunger in the winter?
She asked.
And is it not winter now?
And the man answered nothing, but stirred not from the threshold. And a bitter wind from the forest came in through the open door, and made her tremble. And she shivered, and said to him,
Wilt thou not close the door? There cometh a bitter wind into the house, and I am cold.
Into a house where a heart is hard cometh there not always a bitter wind?
He asked. And the woman answered him nothing, but crept closer to the fire. And after a time she turned round and looked at him, and her eyes were full of tears. And he came in swiftly, and placed the child in her arms, and she kissed it, and laid it in a little bed where the youngest of their own children was lying. And on the morrow the woodcutter took the curious cloak of gold, and placed it in a great chest, and a chain of amber that was round the child's neck his wife took and set it in the chest also. So the Star-Child was brought up with the children of the woodcutter, and sat at the same board with them, and was their playmate. And every year he became more beautiful to look at, so that all those who dwelt in the village were filled with wonder. For, while they were swarthy and black-haired, he was white and delicate as sawn ivory, and his curls were like the rings of the daffodil. His lips also were like the petals of a red flower, and his eyes were like violets by a river of pure water, and his body like the narcissus of a field where the mower comes not. Yet did his beauty work him evil, for he grew proud and cruel and selfish. The children of the woodcutter and the other children of the village he despised, saying that they were of mean parentage, while he was noble, being sprang from a star, and he made himself master over them, and called them his servants. No pity had he for the poor, or for those who were blind or maimed, or in any way afflicted, but would cast stones at them, and drive them forth onto the highway, and bid them beg their bread elsewhere, so that none save the outlaws came twice to that village to ask for alms. Indeed, he was as one enamoured of beauty, and would mock at the weakly and ill-favoured, and make jest of them. And himself he loved, and in summer, when the winds were still, he would lie by the well in the priest's orchard, and look down at the marvel of his own face, and laugh for the pleasure he had in his fairness. Often did the woodcutter and his wife chide him, and say,
We did not deal with thee as thou dealest with those who are left desolate, and have none to succour them. Wherefore art thou so cruel to all who need pity?
Often did the old priest send for him, and seek to teach him the love of living things, saying to him,
The fly is thy brother, do it no harm. The wild birds that roam through the forest have their freedom. Snare them not for thy pleasure. God made the blind worm and the mole, and each has its place. Who art thou to bring pain into God's world? Even the cattle of the field praise him.
But the Star-Child heeded not their words, but would frown and flout, and go back to his companions and lead them. And his companions followed him, for he was fair and fleet of foot, and could dance and pipe and make music. And wherever the Star-Child led them, they followed. And whatever the Star-Child bade them do, that did they. And when he pierced with a sharp reed the dim eyes of the mole, they laughed. And when he cast stones at the leper, they laughed also. And in all things he ruled them, and they became hard of heart, even as he was. Now there passed one day through the village a poor beggar-woman. Her garments were torn and ragged, and her feet were bleeding from the rough road on which she had travelled, and she was in very evil plight. And being weary, she sat her down under a chestnut tree to rest. But when the Star-Child saw her, he said to his companions,
See, there sitteth a foul beggar-woman under that fair and green-leaved tree. Come,
Let us drive her hence, for she is ugly and ill-favoured.
So he came near and threw stones at her and mocked her, and she looked at him with terror in her eyes, nor did she move her gaze from him. And when the woodcutter, who was cleaving logs in a haggard hard by, saw what the Star-Child was doing, he ran up and rebuked him, and said to him,
Surely thou art hard of heart, and knowest not mercy. For what evil has this poor woman done to thee, that thou shouldst treat her in this wise?
And the Star-Child grew red with anger, and stamped his foot upon the ground, and said,
Who art thou to question me what I do? I am no son of thine to do thy bidding.
Thou speakest truly,
answered the woodcutter.
Yet did I show thee pity when I found thee in the forest.
And when the woman heard these words, she gave a loud cry and fell into a swoon. And the woodcutter carried her to his own house, and his wife had care of her. And when she rose up from the swoon into which she had fallen, they set meat and drink before her, and bade her have comfort. But she would neither eat nor drink, but said to the woodcutter,
Didst thou not say that the child was found in the forest? And was it not 10 years from this day?
And the woodcutter answered,
Yea, it was in the forest that I found him, and it is 10 years from this day.
And what signs didst thou find with him?
She cried.
Bare he not upon his neck a chain of amber? Was not round him a cloak of gold tissue, broidered with stars?
Truly,
answered the woodcutter.
It was even as thou sayest.
And he took the cloak and the amber chain from the chest where they lay, and showed them to her. And when she saw them, she wept for joy, and said,
He is my little son, whom I lost in the forest. I pray thee, send for him quickly, for in search of him have I wandered over the whole world.
So the woodcutter and his wife went out and called to the Star-Child, and said to him,
Go into the house, and there shalt thou find thy mother, who is waiting for thee.
So he ran in, filled with wonder and great gladness. But when he saw her, who was waiting there, he laughed scornfully, and said,
Why, where is my mother? For I see none here but this vile beggar-woman.
And the woman answered him,
I am thy mother.
Thou art mad to say so,
cried the Star-Child angrily.
I am no son of thine, for thou art a beggar, and ugly, and in rags. Therefore get thee hence, and let me see thy foul face no more.
Nay, but thou art indeed my son, whom I bare in the forest.
She cried, and she fell on her knees, and held out her arms to him.
The robbers stole thee from me, and left thee to die,
she murmured.
But I recognized thee when I saw thee, and the signs also have I recognized, the cloak of gold tissue and the amber chain. Therefore I pray thee come with me, for over the whole world have I wandered in search of thee. Come with me, my son, for I have need of thy love.
But the Star-Child stirred not from his place, but shut the doors of his heart against her, nor was there any sound heard save the sound of the woman weeping for pain. And at last he spoke to her, and his voice was hard and bitter.
If in very truth thou art my mother,
he said,
it had been better hadst thou stayed away, not come here to bring me to shame, seeing that I thought I was the child of some star, not a beggar's child, as thou tellest me that I am. Therefore get thee hence, and let me see thee no more.
Alas, my son,
she cried,
wilt thou not kiss me before I go? For I have suffered much to find thee.
Nay,
said the Star-Child,
but thou art too foul to look at, and rather would I kiss the adder or the toad than thee.
So the woman rose up and went away into the forest, weeping bitterly, and when the Star-Child saw that she had gone, he was glad, and ran back to his playmates that he might play with them. But when they beheld him coming, they mocked him, and said,
Why, thou art as foul as the toad, and as loathsome as the adder. Get thee hence, for we will not suffer thee to play with us.
And they drave him out of the garden. And the Star-Child frowned and said to himself,
What is this that they say to me? I will go to the well of water and look into it, and it shall tell me of my beauty.
So he went to the well of water and looked into it, and lo, his face was as the face of a toad, and his body was scaled like an adder. And he flung himself down on the grass and wept, and said to himself,
Surely this has come upon me by reason of my sin, for I have denied my mother and driven her away, and been proud and cruel to her. Wherefore I will go and seek her through the whole world, nor will I rest till I have found her.
And there came to him the little daughter of the woodcutter, and she put her hand upon his shoulder, and said,
What doth it matter if thou hast lost thy comeliness? Stay with us, and I will not mock at thee.
And he said to her,
Nay, but I have been cruel to my mother, and as a punishment has this evil been sent to me. Wherefore I must go hence, and wander through the world till I find her, and she give me her forgiveness.
So he ran away into the forest, and called out to his mother to come to him, but there was no answer. All day long he called to her, and when the sun set, he lay down to sleep on a bed of leaves, and the birds and the animals fled from him, for they remembered his cruelty, and he was alone, save for the toad that watched him, and the slow adder that crawled past. And in the morning he rose up, and plucked some bitter berries from the trees, and ate them, and took his way through the great wood, weeping sorely. And of everything that he met he made inquiry if perchance they had seen his mother. He said to the mole,
Thou canst go beneath the earth. Tell me, is my mother there?
And the mole answered,
Thou hast blood in my eyes. How should I know?
He said to the linnet,
Thou canst fly over the tops of the tall trees, and canst see the whole world. Tell me, canst thou see my mother?
And the linnet answered,
Thou hast clipped my wings for thy pleasure. How shall I fly?
And to the little squirrel, who lived in the fir tree and was lonely, he said,
Where is my mother?
And the squirrel answered,
Thou hast slain mine. Dost thou seek to slay thine also?
And the Star-Child wept and bowed his head, and prayed forgiveness of God's things, and went on through the forest, seeking for the beggar-woman. And on the third day he came to the other side of the forest, and went down into the plain. And when he passed through the villages, the children mocked him, and threw stones at him, and the carlets would not suffer him even to sleep in the byres, lest he might bring mildew on the stored corn, so foul was he to look at. And their hired men drave him away, and there was none who had pity on him. Nor could he hear anywhere of the beggar-woman who was his mother, though for the space of 3 years he wandered over the world, and often seemed to see her on the road in front of him, and would call to her and run after her till the sharp flints made his feet to bleed. But overtake her he could not, and those who dwelt by the way did ever deny that they had seen her, or any like to her, and they made sport of his sorrow. For the space of 3 years he wandered over the world, and in the world there was neither love nor loving-kindness nor charity for him, but it was even such a world as he had made for himself in the days of his great pride. And one evening he came to the gate of a strong walled city that stood by a river, and, weary and footsore though he was, he made to enter in. But the soldiers who stood on guard dropped their halberts across the entrance, and said roughly to him,
What is thy business in the city?
I am seeking for my mother,
he answered,
and I pray ye to suffer me to pass, for it may be that she is in the city.
But they mocked at him, and one of them wagged a black beard, and set down his shield, and cried,
Of a truth thy mother will not be merry when she sees thee, for thou art more ill-favoured than the toad of the marsh, or the adder that crawls in the fen. Get thee gone, thy mother dwells not in this city.
And another, who held a yellow banner in his hand, said to him,
Who is thy mother, and wherefore art thou seeking for her?
And he answered,
My mother is a beggar, even as I am, and I have treated her evilly, and I pray ye to suffer me to pass, that she may give me her forgiveness, if it be that she tarrieth in this city.
But they would not, and pricked him with their spears. And as he turned away weeping, one whose armour was inlaid with gilt flowers, and on whose helmet couched a lion that had wings, came up and made inquiry of the soldiers who it was who had sought entrance. And they said to him,
It is a beggar, and the child of a beggar, and we have driven him away.
Nay,
he cried, laughing,
but we will sell the foul thing for a slave, and his price shall be the price of a bowl of sweet wine.
And an old and evil-visaged man who was passing by called out and said,
I will buy him for that price.
And when he had paid the price, he took the Star-Child by the hand and led him into the city. And after that they had gone through many streets, they came to a little door that was set in a wall that was covered with a pomegranate tree. And the old man touched the door with a ring of graved jasper, and it opened. And they went down 5 steps of brass into a garden filled with black poppies and green jars of burnt clay. And the old man took then from his turban a scarf of figured silk, and bound with it the eyes of the Star-Child, and drave him in front of him. And when the scarf was taken off his eyes, the Star-Child found himself in a dungeon that was lit by a lantern of horn. And the old man set before him some mouldy bread on a trencher, and said,
Eat.
And some brackish water in a cup, and said,
Drink.
And when he had eaten and drunk, the old man went out, locking the door behind him and fastening it with an iron chain. And on the morrow the old man, who was indeed the subtlest of the magicians of Libya, and had learned his art from one who dwelt in the tombs of the Nile, came in to him and frowned at him, and said,
In a wood that is nigh to the gate of the city of Giaour, there are 3 pieces of gold. One is of white gold, and another is of yellow gold, and the gold of the third one is red. Today thou shalt bring me the piece of white gold, and if thou bringest not back, I will beat thee with 100 stripes. Get thee away quickly, and at sunset I will be waiting for thee at the door of the garden. See that thou bringest the white gold, or it shall go ill with thee. For thou art my slave, and I have bought thee for the price of a bowl of sweet wine.
And he bound the eyes of the Star-Child with the scarf of figured silk, and led him through the house, and through the garden of poppies, and up the 5 steps of brass. And having opened the little door with his ring, he set him in the street. And the Star-Child went out of the gate of the city, and came to the wood of which the magician had spoken to him. Now this wood was very fair to look at from without, and seemed full of singing birds, and of sweet-scented flowers, and the Star-Child entered it gladly. Yet did its beauty profit him little, for wherever he went, harsh briars and thorns shot up from the ground and encompassed him, and evil nettles stung him, and the thistle pierced him with her daggers, so that he was in sore distress. Nor could he anywhere find the piece of white gold of which the magician had spoken, though he sought for it from morn to noon, and from noon to sunset. And at sunset he set his face towards home, weeping bitterly, for he knew what fate was in store for him. But when he had reached the outskirts of the wood, he heard from a thicket a cry as of someone in pain. And forgetting his own sorrow, he ran back to the place, and saw there a little hare caught in a trap that some hunter had set for it. And the Star-Child had pity on it, and released it, and said to it,
I am myself but a slave, yet may I give thee thy freedom.
And the hare answered him, and said,
Surely thou hast given me freedom, and what shall I give thee in return?
And the Star-Child said to it,
I'm seeking for a piece of white gold, nor can I anywhere find it, and if I bring it not to my master he will beat me.
Come thou with me,
said the Hare,
and I will lead thee to it, for I know where it is hidden, and for what purpose.
So the Star-Child went with the Hare, and lo, in the cleft of a great oak tree he saw the piece of white gold that he was seeking, and he was filled with joy, and seized it, and said to the Hare,
The service that I did to thee thou hast rendered back again many times over, and the kindness that I showed thee thou hast repaid 100-fold.
Nay,
answered the Hare,
but as thou dealt with me, so I did deal with thee.
and it ran away swiftly, and the Star-Child went towards the city. Now at the gate of the city there was seated one who was a leper. Over his face hung a cowl of grey linen, and through the eyelets his eyes gleamed like red coals. And when he saw the Star-Child coming, he struck upon a wooden bowl, and clattered his bell, and called out to him, and said,
Give me a piece of money, or I must die of hunger. For they have thrust me out of the city, and there is no one who has pity on me.
Alas,
cried the Star-Child,
I have but one piece of money in my wallet, and if I bring it not to my master he will beat me, for I am his slave.
But the leper entreated him, and prayed of him, till the Star-Child had pity, and gave him the piece of white gold. And when he came to the magician's house, the magician opened to him, and brought him in, and said to him,
Hast thou the piece of white gold?
And the Star-Child answered,
I have it not.
So the magician fell upon him, and beat him, and set before him an empty trencher, and said,
Eat.
And an empty cup, and said,
Drink.
And flung him again into the dungeon. And on the morrow the magician came to him, and said,
If today thou bringest me not the piece of yellow gold, I will surely keep thee as my slave, and give thee 300 stripes.
So the Star-Child went to the wood, and all day long he searched for the piece of yellow gold, but nowhere could he find it. And at sunset he sat him down and began to weep. And as he was weeping there came to him the little Hare that he had rescued from the trap. And the Hare said to him,
Why art thou weeping, and what dost thou seek in the wood?
And the Star-Child answered,
I am seeking for a piece of yellow gold that is hidden here, and if I find it not my master will beat me, and keep me as a slave.
Follow me,
cried the Hare, and it ran through the wood till it came to a pool of water, and at the bottom of the pool the piece of yellow gold was lying.
How shall I thank thee?
said the Star-Child.
For lo, this is the second time that you have succoured me.
Nay, but thou hadst pity on me first,
said the Hare, and it ran away swiftly. And the Star-Child took the piece of yellow gold and put it in his wallet, and hurried to the city. But the leper saw him coming, and ran to meet him, and knelt down and cried,
Give me a piece of money, or I shall die of hunger.
And the Star-Child said to him,
I have in my wallet but one piece of yellow gold, and if I bring it not to my master he will beat me and keep me as his slave.
But the leper entreated him sore, so that the Star-Child had pity on him, and gave him the piece of yellow gold. And when he came to the magician's house, the magician opened to him, and brought him in, and said to him,
Hast thou the piece of yellow gold?
And the Star-Child said to him,
I have it not.
So the magician fell upon him, and beat him, and loaded him with chains, and cast him again into the dungeon. And on the morrow the magician came to him, and said,
If today thou bringest me the piece of red gold, I will set thee free. But if thou bringest not, I will surely slay thee.
So the Star-Child went to the wood, and all day long he searched for the piece of red gold, but nowhere could he find it. And at evening he sat him down and wept, and as he was weeping there came to him the little Hare. And the hare said to him,
The piece of red gold that thou seekest is in the cavern that is behind thee. Therefore weep no more, but be glad.
How shall I reward thee?
cried the Star-Child.
For lo, this is the third time thou hast succoured me.
Nay, but thou hadst pity on me first,
said the hare, and it ran away swiftly. And the Star-Child entered the cavern, and in its farthest corner he found the piece of red gold. So he put it in his wallet and hurried to the city. And the leper, seeing him coming, stood in the centre of the road, and cried out, and said to him,
Give me the piece of red money, or I must die.
And the Star-Child had pity on him again, and gave him the piece of red gold, saying,
Thy need is greater than mine.
Yet was his heart heavy, for he knew what evil fate awaited him. But lo, as he passed through the gate of the city, the guards bowed down, and made obeisance to him, saying,
How beautiful is our Lord!
And a crowd of citizens followed him, and cried out,
Surely there is none so beautiful in the whole world.
So that the Star-Child wept, and said to himself,
They are mocking me, and making light of my misery.
And so large was the concourse of the people, that he lost the threads of his way, and found himself at last in a great square, in which there was a palace of a king. And the gate of the palace opened, and the priests and the high officers of the city ran forth to meet him, and they abased themselves before him, and said,
Thou art our Lord, for whom we have been waiting, and the son of our king.
And the Star-Child answered them, and said,
I am no king's son, but the child of a poor beggar woman. And how say ye that I am beautiful? For I know that I am evil to look at.
Then he, whose armour was inlaid with gilt flowers, and on whose helmet crouched a lion that had wings, held up a shield, and cried,
How saith my lord that he is not beautiful?
And the Star-Child looked, and lo, his face was even as it had been, and his comeliness had come back to him, and he saw that in his eyes, which he had not seen there before. And the priests and the high officers knelt down and said to him,
It was prophesied of old that on this day should come he who was to rule over us. Therefore let our Lord take this crown and this sceptre, and be in his justice and mercy our king over us.
But he said to them,
I am not worthy, for I have denied the mother who bare me, nor may I rest till I have found her and known her forgiveness. Therefore let me go, for I must wander again over the world, and may not tarry here, though ye bring me the crown and the sceptre.
And as he spake, he turned his face from them towards the street that led to the gate of the city. And lo, amongst the crowd that pressed round the soldiers, he saw the beggar woman who was his mother, and at her side stood the leper who had sat by the road. And a cry of joy broke from his lips, and he ran over, and kneeling down he kissed the wounds on his mother's feet, and wet them with his tears. He bowed his head in the dust, and sobbing as one whose heart might break, he said to her,
Mother, I denied thee in the hour of my pride. Accept me in the hour of my humility. Mother, I gave thee hatred. Do thou give me love. Mother, I rejected thee. Receive thy child now.
But the beggar woman answered him not a word. And he reached out his hands and clasped the white feet of the leper, and said to him,
Thrice did I give thee of my mercy. Bid my mother speak to me once.
But the leper answered him not a word. And he sobbed again, and said,
Mother, my suffering is greater than I can bear. Give me thy forgiveness, and let me go back to the forest.
And the beggar woman put her hand on his head, and said to him,
Rise.
And the leper put his hand on his head, and said to him,
Rise.
Also. And he rose up from his feet, and looked at them, and lo, they were a king and a queen. And the queen said to him,
This is thy father, whom thou hast succoured.
And the king said,
This is thy mother, whose feet thou hast washed with thy tears.
And they fell on his neck and kissed him, and brought him into the palace, and clothed him in fair raiment, and set the crown upon his head, and the sceptre in his hand. And over the city that stood by the river he ruled, and was its lord. Much justice and mercy did he show to all, and the evil magician he banished, and to the woodcutter and his wife he sent many rich gifts, and to their children he gave high honour. Nor would he suffer any to be cruel to bird or beast, but taught love and loving kindness and charity, and to the poor he gave bread, and to the naked he gave raiment, and there was peace and plenty in the land. Yet ruled he not long, so great had been his suffering, and so bitter the fire of his testing, for after the space of 3 years he died. And he who came after him ruled evilly. End of The Star Child by Oscar Wilde.
The Adventure of the Blanched Soldier by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Cast of characters: Sherlock Holmes, read by Inkel.
Mr. James M. Dodd, read by Steve C.
Colonel Hemsworth, read by Beeswax Candle.
Godfrey Hemsworth, read by Brian Fullerton.
Mr. Kent, read by Greg Giordano.
Ralph, the Old Butler, read by Alan Mapstone.
Sir James Saunders, read by Larry Wilson.
Doctor, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Dr. John Watson, read by Lorda.
The Adventure of the Blanched Soldier. The ideas of my friend Watson, though limited, are exceedingly pertinacious. For a long time he has worried me to write an experience of my own. Perhaps I have rather invited this persecution, since I have often had occasion to point out to him how superficial are his own accounts, and to accuse him of pandering to popular taste instead of confining himself rigidly to facts and figures.
Try it yourself, Holmes,
he has retorted, and I am compelled to admit that, having taken my pen in hand, I do begin to realize that the matter must be presented in such a way as may interest the reader. The following case can hardly fail to do so, as it is among the strangest happenings in my collection, though it chanced that Watson had no note of it in his collection. Speaking of my old friend and biographer, I would take this opportunity to remark that if I burden myself with a companion in my various little inquiries, it is not done out of sentiment or caprice, but it is that Watson has some remarkable characteristics of his own, to which in his modesty he has given small attention amid his exaggerated estimates of my own performances. A confederate who foresees your conclusions and course of action is always dangerous, but one to whom each development comes as a perpetual surprise, and to whom the future is always a closed book, is, indeed, an ideal helpmate. I find from my notebook that it was in January 1903, just after the conclusion of the Boer War, that I had my first visit from Mr. James M. Dodd, a big, fresh, sunburned, upstanding Briton. The good Watson had at that time deserted me for a wife, the only selfless action which I can recall in our association. I was alone. It is my habit to sit with my back to the window, and to place my visitors in the opposite chair, where the light falls upon them. Mr. James M. Dodd seemed somewhat at a loss how to begin the interview. I did not attempt to help him, for his silence gave me more time for observation. I found it wise to impress clients with a sense of power, and so I gave him some of my conclusions. "From South Africa, sir, I perceive."
Yes, sir,
he answered, with some surprise. "Imperial Yeomanry, I fancy."
exactly.
"Middlesex Corps, no doubt."
That is so. Mr. Holmes, you are a wizard.
I smiled at his bewildered expression. When a gentleman of virile appearance enters my room with such tan upon his face as an English sun could never give, and with his handkerchief in his sleeve instead of in his pocket, it is not difficult to place him. You wear a short beard, which shows that you are not a regular. You have the cut of a riding man. As for Middlesex, your card has already shown me that you are a stockbroker from Throgmorton Street. What other regiment would you join?
You see everything.
I see no more than you, but I have trained myself to notice what I see. However, Mr. Dodd, it is not to discuss the science of observation that you called upon me this morning. What has been happening at Tewkesbury Old Park?
Mr. Holmes!
My dear sir, there is no mystery. Your letter came with that heading, and as he fixed his appointment in very pressing terms, it was clear that something sudden and important had occurred.
Yes, indeed. But the letter was written in the afternoon, and a good deal has happened since then. If Colonel Emsworth had not kicked me out...
Kicked you out?
Well, that was what it amounted to. He is a hard nail, is Colonel Emsworth, the greatest martinet in the army in his day, and it was a day of rough language too. I couldn't have stuck the Colonel if it had not been for Godfrey's sake.
I lit my pipe and leaned back in my chair. Perhaps you will explain what you are talking about. My client grinned mischievously.
I had got into the way of supposing that you knew everything without being told,
said he.
But I will give you the facts, and I hope to God that you will be able to tell me what they mean. I've been awake all night puzzling my brain, and the more I think, the more incredible does it become. When I joined up in January 1901, just 2 years ago, young Godfrey Emsworth had joined the same squadron. He was Colonel Emsworth's only son, Emsworth, the Crimean V.C., and he had the fighting blood in him, so it is no wonder he volunteered. There was not a finer lad in the regiment. We formed a friendship, the sort of friendship which can only be made when one lives the same life and shares the same joys and sorrows. He was my mate, and that means a good deal in the army. We took the rough and the smooth together for a year of hard fighting. Then he was hit with a bullet from an elephant gun in the action near Diamond Hill outside Pretoria. I got one letter from the hospital at Cape Town and one from Southampton. Since then, not a word, not one word, Mr. Holmes, for 6 months and more, and he my closest pal. Well, when the war was over and we all got back, I wrote to his father and asked where Godfrey was. No answer. I waited a bit and then I wrote again. This time I had a reply, short and gruff. Godfrey had gone on a voyage round the world, and it was not likely that he would be back for a year. That was all. I wasn't satisfied, Mr. Holmes. The whole thing seemed to me so damned unnatural. He was a good lad, and he would not drop a pal like that. It was not like him. Then, again, I happened to know that he was heir to a lot of money, and also that his father and he did not always hit it off too well. The old man was sometimes a bully, and young Godfrey had too much spirit to stand it. No, I wasn't satisfied, and I determined that I would get to the root of the matter. It happened, however, that my own affairs needed a lot of straightening out after 2 years' absence, and so it is only this week that I have been able to take up Godfrey's case again. But since I have taken it up, I mean to drop everything in order to see it through.
Mr. James M. Dodd appeared to be the sort of person whom it would be better to have as a friend than as an enemy. His blue eyes were stern, and his square jaw had set hard as he spoke. "Well, what have you done?" I asked.
My first move was to get down to his home, Tuxbury Old Park, near Bedford, and to see for myself how the ground lay. I wrote to the mother, therefore. I had had quite enough of the curmudgeon of a father, and I made a clean frontal attack. Godfrey was my chum. I had a great deal of interest which I might tell her of our common experiences. I should be in the neighbourhood. Would there be any objection, etc. In reply, I had quite an amiable answer from her, and an offer to put me up for the night. That was what took me down on Monday. Tuxbury Old Hall is inaccessible, 5 miles from anywhere. There was no trap at the station, so I had to walk, carrying my suitcase, and it was nearly dark before I arrived. It is a great wandering house, standing in a considerable park. I should judge it was of all sorts of ages and styles, starting on a half-timbered Elizabethan foundation and ending in a Victorian portico. Inside it was all panelling and tapestry and half-effaced old pictures, a house of shadows and mystery. There was a butler, old Ralph, who seemed about the same age as the house, and there was his wife, who might have been older. She had been Godfrey's nurse, and I had heard him speak of her as second only to his mother in his affections, so I was drawn to her in spite of her queer appearance. The mother I liked also, a gentle little white mouse of a woman. It was only the Colonel himself whom I barred. We had a bit of a barney right away, and I should have walked back to the station if I had not felt that it might be playing his game for me to do so. I was shown straight into his study, and there I found him, a huge bow-backed man with a smoky skin and a straggling grey beard, seated behind his littered desk. A red-veined nose jutted out like a vulture's beak, and two fierce grey eyes glared at me from under tufted brows. I could understand now why Godfrey seldom spoke of his father.
"Well, sir,"
said he in a rasping voice,
"I shall be interested to know the real reasons for this visit."
I answered that I had explained them in my letter to his wife.
"Yes, yes, you said that you had known Godfrey in Africa. We have, of course, only your word for that."
I have his letters to me in my pocket.
"Kindly let me see them."
He glanced at the two which I handed him, and then he tossed them back.
"Well, what then?"
he asked. "I was fond of your son Godfrey, sir. Many ties and memories united us. Is it not natural that I should wonder at his sudden silence and should wish to know what has become of him?"
"I have some recollection, sir, that I had already corresponded with you, and had told you what had become of him. He has gone on a voyage around the world. His health was in a poor way after his African experiences, and both his mother and I were of opinion that complete rest and change were needed. Kindly pass that explanation on to any other friends who might be interested in the matter."
"Certainly," I answered. "But perhaps you would have the goodness to let me have the name of the steamer and of the line by which he sailed, together with the date. I have no doubt that I should be able to get a letter through to him." My request seemed both to puzzle and to irritate my host. His great eyebrows came down over his eyes, and he tapped his fingers impatiently on the table. He looked up at last with the expression of one who has seen his adversary make a dangerous move at chess, and has decided how to meet it.
"Many people, Mr. Dodd,"
said he,
"would take offence at your infernal pertinacity, and would think that this insistence had reached the point of damned impertinence."
"You must put it down, sir, to my real love for your son."
"Exactly. I have already made every allowance upon that score. I must ask you, however, to drop these inquiries. Every family has its own inner knowledge and its own motives, which cannot always be made clear to outsiders, however well-intentioned. My wife is anxious to hear something of Godfrey's past, which you are in a position to tell her, but I would ask you to let the present and the future alone. Such inquiries serve no useful purpose, sir, and place us in a delicate and difficult position."
So I came to a dead end, Mr. Holmes. There was no getting past it. I could only pretend to accept the situation and register a vow inwardly that I would never rest until my friend's fate had been cleared up. It was a dull evening. We dined quietly, the three of us, in a gloomy, faded old room. The lady questioned me eagerly about her son, but the old man seemed morose and depressed. I was so bored by the whole proceeding that I made an excuse as soon as I decently could and retired to my bedroom. It was a large, bare room on the ground floor, as gloomy as the rest of the house. But after a year of sleeping upon the veldt, Mr. Holmes, one is not too particular about one's quarters. I opened the curtains and looked out into the garden, remarking that it was a fine night with a bright half-moon. Then I sat down by the roaring fire with the lamp on a table beside me, and endeavoured to distract my mind with a novel. I was interrupted, however, by Ralph, the old butler, who came in with a fresh supply of coals.
"I thought you might run short in the night time, sir. It is bitter weather, and these rooms are cold."
He hesitated before leaving the room, and when I looked round he was standing facing me with a wistful look upon his wrinkled face.
"Beg your pardon, sir, but I could not help hearing what you said of young Master Godfrey at dinner. You know, sir, that my wife nursed him, and so I may say I am his foster father. It's natural we should take an interest. And you say he carried himself well, sir?"
There was no braver man in the regiment. He pulled me out once from under the rifles of the Boers, or maybe I should not be here. The old butler rubbed his skinny hands.
"Yes, sir, yes. That's Master Godfrey all over. He was always courageous. There's not a tree in the park, sir, that he has not climbed. Nothing would stop him. He was a fine boy, and, oh, sir, he was a fine man."
I sprang to my feet. "Look here," I cried. "You say he was? You speak as if he were dead. What is all this mystery? What has become of Godfrey Emsworth?" I gripped the old man by the shoulder, but he shrank away.
"I don't know what you mean, sir. Ask the master about Master Godfrey. He knows. It's not for me to interfere."
He was leaving the room, but I held his arm. "Listen," I said. "You are going to answer one question before you leave, if I have to hold you all night. Is Godfrey dead?" He could not face my eyes. He was like a man hypnotised. The answer was dragged from his lips. It was a terrible and unexpected one.
"I wish to God he was,"
he cried, and, tearing himself free, he dashed from the room. You will think, Mr. Holmes, that I returned to my chair in no very happy state of mind. The old man's words seemed to me to bear only one interpretation. Clearly my poor friend had become involved in some criminal, or, at the least, disreputable transaction which touched the family honour. That stern old man had sent his son away and hidden him from the world, lest some scandal should come to light. Godfrey was a reckless fellow. He was easily influenced by those around him. No doubt he had fallen into bad hands and been misled to his ruin. It was a piteous business, if it was indeed so. But even now it was my duty to hunt him out and see if I could aid him. I was anxiously pondering the matter when I looked up, and there was Godfrey Emsworth standing before me.
My client had paused as one in deep emotion. "Pray continue," I said. "Your problem presents some very unusual features."
He was outside the window, Mr. Holmes, with his face pressed against the glass. I have told you that I looked out at the night. When I did so, I left the curtains partly open. His figure was framed in this gap. The window came down to the ground, and I could see the whole length of it. But it was his face which held my gaze. He was deadly pale. Never have I seen a man so white. I reckon ghosts may look like that. But his eyes met mine, and they were the eyes of a living man. He sprang back when he saw that I was looking at him, and he vanished into the darkness. There was something shocking about the man, Mr. Holmes. It wasn't merely that ghastly face glimmering as white as cheese in the darkness. It was more subtle than that, something slinking, something furtive, something guilty, something very unlike the frank, manly lad that I had known. It's left a feeling of horror in my mind. But when a man has been soldiering for a year or two with Brother Boa as a playmate, he keeps his nerve and acts quickly. Godfrey had hardly vanished before I was at the window. There was an awkward catch, and I was some little time before I could throw it up. Then I nipped through and ran down the garden path in the direction that I thought he might have taken. It was a long path, and the light was not very good, but it seemed to me something was moving ahead of me. I ran on and called his name, but it was no use. When I got to the end of the path, there were several others branching in different directions to various outhouses. I stood hesitating, and as I did so I heard distinctly the sound of a closing door. It was not behind me in the house, but ahead of me, somewhere in the darkness. That was enough, Mr. Holmes, to assure me that what I had seen was not a vision. Godfrey had run away from me, and he had shut a door behind him. Of that I was certain. There was nothing more I could do, and I spent an uneasy night turning the matter over in my mind and trying to find some theory which would cover the facts. Next day I found the Colonel rather more conciliatory, and as his wife remarked that there were some places of interest in the neighbourhood, it gave me an opening to ask whether my presence for one more night would incommode them. A somewhat grudging acquiescence from the old man gave me a clear day in which to make my observations. I was already perfectly convinced that Godfrey was in hiding somewhere near, but where and why remained to be solved. The house was so large and so rambling that a regiment might be hid away in it and no one the wiser. If the secret lay there, it was difficult for me to penetrate it. But the door which I had heard close was certainly not in the house. I must explore the garden and see what I could find. There was no difficulty in the way, for the old people were busy in their own fashion and left me to my own devices. There were several small outhouses, but at the end of the garden there was a detached building of some size, large enough for a gardener's or a gamekeeper's residence. Could this be the place whence the sound of that shutting door had come? I approached it in a careless fashion, as though I were strolling aimlessly round the grounds. As I did so, a small, brisk, bearded man in a black coat and bowler hat, not at all the gardener type, came out of the door. To my surprise, he locked it after him and put the key in his pocket. Then he looked at me with some surprise on his face.
"Are you a visitor here?"
he asked. I explained that I was, and that I was a friend of Godfrey's. What a pity that he should be away on his travels, for he would have so liked to see me, I continued.
"Ah, quite so, exactly,"
said he, with a rather guilty air.
No doubt you will renew your visit at some more propitious time.
He passed on, but when I turned I observed that he was standing watching me, half concealed by the laurels at the far end of the garden. I had a good look at the little house as I passed it, but the windows were heavily curtained, and, so far as one could see, it was empty. I might spoil my own game, and even be ordered off the premises if I were too audacious, for I was still conscious that I was being watched. Therefore I strolled back to the house and waited for night before I went on with my inquiry. When all was dark and quiet, I slipped out of my window and made my way as silently as possible to the mysterious lodge. I have said that it was heavily curtained, but now I found that the windows were shuttered as well. Some light, however, was breaking through one of them, so I concentrated my attention upon this. I was in luck, for the curtain had not been quite closed, and there was a crack in the shutter so that I could see the inside of the room. It was a cheery place enough, a bright lamp and a blazing fire. Opposite to me was seated the little man whom I had seen in the morning. He was smoking a pipe and reading a paper.
What paper? I asked. My client seemed annoyed at the interruption of his narrative.
Can it matter?
He asked. It is most essential.
I really took no notice.
Possibly you observed whether it was a broadleaf paper or of that smaller type which one associates with weeklies?
Now that you mention it, it was not large. It might have been the Spectator. However, I had little thought to spare upon such details, for a second man was seated with his back to the window, and I could swear that this second man was Godfrey. I could not see his face, but I knew the familiar slope of his shoulders. He was leaning upon his elbow in an attitude of great melancholy, his body turned towards the fire. I was hesitating as to what I should do, when there was a sharp tap on my shoulder, and there was Colonel Emsworth beside me.
"This way, sir,"
said he in a low voice. He walked in silence to the house, and I followed him into my own bedroom. He had picked up a timetable in the hall.
"There is a train to London at 8:30,
said he.
"The trap will be at the door at 8.
He was white with rage, and, indeed, I felt myself in so difficult a position that I could only stammer out a few incoherent apologies, in which I tried to excuse myself by urging my anxiety for my friend.
"The matter will not bear discussion,"
said he abruptly.
"You have made a most damnable intrusion into the privacy of our family. You were here as a guest, and you have become a spy. I have nothing more to say, sir, save that I have no wish ever to see you again."
At this I lost my temper, Mr. Holmes, and I spoke with some warmth. "I have seen your son, and I am convinced that, for some reason of your own, you are concealing him from the world. I have no idea what your motives are in cutting him off in this fashion, but I am sure that he is no longer a free agent. I warn you, Colonel Emsworth, that until I am assured as to the safety and well-being of my friend, I shall never desist in my efforts to get to the bottom of the mystery, and I shall certainly not allow myself to be intimidated by anything which you may say or do." The old fellow looked diabolical, and I really thought he was about to attack me. I have said that he was a gaunt, fierce old giant, and, though I am no weakling, I might have been hard put to it to hold my own against him. However, after a long glare of rage, he turned upon his heel and walked out of the room. For my part, I took the appointed train in the morning with the full intention of coming straight to you and asking for your advice and assistance at the appointment for which I had already written.
Such was the problem which my visitor laid before me. It presented, as the astute reader will have already perceived, few difficulties in its solution, for a very limited choice of alternatives must get to the root of the matter. Still, elementary as it was, there were points of interest and novelty about it which may excuse my placing it upon record. I now proceeded, using my familiar method of logical analysis, to narrow down the possible solutions. The servants, I asked, how many were in the house?
To the best of my belief, there were only the old butler and his wife. They seemed to live in the simplest fashion.
There was no servant, then, in the detached house?
None, unless the little man with the beard acted as such. He seemed, however, to be quite a superior person.
That seems very suggestive. Had you any indication that food was conveyed from one house to the other?
Now that you mention it, I did see old Ralph carrying a basket down the garden walk and going in the direction of this house. The idea of food did not occur to me at the moment.
Did you make any local inquiries?
Yes, I did. I spoke to the station master and also to the innkeeper in the village. I simply asked if they knew anything of my old comrade, Godfrey Emsworth. Both of them assured me that he had gone for a voyage round the world. He had come home and then had almost at once started off again. The story was evidently universally accepted.
You said nothing of your suspicions?
Nothing.
That was very wise. The matter should certainly be inquired into. I'll go back with you to Tewkesbury Old Park.
Today?
It happened that at the moment I was clearing up the case which my friend Watson has described as that of the Abbey School, in which the Duke of Greyminster was so deeply involved. I had also a commission from the Sultan of Turkey which called for immediate action, as political consequences of the gravest kind might arise from its neglect. Therefore it was not until the beginning of the next week, as my diary records, that I was able to start forth on my mission to Bedfordshire in company with Mr. James M. Dodd. As we drove to Euston we picked up a grave and taciturn gentleman of iron-grey aspect, with whom I had made the necessary arrangements. "This is an old friend," said I to Dodd. "It is possible that his presence may be entirely unnecessary, and, on the other hand, it may be essential. It is not necessary at the present stage to go further into the matter." The narratives of Watson have accustomed the reader, no doubt, to the fact that I do not waste words or disclose my thoughts while a case is actually under consideration. Dodd seemed surprised, but nothing more was said, and the three of us continued our journey together. In the train I asked Dodd one more question which I wished our companion to hear. "You said that you saw your friend's face quite clearly at the window, so clearly that you were sure of his identity?"
I have no doubt about it whatever. His nose was pressed against the glass. The lamplight shone full upon him.
It could not have been someone resembling him?
No, no, it was he.
But you say he was changed?
Only in colour. His face was, how shall I describe it? It was of a fish-belly whiteness. It was bleached.
Was it equally pale all over?
I think not. It was his brow which I saw so clearly as it was pressed against the window.
Did you call to him?
I was too startled and horrified for the moment. Then I pursued him, as I have told you, but without result.
My case was practically complete, and there was only one small incident needed to round it off, when, after a considerable drive, we arrived at the strange old rambling house which my client had described. It was Ralph, the elderly butler, who opened the door. I had requisitioned the carriage for the day, and had asked my elderly friend to remain within it unless we should summon him. Ralph, a little wrinkled old fellow, was in the conventional costume of black coat and pepper and salt trousers, with only one curious variant. He wore brown leather gloves, which at sight of us he instantly shuffled off, laying them down on the hall table as we passed in. I have, as my friend Watson may have remarked, an abnormally acute set of senses, and a faint but incisive scent was apparent. It seemed to centre on the hall table. I turned, placed my hat there, knocked it off, stooped to pick it up, and contrived to bring my nose within a foot of the gloves. Yes, it was undoubtedly from them that the curious tarry odour was oozing. I passed on into the study with my case complete. Alas, that I should have to show my hand so when I tell my own story! It was by concealing such links in the chain that Watson was enabled to produce his meretricious finales. Colonel Emsworth was not in his room, but he came quickly enough on receipt of Ralph's message. We heard his quick, heavy step in the passage. The door was flung open, and he rushed in with bristling beard and twisted features, as terrible an old man as ever I have seen. He held our cards in his hand, and he tore them up and stamped on the fragments.
Have I not told you, you infernal busybody, that you are warned off the premises? Never dare to show your damned face here again. If you enter again without my leave, I shall be within my rights if I use violence. I'll shoot you, sir, by God I will. As to you, sir,
turning upon me,
I extend the same warning to you. I am familiar with your ignoble profession, but you must take your reputed talents to some other field. There is no opening for them here.
I cannot leave here,
said my client firmly,
until I hear from Godfrey's own lips that he is under no restraint.
Our involuntary host rang the bell.
Ralph,
he said,
telephone down to the county police and ask the inspector to send up 2 constables. Tell them there are burglars in the house.
One moment, said I. You must be aware, Mr. Dodd, that Colonel Emsworth is within his rights and that we have no legal status within his house. On the other hand, he should recognise that your action is prompted entirely by solicitude for his son. I venture to hope that, if I were allowed to have 5 minutes' conversation with Colonel Emsworth, I could certainly alter his view of the matter.
I am not so easily altered,
said the old soldier.
Ralph, do what I told you. What the devil are you waiting for? Ring up the police.
Nothing of the sort, I said, putting my back to the door. Any police interference would bring about the very catastrophe which you dread. I took out my notebook and scribbled one word upon a loose sheet. That, said I, as I handed it to Colonel Emsworth, is what has brought us here. He stared at the writing with a face from which every expression save amazement had vanished.
How do you know?
He gasped, sitting down heavily in his chair. It is my business to know things. That is my trade. He sat in deep thought, his gaunt hand tugging at his straggling beard. Then he made a gesture of resignation.
Well, if you wish to see Godfrey, you shall. It is no doing of mine, but you have forced my hand. Ralph, tell Mr. Godfrey and Mr. Kent that in 5 minutes we shall be with them.
At the end of that time we passed down the garden path and found ourselves in front of the mystery house at the end. A small bearded man stood at the door with a look of considerable astonishment upon his face.
This is very sudden, Colonel Emsworth,
said he.
This will disarrange all our plans.
I can't help it, Mr. Kent. Our hands have been forced. Can Mr. Godfrey see us?
Yes, he is waiting inside.
He turned and led us into a large, plainly furnished front room. A man was standing with his back to the fire, and at the sight of him my client sprang forward with outstretched hand.
Why, Godfrey, old man, this is fine.
But the other waved him back.
Don't touch me, Jimmy. Keep your distance. Yes, you may well stare. I don't quite look the smart Lance Corporal Emsworth of B Squadron, do I?
His appearance was certainly extraordinary. One could see that he had indeed been a handsome man, with clear-cut features sunburned by an African sun, but mottled in patches over this darker surface were curious whitish patches which had bleached his skin.
That's why I don't court visitors,
said he.
I don't mind you, Jimmy, but I could have done without your friend. I suppose there is some good reason for it, but you have me at a disadvantage.
I wanted to be sure that all was well with you, Godfrey. I saw you that night when you looked into my window, and I could not let the matter rest till I had cleared things up.
Old Ralph told me you were there, and I couldn't help taking a peep at you. I hoped you would not have seen me, and I had to run to my burrow when I heard the window go up.
But what in heaven's name is the matter?
Well, it's not a long story to tell,
said he, lighting a cigarette.
You remember that morning fight at Buffelsbruit, outside Pretoria, on the Eastern Railway line? You heard I was hit.
Yes, I heard that, but I never got particulars.
3 of us got separated from the others. It was very broken country, you may remember. There was Simpson, the fellow we called Baldy Simpson, and Anderson, and I. We were clearing Brother Boer, but he lay low and got the 3 of us. The other 2 were killed. I got an elephant bullet through my shoulder. I stuck on to my horse, however, and he galloped several miles before I fainted and rolled off the saddle. When I came to myself, it was nightfall, and I raised myself up, feeling very weak and ill. To my surprise, there was a house close beside me, a fairly large house with a broad stoep and many windows. It was deadly cold. You remember the kind of numb cold which used to come at evening, a deadly, sickening sort of cold, very different from a crisp, healthy frost. Well, I was chilled to the bone, and my only hope seemed to lie in reaching that house. I staggered to my feet and dragged myself along, hardly conscious of what I did. I have a dim memory of slowly ascending the steps, entering a wide-open door, passing into a large room which contained several beds, and throwing myself down with a gasp of satisfaction upon one of them. It was unmade, but that troubled me not at all. I drew the clothes over my shivering body, and in a moment I was in a deep sleep. It was morning when I wakened, and it seemed to me that instead of coming out into a world of sanity, I had emerged into some extraordinary nightmare. The African sun flooded through the big curtainless windows, and every detail of the great, bare, whitewashed dormitory stood out hard and clear. In front of me was standing a small, dwarf-like man with a huge, bulbous head, who was jabbering excitedly in Dutch, waving 2 horrible hands which looked to me like brown sponges. Behind him stood a group of people who seemed to be intensely amused by the situation. But a chill came over me as I looked at them. Not one of them was a normal human being. Every one was twisted or swollen or disfigured in some strange way. The laughter of these strange monstrosities was a dreadful thing to hear. It seemed that none of them could speak English, but the situation wanted clearing up, for the creature with the big head was growing furiously angry and, uttering wild beast cries, he had laid his deformed hands upon me and was dragging me out of bed, regardless of the fresh flow of blood from my wound. The little monster was as strong as a bull, and I don't know what he might have done to me had not an elderly man who was clearly in authority been attracted to the room by the hubbub. He said a few stern words in Dutch, and my persecutor shrank away. Then he turned upon me, gazing at me in the utmost amazement.
"How in the world did you come here?"
he asked in amazement.
"Wait a bit. I see that you are tired out, and that wounded shoulder of yours wants looking after. I am a doctor, and I'll soon have you tied up. But, man alive, you are in far greater danger here than ever you were on the battlefield. You are in the leper hospital, and you have slept in a leper's bed."
Need I tell you more, Jimmy? It seems that in view of the approaching battle, all these poor creatures had been evacuated the day before. Then, as the British advanced, they had been brought back by this, their medical superintendent, who assured me that, though he believed he was immune to the disease, he would none the less never have dared do what I had done. He put me in a private room, treated me kindly, and within a week or so I was removed to the General Hospital at Pretoria. So there you have my tragedy. I hoped against hope, but it was not until I had reached home that the terrible signs which you see upon my face told me that I had not escaped. What was I to do? I was in this lonely house. We had 2 servants whom we could utterly trust. There was a house where I could live. Under pledge of secrecy, Mr. Kent, who is a surgeon, was prepared to stay with me. It seemed simple enough on those lines. The alternative was a dreadful one. Segregation for life among strangers with never a hope of release. But absolute secrecy was necessary, or even in this quiet countryside there would have been an outcry, and I should have been dragged to my horrible doom. Even you, Jimmy, even you had to be kept in the dark. Why my father has relented, I cannot imagine.
Colonel Emsworth pointed to me.
This is the gentleman who forced my hand.
He unfolded the scrap of paper on which I had written the word leprosy.
It seemed to me that if he knew so much as that, it was safer that he should know all.
And so it was, said I. Who knows but good may come of it? I understand that only Mr. Kent has seen the patient. May I ask, sir, if you are an authority on such complaints, which are, I understand, tropical or semi-tropical in their nature?
I have the ordinary knowledge of the educated medical man,
he observed, with some stiffness. I have no doubt, sir, that you are fully competent, but I am sure that you will agree that in such a case a second opinion is valuable. You have avoided this, I understand, for fear that pressure should be put upon you to segregate the patient.
That is so,
said Colonel Emsworth. I foresaw this situation, I explained, and I have brought with me a friend whose discretion may absolutely be trusted. I was able once to do him a professional service, and he is ready to advise as a friend rather than as a specialist. His name is Sir James Saunders. The prospect of an interview with Lord Roberts would not have excited greater wonder and pleasure in a raw subaltern than was now reflected upon the face of Mr. Kent.
I shall indeed be proud,
he murmured. Then I will ask Sir James to step this way. He is at present in the carriage outside the door. Meanwhile, Colonel Emsworth, we may perhaps assemble in your study, where I could give the necessary explanations. And here it is that I miss my Watson. By cunning questions and ejaculations of wonder he could elevate my simple art, which is but systematized common sense, into a prodigy. When I tell my own story, I have no such aid. And yet I will give my process of thought, even as I gave it to my small audience, which included Godfrey's mother, in the study of Colonel Emsworth. That process, said I, starts upon the supposition that when you have eliminated all which is impossible, that whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. It may well be that several explanations remain, in which case one tries test after test until one or other of them has a convincing amount of support. You will now apply this principle to the case in point. As it was first presented to me, there were 3 possible explanations of the seclusion or incarceration of this gentleman in an outhouse of his father's mansion. There was the explanation that he was in hiding for a crime, or that he was mad and that they wished to avoid an asylum, or that he had some disease which caused his segregation. I could think of no other adequate solutions. These, then, had to be sifted and balanced against each other. The criminal solution would not bear inspection. No unsolved crime had been reported from that district, I was sure of that. If it was some crime not yet discovered, then clearly it would be to the interest of the family to get rid of the delinquent and send him abroad rather than keep him concealed at home. I could see no explanation for such a line of conduct. Insanity was more plausible. The presence of the second person in the outhouse suggested a keeper. The fact that he locked the door when he came out strengthened the supposition and gave the idea of constraint. On the other hand, this constraint could not be severe, or the young man could not have got loose and come down to have a look at his friend. You will remember, Mr. Dodd, that I felt round for points, asking you, for example, about the paper which Mr. Kent was reading. Had it been the Lancet or the British Medical Journal, it would have helped me. It is not illegal, however, to keep a lunatic upon private premises so long as there is a qualified person in attendance and that the authorities have been duly notified. Why, then, all this desperate desire for secrecy? Once again I could not get the theory to fit the facts. There remained the third possibility, into which, rare and unlikely as it was, everything seemed to fit. Leprosy is not uncommon in South Africa. By some extraordinary chance this youth might have contracted it. His people would be placed in a very dreadful position, since they would desire to save him from segregation. Great secrecy would be needed to prevent rumours from getting about and subsequent interference by the authorities. A devoted medical man, if sufficiently paid, would easily be found to take care of the sufferer. There would be no reason why the latter should not be allowed freedom after dark. Bleaching of the skin is a common result of the disease. The case was a strong one, so strong that I determined to act as if it were actually proved. When on arriving here I noticed that Ralph, who carries out the meals, had gloves which are impregnated with disinfectants. My last doubts were removed. A single word shows you, sir, that your secret was discovered, and if I wrote rather than said it, it was to prove to you that my discretion was to be trusted. I was finishing this little analysis of the case when the door was opened and the austere figure of the great dermatologist was ushered in. But for once his sphinx-like features had relaxed, and there was a warm humanity in his eyes. He strode up to Colonel Emsworth and shook him by the hand.
"It is often my lot to bring ill tidings, and seldom good,"
said he.
"This occasion is the more welcome. It is not leprosy."
"What?"
"A well-marked case of pseudo-leprosy or ichthyosis, a scale-like affection of the skin, unsightly, obstinate, but possibly curable, and certainly not infective. Yes, Mr. Holmes, the coincidence is a remarkable one. But is it coincidence? Are there not subtle forces at work of which we know little? Are we assured that the apprehension, from which this young man has no doubt suffered terribly since his exposure to its contagion, may not produce a physical effect which simulates that which it fears? At any rate, I pledge my professional reputation. But the lady has fainted. I think that Mr. Kent had better be with her until she recovers from this joyous shock."
End of The Adventure of the Blanched Soldier by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Hills Like White Elephants by Ernest Hemingway. Cast of characters:
The Girl, read by Winifred Assman.
The Man, read by Brian Fullerton.
The Woman, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Narration read by Red Run. The hills across the valley of Ebro were long and white. On this side there was no shade and no trees, and the station was between two lines of rails in the sun. Close against the side of the station there was the warm shadow of the building, and a curtain made of strings of bamboo beads hung across the open door into the bar to keep out flies. The American and the girl with him sat at a table in the shade outside the building. It was very hot, and the express from Barcelona would come in 40 minutes. It stopped at this junction for 2 minutes and went on to Madrid.
"What should we drink?"
the girl asked. She had taken off her hat and put it on the table.
"It's pretty hot,"
the man said.
"Let's drink beer."
"Dos cervezas,"
the man said into the curtain.
"Big ones?"
a woman asked from the doorway.
"Yes, 2 big ones."
The woman brought 2 glasses of beer and 2 felt pads. She put the felt pads and the beer glasses on the table and looked at the man and the girl. The girl was looking off at the line of hills. They were white in the sun, and the country was brown and dry.
"They look like white elephants,"
she said.
"I've never seen one."
The man drank his beer.
"No, you wouldn't have."
"I might have,"
the man said.
"Just because you say I wouldn't have doesn't prove anything."
The girl looked at the bead curtain.
"They've painted something on it,"
she said.
"What does it say?"
"Anís del Toro. It's a drink."
"Could we try it?"
The man called,
"Listen,"
through the curtain. The woman came out from the bar.
4 reals.
"We want 2 Anís del Toro."
With water?
"Do you want it with water?"
"I don't know,"
the girl said.
"Is it good with water?"
"It's all right."
You want them with water?
asked the woman.
"Yes, with water."
"It tastes of licorice,"
the girl said, and put the glass down.
"That's the way with everything."
"Yes,"
said the girl.
"Everything tastes of licorice, especially all the things you've waited so long for, like absinthe."
Oh, cut it out.
You started it,
the girl said.
I was being amused. I was having a fine time.
Well, let's try and have a fine time.
All right. I was trying. I said the mountains looked like white elephants. Wasn't that bright?
That was bright.
I wanted to try this new drink. That's all we do, isn't it? Look at things and try new drinks?
I guess so.
The girl looked across at the hills.
They're lovely hills,
she said.
They don't really look like white elephants. I just meant the coloring of their skin through the trees.
Should we have another drink?
All right.
The warm wind blew the bead curtain against the table.
The beer's nice and cool,
the man said.
It's lovely,
the girl said.
It's really an awfully simple operation, Jig,
the man said.
It's not really an operation at all.
The girl looked at the ground the table legs rested on.
I know you wouldn't mind it, Jig. It's really not anything. It's just to let the air in.
The girl did not say anything.
I'll go with you, and I'll stay with you all the time. They just let the air in, and then it's all perfectly natural.
Then what will we do afterward?
We'll be fine afterward, just like we were before.
What makes you think so?
That's the only thing that bothers us. It's the only thing that's made us unhappy.
The girl looked at the bead curtain, put her hand out, and took hold of two of the strings of beads.
And you think then we'll be all right and be happy?
I know we will. You don't have to be afraid. I've known lots of people that have done it.
So have I,
said the girl.
And afterward they were all so happy.
Well,
the man said,
if you don't want to, you don't have to. I wouldn't have you do it if you didn't want to. But I know it's perfectly simple.
And you really want to?
I think it's the best thing to do. But I don't want you to do it if you don't really want to.
And if I do it, you'll be happy? And things will be like they were and you'll love me?
I love you now. You know I love you.
I know. But if I do it, then it will be nice again. If I say things are like white elephants and you'll like it?
I'll love it. I love it now, but I just can't think about it. You know how I get when I worry.
If I do it, you won't ever worry?
I won't worry about that because it's perfectly simple.
Then I'll do it. Because I don't care about me.
What do you mean?
I don't care about me.
Well, I care about you.
Oh, yes, but I don't care about me. And I'll do it, and then everything will be fine.
I don't want you to do it if you feel that way.
The girl stood up and walked to the other end of the station. Across, on the other side, were fields of grain and trees along the banks of the Ebro. Far away beyond the river were mountains. The shadow of a cloud moved across the field of grain, and she saw the river through the trees.
And we could have all this?
She said.
And we could have everything. And every day we make it more impossible.
What did you say?
I said we could have everything.
We can have everything.
No, we can't.
We can have the whole world.
No, we can't.
We can go everywhere.
No, we can't. It isn't ours anymore.
It's ours.
No, it isn't. And once they take it away, you never get it back.
But they haven't taken it away.
We'll wait and see.
Come on back in the shade,
he said.
You mustn't feel that way.
I don't feel any way,
the girl said.
I just know things.
I don't want you to do anything that you don't want to do.
Nor that isn't good for me,
she said.
I know. Could we have another beer?
All right, but you've got to realize...
I realize,
the girl said.
Can't we maybe stop talking?
They sat down at the table, and the girl looked across at the hills on the dry side of the valley, and the man looked at her and at the table.
You've got to realize,
he said,
that I don't want you to do it if you don't want to. I'm perfectly willing to go through with it if it means anything to you.
Doesn't it mean anything to you? We could get along.
Of course it does. But I don't want anybody but you. I don't want anyone else. And I know it's perfectly simple.
Yes, you know it's perfectly simple.
It's all right for you to say that, but I do know it.
Would you do something for me now?
I'd do anything for you.
Would you please, 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 please stop talking?
He did not say anything, but looked at the bags against the wall of the station. There were labels on them from all the hotels where they had spent nights.
But I don't want you to,
he said.
I don't care anything about it.
I'll scream,
the girl said. The woman came out through the curtains with 2 glasses of beer and put them down on the damp felt pads.
The train comes in 5 minutes,
she said.
What did she say?
Asked the girl.
That the train is coming in 5 minutes.
The girl smiled brightly at the woman to thank her.
I'd better take the bags over to the other side of the station,
the man said. She smiled at him.
All right. Then come back and we'll finish the beer.
He picked up the 2 heavy bags and carried them around the station to the other tracks. He looked up the tracks, but could not see the train. Coming back, he walked through the bar room, where people waiting for the train were drinking. He drank an anise at the bar and looked at the people. They were all waiting reasonably for the train. He went out through the bead curtain. She was sitting at the table and smiled at him.
Do you feel better?
He asked.
I feel fine,
she said.
There's nothing wrong with me. I feel fine.
End of Hills Like White Elephants by Ernest Hemingway.
The Night's Move by Katharine Fullerton Gerould.
Cast of characters. Havelock, read by Inkel.
Chantry, read by Michael Fays.
Narrated by Steve C. Havelock the Dane settled himself back in his chair and set his feet firmly on the oaken table. Chantry let him do it, though some imperceptible inch of his body winced, for the oak of it was neither fumed nor golden. It was English to its ancient core, and the table had served in the refectory of monks before Henry VIII decided that monks shocked him. Naturally, Chantry did not want his friend's boots havocing upon it. But more important than to possess the table was to possess it nonchalantly. He let the big man dig his heel in. Any man but Havelock the Dane would have known better. But Havelock did as he pleased, and you either gave him up or bore it. Chantry did not want to give him up. Chantry was a feminist, a bit of an aesthete, but canny at affairs, good-looking and temperate, and less hipped on the matter of sex than feminist gentlemen are wont to be. That is to say, while he vaguely wanted l'homme moyen sensuel to mend his ways, he did not expect him to change fundamentally. He rather thought the women would manage all that when they got the vote. You see, he was not a socialist, only a feminist. Havelock the Dane, on the other hand, was by no means a feminist, but was a socialist. What probably brought the 2 men together, apart from their common likeableness, was that each, in his own way, refused to go the whole hog. They sometimes threshed the thing out together, unable to decide on a programme, but always united at last in their agreement that things were wrong. Havelock trusted labour, and Chantry trusted woman. The point was that neither trusted men like themselves, with a little money and an inherited code of honour. Havelock wanted his money taken away from him. Chantry desired his code to be trampled on by innumerable feminine feet. But each was rather helpless, for both expected these things to be done for them. Except for this tie of ineffectuality, they had nothing special in common. Havelock's life had been adventurous in the good old-fashioned sense, the bars down and a deal of wandering. Chantry had sown so many crops of intellectual wild oats that even the people who came for subscriptions might be forgiven for thinking him a mental libertine, good for subscriptions and not much else. Between them they boxed the compass about once a week. Havelock had more of what is known as personality than Chantry. Chantry more of what is known as culture. They dovetailed, on the whole, not badly. Havelock, this afternoon, was full of a story. Chantry wanted to listen, though he knew he could have listened better if Havelock's heel had not been quite so ponderous on the secular oak. He took refuge in a cosmic point of view. That was the only point of view from which Havelock— it was, by the way, his physical type only that had caused him to be nicknamed the Dane. His ancestors had come over from England in great discomfort 2 centuries since. In his blonde hugeness, became negligible. You had to climb very high to see him small.
You never did the man justice,
Havelock was saying.
Justice be hanged,
replied Chantry.
Quite so, the feminist slogan.
A socialist can't afford to throw stones.
The retorts were spoken sharply on both sides. Then both men laughed. They had too often had it out seriously to mind. These little insults were mere convention.
Get at your story,
resumed Chantry.
I suppose there's a woman in it, a nasty cat invented by her own prejudices. There usually is.
Never a woman at all. If there were, I shouldn't be asking for your opinion. My opinion, of course, is merely the rational one. I don't sidestep the truth because a little drama gets in. I'm appealing to you because you are the average man who hasn't seen the light. I honestly want to know what you think. There's a reason.
What's the reason?
I'll tell you later. Now I'll tell you the story.
Havelock screwed his tawny eyebrows together for a moment before plunging in.
Humph!
He ejaculated at last.
Much good anybody is in a case like this. What did you say you thought of Ferguson?
I didn't think anything of Ferguson, except that he had a big brain for biology. He was a loss.
No personal opinion?
I never like people who think so well of themselves as all that.
No opinion about his death?
Accidental, as they said, I suppose.
Oh, they said. It was suicide, I tell you.
Suicide? Really?
Chantry's brown eyes lighted for an instant.
Oh, poor chap, I'm sorry.
It did not occur to him immediately to ask how Havelock knew. He trusted a plain statement from Havelock.
I'm not. Or yes, I am. I hate to have a man inconsistent.
It's inconsistent for anyone to kill himself, but it's frequently done.
Havelock, hemming and hawing like this, was more nearly a bore than Chantry had ever known him.
Not for Ferguson.
Oh, well, never mind Ferguson.
Chantry yawned.
Tell me some anecdote out of your tapestried past.
I won't.
Havelock dug his heel in harder. Chantry all but told him to take his feet down, but stopped himself just in time.
Well, go on then,
he said.
but it doesn't sound interesting. I hate all tales of suicide, and there isn't even a woman in it.
He sighed maliciously.
Oh, if it comes to that, there is.
But you said...
Not in it exactly, unless you go in for post hoc, propter hoc.
Oh, drive on!
Chantry was pettish, but at that point Havelock the Dane removed his feet from the refectory table. He will probably never know why Chantry, just then, began to be amiable.
Excuse me, Havelock. Of course, whatever drove a man like Ferguson to suicide is interesting. And I may say he managed it awfully well. Not a hint anywhere.
Well, a scientist ought to get something out of it for himself. Ferguson certainly knew how. Can't you imagine him sitting up there, cocking his hair?
An odd phrase, but Chantry understood.
And deciding just how to circumvent the coroner? I can.
Ferguson hadn't much imagination.
A coroner doesn't take imagination. He takes little hard, expert knowledge.
I dare say.
But Chantry's mind was wandering through other defiles.
Odd that he should have snatched life out of the very jaws of what do you call it once, only to give it up at last, politely, of his own volition.
You may well say it.
Havelock spoke with more earnestness than he had done.
Do you not a socialist want to get through with you, Chantry, my boy?
Lord! Don't tell me your beastly socialism is mixed up with it all. I never took to Ferguson, but he was no syndicalist. In life or in death, I'd swear to that.
Ah, no, if he had been. But all I mean is that, in a properly regulated state, Ferguson's tragedy would not have occurred.
So it was a tragedy.
He was a loss to the state, God knows.
Had they been speaking of anything less dignified than death and genius, Havelock might have sounded a little austere and silly. As it was, Chantry bit back and swallowed his censure.
That's why I want to know what you think.
Went on Havelock irrelevantly.
Whether your damned code of honour is worth Ferguson.
It's not my damned code any more than it is yours,
broke in Chantry.
Yes, it is. Or, at least, we break it down at different points, theoretically. Actually, we walk all round it every day to be sure it's intact. Let's be honest.
Honest as you like, if you'll only come to the point. Whew, but it's hot. Let's have a gin fizz.
You aren't serious?
Havelock seemed to try to lash himself into a rage, but he was so big that he could never have got all of himself into a rage at once. You felt that only part of him was angry, his toes perhaps, or his complexion. Chantry rang for ice and lemon, and took gin, sugar, and a siphon out of the carved cabinet.
Go slow,
he said. He himself was going very slow, with a beautiful crystal decanter, which he set lovingly on the oaken table.
Go slow,
he repeated more easily when he had set it down.
I can think just as well with a gin fizz as without one. And I didn't know Ferguson well, and I didn't like him at all. I read his books, and I admired him, but he looked like the devil. The devil, you'll notice, not a devil. The dash of Charles I by Van Dyck, the one standing by the horse. As you say, he cocked his hair. It went into little horns above each eyebrow. I'm sorry he's lost to the world, but it doesn't get me. He may have been a saint for all I know, but there you are. I never cared particularly to know. I am serious, only somehow it doesn't touch me.
And he proceeded to make use of crushed ice and lemon juice.
Oh, blow all that,
said Havelock the Dane finally, over the top of his glass.
I'm going to tell you, anyhow. Only I wish you would forget your prejudices. I want an opinion.
Go on.
Chantry made himself comfortable.
You remember the time when Ferguson didn't go down on the Argentina?
I do. Ferguson just wouldn't go down, you know. He'd turn up smiling, without even a chill. And meanwhile lots of good fellows would be at the bottom of the sea.
Prejudice again.
Barked Havelock.
Yet, in point of fact, it's perfectly true, and you would have preferred him to drown.
I was very glad he was saved.
Chantry said it in a stilted manner.
Why?
Because his life was really important to the world.
Chantry might have been distributing tracts. His very voice sounded falsetto.
Exactly. Well, that is what Ferguson thought.
How do you know?
He told me.
You must have known him well. Thank heaven I never did.
Havelock flung out a huge hand.
Oh, get off that ridiculous animal you're riding, Chantry, and come to the point. You mean you don't think Ferguson should have admitted it?
Chantry's tone changed.
Well, one doesn't.
The huge hand, clenched into a fist, came down on the table. The crystal bottle was too heavy to rock, but the glasses jingled, and a spoon slid over the edge of its saucer.
There it is, what I was looking for.
What were you looking for?
Chantry's wonder was not feigned.
For your hydra-headed prejudice. Makes me want to play Hercules.
Oh, drop your metaphors, Havelock. Get into the game. What is it?
It's this, that you don't think, or affect not to think, that it's decent for a man to recognise his own worth.
Chantry did not retort. He dropped his chin on his chest and thought for a moment. Then he spoke, very quietly and apologetically.
Well, I don't see you telling another man how wonderful you are. It isn't immoral, it simply isn't manners. And if Ferguson boasted to you that he was saved when so many went down, it was worse than bad manners. He ought to have been kicked for it. It's the kind of phenomenal luck that it would have been decent to regret.
Havelock set his massive lips firmly together. You could not say that he pursed that cyclopean mouth.
Ferguson did not boast, he merely told me. He was, I think, a modest man.
Incredulity, beyond any power of laughter to express, settled on Chantry's countenance.
Modest? And he told you?
The whole thing.
Havelock's voice was heavy enough for tragedy.
Listen, don't interrupt me once. Ferguson told me that, when the explosion came, he looked round, considered, for fully a minute, his duty. He never lost control of himself once, he said, and I believe him. The Argentina was a small boat, making a winter passage. There were very few cabin passengers, no second cabin, but plenty of steerage. She sailed, you remember, from Naples. He had been doing some work, some very important work, in the aquarium. The only other person of consequence, I'm speaking in the most literal and unsnobbish sense, in the first cabin, was Benson. No.
With a lifted hand.
Don't interrupt me. Benson, as we all know, was an international figure, but Benson was getting old. His son could be trusted to carry on the house of Benson. In fact, everyone suspected that the son had become more important than the old man. He had put through the last big loan while his father was taking a rest cure in Italy. That is how Benson père happened to be on the Argentina. The newspapers never sufficiently accounted for that. A private deck on the Schrecklichkeit would have been more his size. Ferguson made it out. The old man got wild, suddenly, at the notion of their putting anything through without him. He trusted his gouty bones to the Argentina.
Sounds plausible, but...
Chantry broke in.
If you interrupt again,
said Havelock,
I'll hit you with all the strength I've got.
Chantry grunted. You had to take Havelock the Dane as you found him.
Ferguson saw the whole thing clear. Old Benson had just gone into the smoking room. Ferguson was on the deck outside his own stateroom. The only person on board who could possibly be considered as important as Ferguson was Benson, and he had good reason to believe that every one would get on well enough without Benson. He had just time, then, to put on a life-preserver, melt into his stateroom, and get a little pile of notes, very important ones, and drop into a boat. No, don't interrupt. I know what you are going to say. Women and children. What do you suppose a lot of Neapolitan peasants meant to Ferguson? Or to you and me, either? He didn't do anything outrageous. He just dropped into a boat. As a result, we had the big book a year later. No.
Again crushing down a gesture of Chantry's.
Don't say anything about the instincts of a gentleman. If Ferguson hadn't been perfectly cool, his instincts would have governed him. He would have dashed about trying to save people, and then met the waves with a noble gesture. He had time to be reasonable, not instinctive. The world was the gainer, as he jolly well knew it would be, or where would have been the reasonableness? I don't believe Ferguson cared a hang about keeping his individual machine going on for its own sake, but he knew he was a valuable person. His mind was a Kohinoor among minds. It stands to reason that you save the Kohinoor and let the little stones go. Well, that's not the story, only I wanted to get that out of the way first, or the story wouldn't have meant anything. Did you wish,
He finished graciously,
to ask a question?
Chantry made a violent gesture of denial.
Ask a question about a hog like that? God forbid.
Havelock seemed to muse within himself.
You will admit that if a jury of impartial men of sense could have sat, just then, on that slanting deck, they would have agreed that Ferguson's life was worth more to the world than all the rest of the boiling put together.
Yes, but...
Well, there wasn't any jury. Ferguson had to be it. I'm perfectly sure that if there had been a Super Ferguson on board, our Ferguson would have turned his hand to saving him first. In fact, I honestly believe he was sorry there hadn't been a Super Ferguson, for he had all the instincts of a gentleman, and it's never a pleasant job making your reason inhibit your instincts. You can't look at this thing perfectly straight, probably, but if you can't, who can? I don't happen to want an enlightened opinion. I've got one, right here at home. You don't care about the state. You want to put it into white petticoats and see it cross a muddy street.
I don't wonder the socialists won't have anything to do with you.
Because I'm not a feminist? I know. Just as the feminists won't have anything to do with you because you're so reactionary. We're both out of it. 50 years ago, either of us could have been a real prophet, for the price of a haul and cleaning the rotten eggs off our clothes. Now we're too timid for any use. But this is a digression.
Distinctly. Is there anything more about Ferguson?
I should say there was. About a year ago, he became engaged. She's a very nice girl, and I'm sure you never heard of her. The engagement wasn't to be announced until just before the marriage, for family reasons of some sort. Cockering the older generation somehow. I've forgotten. It's not important. But they would have been married by now, if Ferguson hadn't stepped out.
You seem to have been very intimate with Ferguson.
He talked to me once. Just once. The girl's a distant connection of my own. I think that was why. I've got some more things to tell you. I've let you interrupt a good lot, and if you're through, I'd like to start in on the next lap. It isn't easy for me to tell this thing in bits. It's an effort.
Havelock the Dane set down his second emptied glass and drew a long breath. He proceeded with quickened pace.
He didn't see the girl very often. She lives at some little distance. He was busy. You know how he worked. And she was chained at home, more or less. Occasionally he slipped away for a weekend to see her. One time, the last time, about 2 months ago, he managed to get in a whole week. It was as near happiness as Ferguson ever got, I imagine, for they were able to fix a date. Good heaven, how he loved that girl! Just before he went, he told me of the engagement. I barely knew her, but, as I said, she's some sort of kin. Then, after he came back, he sent for me to come and see him. I didn't like his cheek, but I went as though I'd been a laboratory boy. I'm not like you. Ferguson always did get me. He wanted the greatest good of the greatest number. Nothing petty about him. He was a big man. I went, as I say, and Ferguson told me, the very first thing, that the engagement was off. He began by cocking his hair a good deal, but he almost lost control of himself. He didn't cock it long, he ruffled it instead, with his hands. I thought he was in a queer state, for he seemed to want to give me, with his beautiful scientific precision, as if he'd been preparing a slide, the details of a country walk he and she had taken the day before he left. It began with grade crossings, and I simply couldn't imagine what he was getting at. It wasn't his business to fight grade crossings, though they might be a very pretty symbol for the kind of thing he was fighting, tooth and nail, all the time. I couldn't seem to see it, at first, but finally it came out. There was a grade crossing with a "Look out for the engine" sign, and there was a tow-headed infant in rags. They had noticed the infant before. It had bandy legs and granulated eyelids, and seemed to be dumb. It had started them off on eugenics. She was very keen on the subject. Ferguson, being a big scientist, had some reserves. It was a real argument. Then everything happened at once. Towhead, with the sore eyes, rocked onto the track simultaneously with the whistle. They were about 50 yards off. Ferguson sprinted back down the hill, the girl screaming pointlessly meanwhile. There was just time. You'll have to take my word for this. Ferguson explained it all to me in the most meticulous detail, but I can't repeat that masterpiece of exposition. For Ferguson to decide. To decide again, you understand, precisely as he had decided on the Argentina. Rotten luck, wasn't it? He could have just flung Towhead out of the way by getting under the engine himself. He grabbed for Towhead, but he didn't roll onto the track. So Towhead was killed. If he had got there 10 seconds earlier, he could have done the trick. He was 10 seconds too late to save both Ferguson and Towhead. So, once more, he saved Ferguson. Do you get the situation?
I should say I did,
shouted Chantry.
Twice in a man's life. Good Lord, I hope you walked out of his house at that point.
I didn't. I was very much interested. And by the way, Chantry, if Ferguson had given his life for Towhead, you would have been the first man to write a pleasant little article for some damned highbrow review to prove that it was utterly wrong that Ferguson should have exchanged his life for that of a little Polish defective. I can even see you talking about the greatest good of the greatest number. You would have loved the paradox of it, the mistaken martyr, self-preservation the highest altruism, and all the rest of it. But because Ferguson did exactly what you would have said in your article that he ought to have done, you are in a state of virtuous chill.
I should have written no such article. I don't see how you can be so flippant.
Flippant? I? Have I the figure of a flippant man? Can't you see, honestly now, can't you see, that it was a hideous misfortune for that situation to come to Ferguson twice? Can't you see that it was about as hard luck as a man ever had? Look at it just once from his point of view.
I can't,
said Chantry frankly.
I can understand a man's being a coward, saving his own skin because he wants to. But to save his own skin on principle... Talk of paradoxes, there's one for you. There's not a principle on earth that tells you to save your own life at someone else's expense. If he thought it was principle, he was the bigger defective of the two. Of course it would have been a pity. Of course we should all have regretted it. But there's not a human being in this town, high or low, who wouldn't have applauded with whatever regret. Who wouldn't have said he did the only thing a self-respecting man could do. Of course it's a shame, but that is the only way the race has ever got on. By the strong, because they were strong, going under for the weak, because they were weak. Otherwise, we'd all be living to this day in hell.
I know.
Havelock's voice was touched with emotion.
That's the convention, invented by individualists, for individualists. All sorts of people would see it that way, still. But you've got more sense than most, and I'll make you at least see the other point of view. Suppose Ferguson to have been a good Catholic, or a soldier in the ranks. If his confessor or his commanding officer had told him to save his own skin, you'd consider Ferguson justified. You might even consider the priest or the officer justified. The one thing you can't stand is the man's giving himself those orders. But let's not argue over it now. Let's go back to the story. I'll make you get Ferguson anyhow, even if I can't make him get you. Well, here comes in the girl.
And you said there was no girl in it.
Chantry could not resist that. He believed that Havelock's assertion had been made only because he didn't want the girl in it, resented her being there.
There isn't, as I see it,
replied Havelock the Dane quietly.
From my point of view, the story is over. Ferguson's decision, that is the whole thing, made more interesting, more valuable, because the repetition of the thing proves beyond a doubt that he acted on principle, not on impulse. If he had flung himself into the lifeboat because he was a coward, he would have been ashamed of it, and whatever he might have done afterwards, he would never have done that thing again. He would have been sensitive. Not saving his own life would have turned into an obsession with him. But there is left, I admit, the murder, and murders always take the public. So I'll give you the murder, though it throws no light on Ferguson, who is the only thing in the whole accursed affair that really counts.
The murder? I don't see... Unless you mean the murdering of the tow-headed child?
I mean the murder of Ferguson by the girl he loved.
You said suicide a little while ago,
panted Chantry.
Technically, yes. She was 100 miles away when it happened, but she did it just the same. Oh, I suppose I've got to tell you, as Ferguson told me.
Did he tell you he was going to kill himself?
Chantry's voice was sharp.
He did not. Ferguson wasn't a fool, but it was plain as day to me after it happened, that he'd done it himself.
How?
I'm telling you this, am I not? Let me tell it then. The thing happened in no time, of course. The girl got over screaming and ran down to the track, frightened out of her wits. The train managed to stop, about twice its own length farther down, round a bend in the track, and the conductor and brakeman came running back. The mother came out of her hovel, carrying twins. The thing was on the track, across the rails. It was a beastly mess, and Ferguson got the girl away, set her down to cry in a pasture, and then went back and helped out, and gave his testimony, and left money, a lot of it, with the mother and all the rest. You can imagine it. No one there considered that Ferguson ought to have saved the child. No one but Ferguson dreamed that he could have. Indeed, an ordinary man, in Ferguson's place, wouldn't have supposed he could. It was only that brain, working like lightning, working as no plain man's could, that had made the calculation and seen. There was no preliminary seconds lost in surprise or shock, you see. Ferguson's mind hadn't been jarred from its pace for an instant. The thing had happened too quickly for anyone, except Ferguson, to understand what was going on. Therefore he ought to have laid that supernormal brain under the wheels, of course. Ferguson was so sane, himself, that he couldn't understand, even after he'd been engaged 6 months, our little everyday madness. It never occurred to him, when he got back to the girl and she began all sorts of hysterical questions, not to answer them straight. It was by way of describing the event simply, that he informed her that he would have just had time to pull the creature out, but not enough to pull himself back afterwards. Ferguson was used to calculating things in millionths of an inch. She wasn't. I dare say the single second that had given Ferguson time to turn round in his mind she conceived of as a minute, at least. It would have taken her a week to turn round in her own mind, no doubt, a month, a year, perhaps. How do I know? But she got the essential fact, that Ferguson had made a choice. Then she rounded on him. It would have killed her to lose him, but she would rather have lost him than to see him standing before her, etc., etc. Ferguson quoted a lot of her talk straight to me, and I can remember it, but you needn't ask me to soil my mouth with it. And a half hour before she had been saying with a good deal of heat that the little runt ought never to have been born, and that if we had decent laws it never would have been allowed to live. Ferguson said that to me, with a kind of bewilderment. You see, he had made the mistake of taking that little fool seriously. Well, he loved her. You can't go below that. That's rock bottom. Ferguson couldn't dig any deeper down for his way out. There was no deeper down. Apparently Ferguson still thought he could argue it out with her. She so believed in eugenics, you see, a very radical compared with Ferguson. It was she who had had no doubt about Towhead, and the love part of it seemed to him fixed. It didn't occur to him that that was debatable, so he stuck to something that could be discussed. Then, and this was his moment of exceeding folly, he caught at the old episode of the Argentina. That had nothing to do with her present state of shock. She had seen Towhead, but she hadn't seen the sprinkled Mediterranean, and she had accepted that. At least, she had spoken of his survival as though it had been one of the few times when God had done precisely the right thing. So he took that to explain with, "The fool! The reasonable fool!" Then, oh, she went wild. Yet she must have known there were 1,000 chances on the Argentine of him to throw his life away, and precious few to save it. She backed up against a tree and stretched her arms out like this.
Havelock made a clumsy stage gesture of aversion from Chantry, the villain.
And for an instant he thought she was afraid of a Jersey cow that had come up to take part in the discussion, so he threw a twig at its nose.
Chantry's wonder grew, swelled, and burst.
Do you mean to say that safety deposit vault of a Ferguson told you all this?
As I'm telling it to you. Only much more detail, of course, and much, much faster. It wasn't like a story at all. It was like a hemorrhage. I didn't interrupt him as you've been interrupting me. Well, the upshot of it was that she spurned him quite in the grand manner. She found the opposites of all the nice things she had been saying for 6 months, and said them. And Ferguson, your cocky Ferguson, stood and listened until she had talked herself out, and then went away. He never saw her again. And when he sent for me, he had made up his mind that she had never intended to take any of it back. So he stepped out, I tell you.
As hard hit as that?
Chantry mused.
Just as hard hit as that. Ferguson had had no previous affairs. She was very literally the one woman, and he managed, at 40, to combine the illusion of the boy of 20 and the man of 60.
But if he thought he was so precious to the world, wasn't it more than ever his duty to preserve his existence? He could see other people die in his place, but he couldn't see himself bucking up against a broken heart. Isn't that what the strong man does? Lives out his life when he doesn't at all like the look of it? Say what you like, he was a coward, Havelock. At the last, anyhow.
I won't ask for your opinion just yet, thank you. Perhaps if Ferguson had been sure he would ever do good work again, he wouldn't have taken himself off. That might have held him. He might have stuck by on the chance. But I doubt it. Don't you see? He loved that girl so much.
Thought he couldn't live without her.
Snorted Chantry.
Oh no, not that. But if she was right, he was the meanest skunk alive. He owed the world at least 2 deaths, so to speak. The only approach you can make to dying twice is to die in your prime, of your own volition.
Havelock spoke very slowly.
At least, that's the way I've worked it out. He didn't say so. He was careful as a cat.
You think?
Chantry leaned forward, very eager at last.
That he decided she was right, that I'm right, that we're all of us right.
Havelock the Dane bowed his head in his huge hands.
No. If you ask me, I think he kept his opinion untarnished to the end. When I told him I thought he was right, he just nodded, as if one took that for granted. But it didn't matter to him. I'm pretty sure that he cared only what she thought.
If he didn't agree with her, and if she had treated him like a criminal, he must have despised her in that case.
He never said one word of her, bar quoting some of her words, that wasn't utterly gentle. You could see that he loved her with his whole soul, and, it's my belief, he gave her the benefit of the doubt. In killing himself, he acted on the hypothesis that she had been right. It was the one thing he could do for her.
But if no one except you thinks it was a suicide, and you can't prove it...
Oh, he had to take that chance. The chance of her never knowing, or else create a scandal. And that would have been very hard on her and on his family. But there were straws she could easily clutch at, as I have clutched at them. The perfect order in which everything happened to be left, even the last notes he had made. His laboratory was a scientist's paradise, they tell me, and the will, made after she threw him over, leaving everything to her. Not a letter unanswered, all little bills paid, and little debts liquidated. He came as near suggesting it as he could, in decency, but I dare say she will never guess it.
Then what did it profit him?
It didn't profit him, in your sense. He took a very long chance on her guessing. That wasn't what concerned him.
I hope she will never guess anyhow. It would ruin her life to no good and...
Oh, no.
Havelock was firm.
I doubt if she would take it that way, if she grasped it at all. She'd believe he thought her right, and if he thought her right, of course he wouldn't want to live, would he? She would never think he killed himself simply for love of her.
Why not?
Well, she wouldn't. She wouldn't be able to conceive of Ferguson killing himself merely for that, with his notions about survival.
As he did.
As he did, and didn't.
She'd scarcely refine on it as you were doing, Havelock. You're amazing.
Well, he certainly never expected her to know that he did it himself. If he had been the sort of weakling that dies because he can't have a particular woman, he'd have been also the sort of weakling that leaves a letter explaining.
What then did he die for? You'll have to explain it to me. Not because he couldn't have her, not because he felt guilty. Why then? You haven't left him a motive.
Oh, haven't I? The most beautiful motive in the whole world, my dear fellow. A motive that puts all your little simple motives in the shade.
Well, what?
Don't you see? Why, I told you. He simply assumed, for all practical purposes, that she had been right. He gave himself the fate he knew she considered him to deserve. He preferred, loving her as he did, to do what she would have had him do. He knew she was wrong, but he knew also that she was made that way, that she would never be right. And he took her for what she was, and loved her as she was. His love, don't you see, was too big. He couldn't revolt from her. She had the whole of him, except, perhaps, his excellent judgment. He couldn't drag about a life which he felt that way about. He destroyed it, as he would have destroyed anything she found loathsome. He was merely justifying himself to his love. He couldn't hope she would know. Nor, I believe, could he have lied to her. That is, he couldn't have admitted in words that she was right, when he felt her so absolutely wrong. But he could make that magnificent silent act of faith.
Chantry still held out.
I don't believe he did it. I hold with the coroner.
I don't. He came as near telling me as he could without making me an accessory before the fact. There were none of the loose ends that the most orderly man would leave if he died suddenly. Take my word for it, old man.
A long look passed between them. Each seemed to be trying to find out with his eyes something that words had not helped him to. Finally, Chantry protested once more.
But Ferguson couldn't love like that.
Havelock the Dane laid one hand on the arm of Chantry's chair and spoke sternly.
He not only could, but he did. And there I am a better authority than you. Think what you please, but I will not have that fact challenged. Perhaps you could count upon your fingers the women who are loved like that, but anyhow, she was. My second cousin once removed, damn her!
He ended with a vicious twang.
And now?
Havelock rose.
I'd like your opinion.
About what?
Well, can't you see the beautiful sanity of Ferguson?
No, I can't,
snapped Chantry.
I think he was wrong, both in the beginning and in the end. But I will admit he was not a coward. I respect him, but I do not think at any point he was right. Except perhaps in doing the coroner.
That settles it then,
said Havelock, and he started towards the door.
Settles what, in heaven's name?
What I came to have settled. I shan't tell her. If I could have got one other decent citizen, and I confess you're my only chance, to agree with me that Ferguson was right about his fellow passengers on the Argentina, right about Towhead on the track, I'd have gone to her, I think. I'd rather like to ruin her life, if I could.
A great conviction approached Chantry just then. He felt the rush of it through his brain.
No!
He cried.
Ferguson loved her too much. He wouldn't like that, not as you'd put it to her.
Havelock thought a moment.
No,
he said in turn, but his no was very humble.
He wouldn't. I shall never do it. But my God, how I wanted to.
And I'll tell you another thing, too.
Chantry's tone was curious.
You may agree with Ferguson all you like. You may admire him as much as you say. But you, Havelock, would never have done what he did. Not even...
He lifted a hand against interruption.
If you knew you had the brain you think Ferguson had. You'd have been at the bottom of the sea or under the engine wheels. And you know it.
He folded his arms with a hint of truculence. But Havelock the Dane, to Chantry's surprise, was meek.
Yes,
he said.
I know it. Now let me out of here.
Well, then...
Chantry's voice rang out triumphant.
What does that prove?
Prove?
Havelock's great fist crashed down on the table.
It proves that Ferguson's a better man than either of us. I can think straight, but he had the sand to act straight. You haven't even the sand to think straight. You and your reactionary rot. The world's moving, Chantry. Ferguson was ahead of it, beckoning. You're an ant that got caught in the machinery. I shouldn't wonder.
Oh, stow the rhetoric. We simply don't agree. It's happened before.
Chantry laughed scornfully.
I tell you, I respect him, but God Almighty wouldn't make me agree with him.
You're too medieval by half.
Havelock mused.
Now, Ferguson was a knight of the future, a knight of humanity.
Don't!
Shouted Chantry. His nerves were beginning to feel the strain.
Leave chivalry out of it. The Argentina business may or may not have been wisdom, but it certainly wasn't cricket.
No,
said Havelock.
Chess, rather. The game where chance hasn't a show. The game of the intelligent future. That very regular and disconcerting move of his. And he got taken, you might say. She's an irresponsible beast, your queen.
Drop it, will you?
Then Chantry pulled himself together, a little ashamed.
It's fearfully late. Better stop and dine.
No, thanks.
The big man opened the door of the room and rested a foot on the threshold.
I feel like dining with someone who appreciates Ferguson.
I don't know where you'll find him.
Chantry smiled and shook hands.
Oh, I'd carry him about with me. Good night,
said Havelock the Dane. End of The Knight's Move by Katharine, Fullerton, Gerould.
The Brothers by Louisa May Alcott. Cast of Characters.
Dr. Frank, read by Greg Giordano.
Bob, read by Larry Wilson.
Captain Fairfax, read by Brian Fullen.
A Soldier Boy, read by Alan Mapstone.
A Mother, read by Winifred Assman.
Miss Dane, read by Shrimpfish. Dr. Frank came in as I sat sewing up the rents in an old shirt, that Tom might go tidily to his grave. New shirts were needed for the living, and there was no wife or mother to
dress him handsome when he went to meet the Lord,
as one woman said, describing the fine funeral she had pinched herself to give her son.
Miss Dane, I'm in a quandary,
began the doctor, with that expression of countenance which says as plainly as words,
I want to ask a favour, but I wish you'd save me the trouble.
Can I help you out of it?
Faith, I don't like to propose it, but you certainly can, if you please.
Then give it a name, I beg.
You see, a reb has just been brought in crazy with typhoid. A bad case every way. A drunken, rascally little captain somebody took the trouble to capture, but whom nobody wants to take the trouble to cure. The wards are full, the ladies worked to death, and willing to be for our own boys, but rather slow to risk their lives for a reb. Now you've had the fever. You like queer patients. Your mate will see to your ward for a while, and I will find you a good attendant. The fellow won't last long, I fancy, but he can't die without some sort of care, you know. I've put him in the 4th story of the west wing, away from the rest. It is airy, quiet, and comfortable there. I'm on that ward, and will do my best for you in every way. Now then, will you go?
Of course I will, out of perversity, if not common charity, for some of these people think that because I'm an abolitionist, I am also a heathen, and I should rather like to show them that, though I cannot quite love my enemies, I'm willing to take care of them.
Very good. I thought you'd go. And speaking of abolition, reminds me that you can have a contraband for servant, if you like. It is that fine mulatto fellow who was found burying his rebel master after the fight, and, being badly cut over the head, our boys brought him along. Will you have him?
By all means, for I'll stand to my guns on that point, as on the other. These black boys are far more faithful and handy than some of the white scamps given me to serve, instead of being served by. But is this man well enough?
Yes, for that sort of work, and I think you'll like him. He must have been a handsome fellow before he got his face slashed. Not much darker than myself. His master's son, I dare say. And the white blood makes him rather high and haughty about some things. He was in a bad way when he came in, but vowed he'd die in the street rather than turn in with the black fellows below. So I put him up in the west wing to be out of the way, and he's seen to the captain all the morning. When can you go up?
As soon as Tom is laid out, Skinner moved, Haywood washed, Marble dressed, Charlie rubbed, Downs taken up him laid down, and the whole 40 fed. We both laughed, though the doctor was on his way to the dead house, and I held a shroud on my lap. But in a hospital one learns that cheerfulness is one's salvation, for, in an atmosphere of suffering and death, heaviness of heart would soon paralyze usefulness of hand, if the blessed gift of smiles had been denied us. In an hour I took possession of my new charge, finding a dissipated-looking boy of 19 or 20 raving in the solitary little room, with no one near him but the contraband in the room adjoining. feeling decidedly more interest in the black man than in the white, yet remembering the doctor's hint of his being
high and haughty.
I glanced furtively at him as I scattered chloride of lime about the room to purify the air, and settled matters to suit myself. I had seen many contrabands, but never one so attractive as this. All colored men are called boys, even if their heads are white. This boy was 25 at least, strong-limbed and manly, and had the look of one who never had been cowed by abuse or worn with oppressive labor. He sat on his bed doing nothing. No book, no pipe, no pen or paper anywhere appeared. Yet anything less indolent or listless than his attitude and expression I never saw. Erect he sat with a hand on either knee, and his eyes fixed on the bare wall opposite, so wrapped in some absorbing thought as to be unconscious of my presence, though the door stood wide open and my movements were by no means noiseless. His face was half averted, but I instantly approved the doctor's taste, for the profile which I saw possessed all the attributes of comeliness belonging to his mixed race. He was more quadroon than mulatto, with Saxon features, Spanish complexion darkened by exposure, color in lips and cheek, waving hair, and an eye full of the passionate melancholy which, in such men, always seems to utter a mute protest against the broken law that doomed them at their birth. What could he be thinking of? The sick boy cursed and raved. I rustled to and fro. Steps passed the door, bells rang, and the steady rumble of army wagons came up from the street. Still he never stirred. I had seen colored people in what they call the black sulks, when, for days, they neither smiled nor spoke, and scarcely ate. But this was something more than that, for the man was not dully brooding over some small grievance. He seemed to see an all-absorbing fact or fancy recorded on the wall, which was a blank to me. I wondered if it were some deep wrong or sorrow, kept alive by memory and impotent regret. If he mourned for the dead master to whom he had been faithful to the end, or if the liberty now his were robbed of half its sweetness by the knowledge that someone near and dear to him still languished in the hell from which he had escaped. My heart quite warmed to him at that idea. I wanted to know and comfort him, and, following the impulse of the moment, I went in and touched him on the shoulder. In an instant the man vanished and the slave appeared. Freedom was too new a boon to have wrought its blessed changes yet, and as he started up, with his hand at his temple, and an obsequious
"Yes, ma'am,"
any romance that had gathered round him fled away, leaving the saddest of all sad facts in living guise before me. Not only did the manhood seem to die out of him, but the comeliness that first attracted me, for, as he turned, I saw the ghastly wound that had laid open cheek and forehead. Being partly healed, it was no longer bandaged, but held together with strips of that transparent plaster which I never see without a shiver and swift recollections of scenes with which it is associated in my mind. Part of his black hair had been shorn away, and one eye was nearly closed. Pain so distorted, and the cruel sabre cut so marred that portion of his face that, when I saw it, I felt as if a fine metal had been suddenly reversed, showing me a far more striking type of human suffering and wrong than Michelangelo's bronze prisoner. By one of those inexplicable processes that often teach us how little we understand ourselves, my purpose was suddenly changed, and though I went in to offer comfort as a friend, I merely gave an order as a mistress. "Will you open these windows? This man needs more air." He obeyed at once, and, as he slowly urged up the unruly sash, the handsome profile was again turned toward me, and again I was possessed by my first impression so strongly that I involuntarily said, "Thank you, sir." Perhaps it was fancy, but I thought that in the look of mingled surprise and something like reproach which he gave me there was also a trace of grateful pleasure. But he said, in that tone of spiritless humility these poor souls learn so soon,
"I ain't a white man, ma'am. I'm a contraband."
"Yes, I know it, But a contraband is a free man, and I heartily congratulate you." He liked that. His face shone, he squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and looked me full in the eye with a brisk
Thank ye, ma'am. Anything more to do for you?
"Dr. Franck thought you would help me with this man, as there are many patients and few nurses or attendants. Have you had the fever?"
No, ma'am.
"They should have thought of that when they put him here. Wounds and fevers should not be together. I'll try to get you moved." He laughed a sudden laugh. If he had been a white man, I should have called it scornful. As he was a few shades darker than myself, I suppose it must be considered an insolent, or, at least, an unmannerly one.
It don't matter, ma'am. I'd rather be up here with the fever than down with those niggers, and there ain't no other place for me."
Poor fellow, that was true. No ward in all the hospital would take him in to lie side by side with the most miserable white wreck there. Like the bat in Aesop's fable, he belonged to neither race, and the pride of one, the helplessness of the other, kept him hovering alone in the twilight a great sin has brought to overshadow the whole land. "You shall stay then, for I would far rather have you than any lazy Jack. But are you well and strong enough?"
I guess I'll do, ma'am.
He spoke with a passive sort of acquiescence, as if it did not much matter if he were not able, and no one would particularly rejoice if he were. "Yes, I think you will. By what name shall I call you?"
Bob, ma'am."
Every woman has her pet whim. One of mine was to teach the men self-respect by treating them respectfully. Tom, Dick, and Harry would pass, when lads rejoiced in those familiar abbreviations. But to address men, often old enough to be my father, in that style, did not suit my old-fashioned ideas of propriety. This Bob would never do. I should have found it as easy to call the chaplain Gus as my tragical-looking contraband by a title so strongly associated with the tail of a kite. "What is your other name?" I asked. I like to call my attendants by their last names rather than by their first.
"I've got no other, ma'am. We have our master's names, or do without. Mine's dead, and I won't have anything of his about me."
"Well, I'll call you Robert then, and you may fill this pitcher for me, if you will be so kind." He went, but through all the tame obedience years of servitude had taught him, I could see that the proud spirit his father gave him was not yet subdued. For the look and gesture with which he repudiated his master's name were a more effective declaration of independence than any 4th of July orator could have prepared. We spent a curious week together. Robert seldom left his room, except upon my errands, and I was a prisoner all day, often all night, by the bedside of the rebel. The fever burned itself rapidly away, for there seemed little vitality to feed it in the feeble frame of this old young man, whose life had been none of the most righteous, judging from the revelations made by his unconscious lips, since more than once Robert authoritatively silenced him, when my gentler bushings were of no avail, and blasphemous wanderings or ribald camp songs made my cheeks burn, and Robert's face assume an aspect of disgust. The captain was a gentleman in the world's eye, but the contraband was the gentleman in mine. I was a fanatic, and that accounts for such depravity of taste, I hope. I never asked Robert of himself, feeling that somewhere there was a spot still too sore to bear the lightest touch. But, from his language, manner, and intelligence, I inferred that his colour had procured for him the few advantages within the reach of a quick-witted, kindly treated slave. Silent, grave, and thoughtful, but most serviceable was my contraband. Glad of the books I brought him, faithful in the performance of the duties I assigned to him, grateful for the friendliness I could not but feel and show toward him. Often I longed to ask what purpose was so visibly altering his aspect with such daily deepening gloom, but I never dared, and no one else had either time or desire to pry into the past of this specimen of one branch of the chivalrous FFVs. On the 7th night, Dr. Franck suggested that
"It would be well for someone besides the general watchman of the ward, to be with the captain, as it might be his last.
Although the greater part of the 2 preceding nights had been spent there, of course I offered to remain, for there is a strange fascination in these scenes, which renders one careless of fatigue and unconscious of fear until the crisis is past.
Give him water as long as he can drink, and if he drops into a natural sleep, it may save him. I'll look in at midnight, when some change will probably take place. Nothing but sleep or a miracle will keep him now. Good night."
Away went the doctor, and, devouring a whole mouthful of grapes, I lowered the lamp, wet the captain's head, and sat down on a hard stool to begin my watch. The captain lay with his hot, haggard face turned toward me, filling the air with his poisonous breath, and feebly muttering with lips and tongue so parched that the sanest speech would have been difficult to understand. Robert was stretched on his bed in the inner room, the door of which stood ajar, that a fresh draught from his open window might carry the fever fumes away through mine. I could just see a long, dark figure, with the lighter outline of a face, and, having little else to do just then, I fell to thinking of this curious contraband, who evidently prized his freedom highly, yet seemed in no haste to enjoy it. Dr. Franck had offered to send him on to safer quarters, but he had said,
"No, thank you, sir, not yet,"
and then had gone away to fall into one of those black moods of his, which began to disturb me because I had no power to lighten them. As I sat listening to the clocks from the steeples all about us, I amused myself with planning Robert's future, as I often did my own, and had dealt out to him a generous hand of trumps wherewith to play this game of life, which hitherto had gone so cruelly against him, when a harsh, choked voice called,
"Lucy."
It was the captain, and some new terror seemed to have gifted him with momentary strength. "Yes, here's Lucy," I answered, hoping that by following the fancy I might quiet him, for his face was damp with the clammy moisture, and his frame shaken with the nervous tremor that so often precedes death. His dull eye fixed upon me, dilating with a bewildered look of incredulity and wrath, till he broke out fiercely,
"That's a lie. She's dead, and so is Bob. Damn him."
Finding speech a failure, I began to sing the quiet tune that had often soothed delirium like this, but hardly had the line, "See gentle patience smile on pain," passed my lips when he clutched me by the wrist, whispering like one in mortal fear,
"Hush! She used to sing that way to Bob, but she never would to me. I swore I'd whip the devil out of her, and I did. But you know, before she cut her throat, she said she'd haunt me, and there she is."
He pointed behind me with an aspect of such pale dismay that I involuntarily glanced over my shoulder and started as if I had seen a veritable ghost, for, peering from the gloom of that inner room, I saw a shadowy face, with dark hair all about it, and a glimpse of scarlet at the throat. An instant showed me that it was only Robert, leaning from his bed's foot, wrapped in a grey army blanket, with his red shirt just visible above it, and his long hair disordered by sleep. But what a strange expression was on his face! The unmarred side was toward me, fixed and motionless as when I first observed it, less absorbed now, but more intent. His eye glittered, his lips were apart like one who listened with every sense, and his whole aspect reminded me of a hound to which some wind had brought the scent of unsuspected prey. "Do you know him, Robert? Does he mean you?"
"Oh, Lord, no, ma'am. They all own half a dozen Bobs. But hearing my name woke me, that's all."
He spoke quite naturally and lay down again, while I returned to my charge, thinking that this paroxysm was probably his last. But by another hour I perceived a hopeful change, for the tremor had subsided, the cold dew was gone, his breathing was more regular, and sleep, the healer, had descended to save him or take him gently away. Dr. Franck looked in at midnight, bade me keep all cool and quiet, and not fail to administer a certain draught as soon as the captain woke. Very much relieved, I laid my head on my arms, uncomfortably folded on the little table, and fancied I was about to perform one of the feats which practice renders possible, sleeping with one eye open, as we say, a half-and-half doze, for all senses sleep but that of hearing. The faintest murmur, sigh, or motion will break it, and give one back one's wits, much brightened by the permission to stand at ease. On this night the experiment was a failure, for previous vigils, confinement, and much care had rendered naps a dangerous indulgence. Having roused half a dozen times in an hour to find all quiet, I dropped my heavy head on my arms, and drowsily resolving to look up again in 15 minutes, fell fast asleep. The striking of a deep-voiced clock woke me with a start. "That is one," thought I, but to my dismay 2 more strokes followed, and in remorseful haste I sprang up to see what harm my long oblivion had done. A strong hand put me back into my seat, and held me there. It was Robert. The instant my eye met his, my heart began to beat, and all along my nerves tingled that electric flash which foretells a danger that we cannot see. He was very pale, his mouth grim, and both eyes full of sombre fire, for even the wounded one was open now, all the more sinister for the deep scar above and below, but his touch was steady, his voice quiet, as he said,
"Sit still, ma'am. I won't hurt you, nor even scare you if I can help it. But you're waked too soon."
"Let me go, Robert. The captain is stirring. I must give him something."
"No, ma'am, you can't stir an inch. Look here."
Holding me with one hand, with the other he took up the glass in which I had left the draught, and showed me it was empty. "Has he taken it?" I asked, more and more bewildered.
"I flung it out a winder, ma'am. You'll have to do without."
"But why, Robert? Why did you do it?"
"Because I hate him."
Impossible to doubt the truth of that. His whole face showed it, as he spoke through his set teeth, and launched a fiery glance at the unconscious captain. I could only hold my breath and stare blankly at him, wondering what mad act was coming next. I suppose I shook and turned white, as women have a foolish habit of doing when sudden danger daunts them. For Robert released my arm, sat down upon the bedside just in front of me, and said, with the ominous quietude that made me cold to see and hear,
"Don't you be frightened, ma'am. Don't try to run away, for the door's locked and the key in my pocket. Don't you cry out, for you'd have to scream a long while, with my hand on your mouth, before you was heard. Be still, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do."
Lord help us! He has taken the fever in some sudden violent way, and is out of his head. I must humour him till someone comes. In pursuance of which swift determination I tried to say, quite composedly, "I will be still and hear you. But open the window. Why did you shut it?"
"I'm sorry I can't do it, ma'am. You'd jump out or call if I did, and I'm not ready yet. I shut it to make your sleep, and heat would do it quicker than anything else I could do."
The captain moved and feebly muttered,
"Water."
Instinctively I rose to give it to him, but the heavy hand came down upon my shoulder, and in the same decided tone Robert said,
"The water went with the physic. I'll let him call."
"Do let me go to him. He'll die without care."
"I mean he shall. Don't you interfere if you're pleased, ma'am."
In spite of his quiet tone and respectful manner, I saw murder in his eyes, and turned faint with fear. Yet the fear excited me, and, hardly knowing what I did, I seized the hands that had seized me, crying, "No, no, you shall not kill him. It is base to hurt a helpless man. Why do you hate him? He is not your master."
"He's my brother."
I felt that answer from head to foot, and seemed to fathom what was coming, with a prescience vague but unmistakable. One appeal was left to me, and I made it. Robert, tell me what it means. Do not commit a crime and make me accessory to it. There is a better way of fighting wrong than by violence. Let me help you find it." My voice trembled as I spoke, and I heard the frightened flutter of my heart. So did he, and if any little act of mine had ever won affection or respect from him, the memory of it served me then. He looked down and seemed to put some question to himself. Whatever it was, the answer was in my favour, for when his eyes rose again, they were gloomy but not desperate.
"I will tell you, ma'am, but mind this makes no difference. The boy is mine. I'll give the Lord a chance to take him first. If he don't, I shall."
"Oh, no! Remember, he is your brother." An unwise speech. I felt it as it passed my lips, for a black frown gathered on Robert's face, and his strong hands closed with an ugly sort of grip. But he did not touch the poor soul gasping there before him, and seemed content to let the slow suffocation of that stifling room end his frail life.
"I'm not like to forget that, ma'am, when I've been thinking of it all this week. I knew him when they fetched him in, and would have done it long before this, but I wanted to ask where Lucy was. He knows. He told tonight, and now he's done for."
"Who is Lucy?" I asked hurriedly, intent on keeping his mind busy with any thought but murder. With one of the swift transitions of a mixed temperament like his, at my question, Robert's deep eyes filled. The clenched hands were spread before his face, and all I heard were the broken words.
"My wife. He took her."
In that instant every thought of fear was swallowed up in burning indignation for the wrong, and a perfect passion of pity for the desperate man so tempted to avenge an injury for which there seemed no redress but this. He was no longer slave or contraband. No drop of black blood marred him in my sight, but an infinite compassion yearned to save, to help, to comfort him. Words seemed so powerless, I offered none, only put my hand on his poor head, wounded, homeless, bowed down with grief for which I had no cure, and softly smoothed the long neglected hair, pitifully wondering the while where was the wife who must have loved this tender-hearted man so well. The captain moaned again, and faintly whispered, but I never stirred. God forgive me. Just then I hated him as only a woman thinking of a sister woman's wrong could hate. Robert looked up. His eyes were dry again, his mouth grim. I saw that, said, "Tell me more." And he did, for sympathy is a gift the poorest may give, the proudest stoop to receive.
"You see, ma'am, his father, I might say ours, if I warn't ashamed of both of 'em. His father died 2 years ago, and left us all to Master Ned. That's him here, 18 then. He always hated me. I look so like old master. He don't, only the light skin and hair. Old master was kind to all of us, me specially, and bought Lucy off the next plantation down there in South Carolina, when he found I liked her. I married her all I could, ma'am. It warn't much, but we was true to one another till Master Ned came home a year after and made hell for both of us. He sent my old mother to be used up in his rice swamp in Georgy. He found me with my pretty Lucy, and though young miss cried, and I prayed to him on my knees, and Lucy run away, he wouldn't have no mercy. He brought her back and took her, ma'am."
"Oh, what did you do?" I cried, hot with helpless pain and passion. How the man's outraged heart sent the blood flaming up into his face and deepened the tones of his impetuous voice as he stretched his arm across the bed, saying, with a terribly expressive gesture,
"I have murdered him, and tonight I'll finish."
Yes, yes, but go on now. What came next?" He gave me a look that showed no white man could have felt a deeper degradation in remembering and confessing these last acts of brotherly oppression.
"They whipped me till I couldn't stand, and then they sold me further south. You thought I was a white man once. Look here."
With a sudden wrench he tore the shirt from neck to waist, and on his strong brown shoulders showed me furrows deeply ploughed, wounds which, though healed, were ghastlier to me than any in that house. I could not speak to him, and, with a pathetic dignity a great grief lends the humblest sufferer, he ended his brief tragedy by simply saying,
"That's all. Ma'am, I've never seen her since, and now I never shall in this world. Maybe not in t'other."
"But, Robert, why think her dead? The captain was wandering when he said those sad things. Perhaps he will retract them when he is sane. Don't despair. Don't give up yet."
"No, ma'am, I guess he's right. She was too proud to bear that long. It's like her to kill herself. I told her to if there was no other way. And she always minded me, Lucy did. Oh, my poor girl. Oh, it warn't right. No, by God, it warn't."
As the memory of this bitter wrong, this double bereavement, burned in his sore heart, the devil that lurks in every strong man's blood leaped up. He put his hand upon his brother's throat, and watching the white face before him, muttered low between his teeth,
"I'm letting him go too easy. There's no pain in this. We ain't even yet. I wish he knew me, Master Ned. It's Bob. Where's Lucy?"
From the captain's lips there came a long, faint sigh, and nothing but a flutter of the eyelids showed that he still lived. A strange stillness filled the room as the elder brother held the younger's life suspended in his hand, while wavering between a dim hope and a deadly hate. In the whirl of thoughts that went on in my brain, only one was clear enough to act upon. I must prevent murder, if I could. But how? What could I do up there alone, locked in with a dying man and a lunatic? For any mind yielded utterly to any unrighteous impulse is mad while the impulse rules it. Strength I had not, nor much courage, neither time nor wit for stratagem, and chance only could bring me help before it was too late. But one weapon I possessed, a tongue, often the woman's best defense, and sympathy, stronger than fear, gave me power to use it. What I said, heaven only knows, but surely heaven helped me. Words burned on my lips, tears streamed from my eyes, and some good angel prompted me to use the one name that had power to arrest my hearer's hand and touch his heart. For at that moment I heartily believed that Lucy lived, and this earnest faith roused in him a like belief. He listened with the lowering look of one in whom brute instinct was sovereign for the time, a look that makes the noblest countenance base. He was but a man, a poor, untaught, outcast, outraged man. Life had few joys for him. The world offered him no honors, no success, no home, no love. What future would this crime mar? And why should he deny himself that sweet, yet bitter morsel called revenge? How many white men, with all New England's freedom, culture, Christianity, would not have felt as he felt then? Should I have reproached him for a human anguish, a human longing for redress, all now left him from the ruin of his few poor hopes? Who had taught him that self-control, self-sacrifice are attributes that make men masters of the earth and lift them nearer heaven? Should I have urged the beauty of forgiveness, the duty of devout submission? He had no religion, for he was no saintly Uncle Tom, and slavery's black shadow seemed to darken all the world to him and shut out God. Should I have warned him of penalties, of judgments, and the potency of law? What did he know of justice, or the mercy that should temper that stern virtue, when every law, human and divine, had been broken on his hearthstone? Should I have tried to touch him by appeals to filial duty, to brotherly love? How had his appeals been answered? What memories had father and brother stored up in his heart to plead for either now? No. All these influences, these associations, would have proved worse than useless, had I been calm enough to try them. I was not, But instinct, subtler than reason, showed me the one safe clue by which to lead this troubled soul from the labyrinth in which it groped and nearly fell. When I paused, breathless, Robert turned to me, asking, as if human assurances could strengthen his faith in divine omnipotence,
"Do you believe if I let Master Ned live, the Lord will give me back my Lucy?"
"As surely as there is a Lord, you will find her here, or in the beautiful hereafter, where there is no black or white, no master and no slave." He took his hand from his brother's throat, lifted his eyes from my face to the wintry sky beyond, as if searching for that blessed country, happier even than the happy North. Alas, it was the darkest hour before the dawn. There was no star above, no light below but the pale glimmer of the lamp that showed the brother who had made him desolate. Like a blind man who believes there is a sun, yet cannot see it, he shook his head, let his arms drop nervously upon his knees, and sat there dumbly asking that question which many a soul whose faith is firmer fixed than his has asked in hours less dark than this.
"Where is God?"
I saw the tide had turned, and strenuously tried to keep this rudderless lifeboat from slipping back into the whirlpool wherein it had been so nearly lost. "I have listened to you, Robert. Now hear me, and heed what I say, because my heart is full of pity for you, full of hope for your future, and a desire to help you now. I want you to go away from here, from the temptation of this place, and the sad thoughts that haunt it. You have conquered yourself once, and I honor you for it, because the harder the battle, the more glorious the victory. But it is safer to put a greater distance between you and this man. I will write you letters, give you money, and send you to good old Massachusetts to begin your new life a free man. Yes, and a happy man. For when the captain is himself again, I will learn where Lucy is, and move heaven and earth to find and give her back to you. Will you do this, Robert?" Slowly, very slowly, the answer came, for the purpose of a week, perhaps a year, was hard to relinquish in an hour.
"Yes, ma'am, I will."
"Good. Now you are the man I thought you, and I'll work for you with all my heart. You need sleep, my poor fellow. Go, and try to forget. The captain is still alive, and as yet you are spared the sin. No, don't look there. I'll care for him. Come, Robert, for Lucy's sake." Thank heaven for the immortality of love, for when all other means of salvation failed, a spark of this vital fire softened the man's iron will until a woman's hand could bend it. He let me take from him the key, let me draw him gently away and lead him to the solitude which now was the most healing balm I could bestow. Once in his little room, he fell down on his bed and lay there, as if spent with the sharpest conflict of his life. I slipped the bolt across his door, and unlocked my own, flung up the window, steadied myself with a breath of air, then rushed to Dr. Franck. He came, and till dawn we worked together, saving one brother's life, and taking earnest thought how best to secure the other's liberty. When the sun came up, as blithely as if it shone only upon happy homes, the doctor went to Robert. For an hour I heard the murmur of their voices. Once I caught the sound of heavy sobs, and for a time a reverent hush, as if in the silence that good man were ministering to soul as well as sense. When he departed, he took Robert with him, pausing to tell me he should get him off as soon as possible, but not before we met again. Nothing more was seen of them all day. Another surgeon came to see the captain, and another attendant came to fill the empty place. I tried to rest, but could not, with the thought of poor Lucy tugging at my heart, and was soon back at my post again, anxiously hoping that my contraband had not been too hastily spirited away. Just as night fell, there came a tap, and opening, I saw Robert literally clothed and in his right mind. The doctor had replaced the ragged suit with tidy garments, and no trace of that tempestuous night remained but deeper lines upon the forehead, and the docile look of a repentant child. He did not cross the threshold, did not offer me his hand, only took off his cap, saying, with a traitorous falter in his voice,
God bless you, ma'am. I'm going.
I put out both my hands and held his fast. Goodbye, Robert. Keep up good heart, and when I come home to Massachusetts we'll meet in a happier place than this. Are you quite ready? Quite comfortable for your journey?
Yes, ma'am, yes. The doctor's fixed everything. I'm going with a friend of his. My papers are all right, and I'm as happy as I can be till I find...
He stopped there, then went on with a glance into the room.
I'm glad I didn't do it, and I thank you, ma'am, for hindering me. Thank you hearty, but I'm afraid I hate him just the same.
Of course he did, and so did I, for these faulty hearts of ours cannot turn perfect in a night, but need frost and fire, wind and rain, to ripen and make them ready for the great harvest home. Wishing to divert his mind, I put my poor mite into his hand, and, remembering the magic of a certain little book, I gave him mine, on whose dark cover whitely shone the Virgin Mother and the Child, the grand history of whose life the book contained. The money went into Robert's pocket with a grateful murmur, the book into his bosom with a long look, and a tremulous,
I never saw my baby, ma'am.
I broke down then, and though my eyes were too dim to see, I felt the touch of lips upon my hands, heard the sound of departing feet, and knew my contraband was gone. When one feels an intense dislike, the less one says about the subject of it, the better. Therefore I shall merely record that the captain lived. In time was exchanged, and that, whoever the other party was, I am convinced the government got the best of the bargain. But long before this occurred, I had fulfilled my promise to Robert, for as soon as my patient recovered strength of memory enough to make his answer trustworthy, I asked, without any circumlocution, Captain Fairfax, where is Lucy? And, too feeble to be angry, surprised, or insincere, he straightway answered,
Dead, Miss Dane.
And she killed herself when you sold Bob?
How the devil did you know that?
He muttered, with an expression half remorseful, half amazed, but I was satisfied, and said no more. Of course this went to Robert, waiting far away there in a lonely home, waiting, working, hoping for his Lucy. It almost broke my heart to do it, but delay was weak, deceit was wicked, so I sent the heavy tidings, and very soon the answer came. Only 3 lines, but I felt that the sustaining power of the man's life was gone.
I thought I'd never see her any more. I'm glad to know she's out of trouble. I thank you, ma'am, and if they let us, I'll fight for yer till I'm killed, which I hope won't be for long.
6 months later he had his wish, and kept his word. Everyone knows the story of the attack on Fort Wagner, but we should not tire yet of recalling how our 54th, spent with 3 sleepless nights, a day's fast, and a march under the July sun, stormed the fort as night fell, facing death in many shapes, following their brave leaders through a fiery rain of shot and shell, fighting valiantly for God and Governor Andrew. How the regiment that went into action, 700 strong, came out having had nearly half its number captured, killed, or wounded, leaving their young commander to be buried, like a chief of earlier times, with his bodyguard around him, faithful to the death. Surely the insult turns to honor, and the wide grave needs no monument but the heroism that consecrates it in our sight. Surely the hearts that held him nearest see through their tears a noble victory in the seeming sad defeat. And surely God's benediction was bestowed when this loyal soul answered, as death called the roll, Lord, here I am with the brothers thou hast given me. The future must show how well that fight was fought, for though Fort Wagner still defies us, public prejudice is down, and through the cannon smoke of that black night the manhood of the colored race shines before many eyes that would not see, rings in many ears that would not hear, wins many hearts that would not hitherto believe. When the news came that we were needed, there was none so glad as I to leave teaching contrabands, the new work I had taken up, and go to nurse our boys, as my dusky flock so proudly called the wounded of the 54th. Feeling more satisfaction as I assumed my big apron and turned up my cuffs than if dressing for the President's levee, I fell to work on board the hospital ship in Hilton Head Harbor. The scene was most familiar, and yet strange, for only dark faces looked up at me from the pallets so thickly laid along the floor, and I missed the sharp accent of my Yankee boys and the slower, softer voices calling cheerily to one another, or answering my questions with a shout, "We'll never give it up, ma'am, till the last Reb's dead," or, "If our people's free, we can afford to die." Passing from bed to bed, intent on making one pair of hands do the work of three, at least, I gradually washed, fed, and bandaged my way down the long line of sable heroes, and, coming to the very last, found that he was my contraband. So old, so worn, so deathly weak and wan, I never should have known him but for the deep scar on his cheek. That side lay uppermost, and caught my eye at once, but even then I doubted. Such an awful change had come upon him, when, turning to the ticket just above his head, I saw the name, Robert Dane, that both assured and touched me, for, remembering that he had no name, I knew that he had taken mine. I longed for him to speak to me, to tell me how he fared since I lost sight of him, and let me perform some little service for him in return for many he had done for me. But he seemed asleep, and as I stood reliving that strange night again, a bright lad, who lay next him softly waving an old fan across both beds, looked up and said,
"I guess you know him, ma'am."
"You are right. Do you?"
"As much as anyone was able to, ma'am."
"Why do you say was, as if the man were dead and gone?"
"I suppose because I know he'll have to go. He's got a bad jab in the breast and is bleeding inside, the doctor says. He don't suffer any, only gets weaker and weaker every minute. I've been fanning him a long while, and he's talked a little, but he don't know me now, so he's most gone, I guess."
There was so much sorrow and affection in the boy's face that I remembered something, and asked, with redoubled interest, "Are you the one that brought him off? I was told about a boy who nearly lost his life in saving that of his mate." I dare say the young fellow blushed, as any modest lad might have done. I could not see it, but I heard the chuckle of satisfaction that escaped him, as he glanced from his shattered arm and bandaged side to the pale figure opposite.
"Lord, ma'am, that's nothing. We boys always stand by one another, and I weren't going to leave him to be tormented any more by them cussed Rebs. He's been a slave once, though he don't look half so much like it as me, and I was born in Boston."
He did not, for the speaker was as black as the ace of spades. Being a sturdy specimen, the knave of clubs would perhaps be a fitter representative, but the dark freeman looked at the white slave with the pitiful, yet puzzled expression I have so often seen on the faces of our wisest men, when this tangled question of slavery presents itself, asking to be cut or patiently undone. "Tell me what you know of this man, for, even if he were awake, he is too weak to talk."
"I never saw him till I joined the regiment, and no one appeared to have got much out of him. He was a shut-up sort of fellow, and didn't seem to care for anything but getting at the Rebs. Some say he was the first man of us that enlisted. I know he fretted till we were off, and when we pitched into old Wagner he talked like the devil."
"Were you with him when he was wounded? How was it?"
"Yes, ma'am. There was something queer about it, for he 'peared to know the chap that killed him, and the chap knew him. I don't dare to ask, but I guess one owned the other sometime, for when they clinched, the chap sung out, 'Bob,' and Dane, 'Master Ned,' and then they went at it."
I sat down suddenly, for the old anger and compassion struggled in my heart, and I both longed and feared to hear what was to follow.
You see, when the Colonel, Lord keep him and send him back to us, it ain't certain yet, you know, ma'am, though it's 2 days ago we lost him. Well, when the Colonel shouted, 'Rush on, boys, rush on,' Dane tore away as if he was going to take the fort alone. I was next to him and kept close as we went through the ditch and up the wall. Aye, weren't that a rusher?"
And the boy flung up his well arm with a whoop, as if the mere memory of that stirring moment came over him in a gust of irrepressible excitement. "Were you afraid?" I said, asking the question women often put, and receiving the answer they seldom fail to get.
"No, ma'am."
Emphasis on the ma'am.
"I never thought of anything but the damn Rebs that scalp, slash, and cut our ears off when they get us. I was bound to let daylight into one of 'em at least, and I did. Hope he liked it."
"It is evident that you did, and I don't blame you in the least. Now, go on about Robert, for I should be at work."
"He was one of the first up. I was just behind, and though the whole thing happened in a minute. I remember how it was, for all I was yelling and knocking around like mad. Just where we were, some sort of an officer was waving his sword and cheering on his men. Dane saw him by a big flash that come by. He flung away his gun, give a leap, and went at the feller as if he was Jeff, Beauregard, and Lee all in one. I scrabbled after as quick as I could, but was only up in time to see him get the sword straight through him and drop into the ditch. You needn't ask what I did next, ma'am, for I don't quite know myself. All I'm clear about is that I managed somehow to pitch that Reb into the fort as dead as Moses, get hold of Dane, and bring him off. Poor old feller. We said we went in to live or die. He said he went in to die, and he's done it."
I had been intently watching the excited speaker, but as he regretfully added those last words, I turned again, and Robert's eyes met mine. Those melancholy eyes, so full of an intelligence that proved he had heard, remembered, and reflected with that preternatural power which often outlives all other faculties. He knew me, yet gave no greeting, was glad to see a woman's face, yet had no smile wherewith to welcome it, felt that he was dying, yet uttered no farewell. He was too far across the river to return or linger now. Departing thought, strength, breath, were spent in one grateful look, one murmur of submission to the last pang he could never feel. His lips moved, and, bending to them, a whisper chilled my cheek, as it shaped the broken words.
"I would have done it, but it's better so. I'm satisfied."
Ah, well he might be, for, as he turned his face from the shadow of the life that was, the sunshine of the life to be touched it with a beautiful content, and in the drawing of a breath, by contraband, found wife and home, eternal liberty, and God. End of The Brothers by Louisa May Alcott.
The Adventure of the Speckled Band by Arthur Conan Doyle. Cast of Characters: Dr. John Watson, read by Brian Fullerton.
Sherlock Holmes, read by Todd.
Helen Stoner, read by Wendy Katz Hiller.
Julia Stoner, read by Maybe Cordelia.
Dr. Grimesby Roylott, read by Greg Giordano.
Driver, read by Brian Fullerton. On glancing over my notes of the 70-odd cases in which I have, during the last 8 years, studied the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I find many tragic, some comic, a large number merely strange, but none commonplace. for working as he did rather for the love of his art than for the acquirement of wealth, he refused to associate himself with any investigation which did not tend towards the unusual and even the fantastic. Of all these varied cases, however, I cannot recall any which presented more singular features than that which was associated with the well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran. The events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. It is possible that I might have placed them upon record before, but a promise of secrecy was made at the time, from which I have only been freed during the last month by the untimely death of the lady to whom the pledge was given. It is perhaps as well that the facts should now come to light, for I have reasons to know that there are widespread rumours as to the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott, which tend to make the matter even more terrible than the truth. It was in early April in the year 83 that I woke one morning to find Sherlock Holmes standing fully dressed by the side of my bed. He was a late riser, as a rule, and as the clock on the mantelpiece showed me that it was only 7:15, I blinked up at him in some surprise, and perhaps just a little resentment, for I was myself regular in my habits.
"Very sorry to knock you up, Watson,"
said he,
"but it's the common lot this morning. Mrs. Hudson has been knocked up, she retorted upon me, and I on you."
"What is it, then? A fire?"
"No, a client. It seems that a young lady has arrived in a considerable state of excitement, who insists upon seeing me. She is waiting now in the sitting-room. Now, when young ladies wander about the metropolis at this hour of the morning, and knock sleepy people up out of their beds, I presume that it is something very pressing which they have to communicate. Should it prove to be an interesting case, you would, I am sure, wish to follow it from the outset. I thought, at any rate, that I should call you and give you the chance."
"My dear fellow, I would not miss it for anything." I had no keener pleasure than in following Holmes in his professional investigations, and in admiring the rapid deductions, as swift as intuitions, and yet always founded on a logical basis, with which he unravelled the problems which were submitted to him. I rapidly threw on my clothes, and was ready in a few minutes to accompany my friend down to the sitting-room. A lady dressed in black and heavily veiled, who had been sitting in the window, rose as we entered.
"Good morning, madam,"
said Holmes cheerily.
"My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Ah! I am glad to see that Mrs. Hudson has had the good sense to light the fire. Pray draw up to it, and I shall order you a cup of hot coffee, for I observe that you are shivering."
"It is not cold which makes me shiver,"
said the woman in a low voice, changing her seat as requested.
"What then?"
"It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror."
She raised her veil as she spoke, and we could see that she was indeed in a pitiable state of agitation, her face all drawn and grey, with restless, frightened eyes, like those of some hunted animal. Her features and figure were those of a woman of 30, but her hair was shot with premature grey, and her expression was weary and haggard. Sherlock Holmes ran her over with one of his quick, all-comprehensive glances.
"You must not fear,"
said he soothingly, bending forward and patting her forearm.
We shall soon set matters right, I have no doubt. You have come in by train this morning, I see.
You know me, then?
No, but I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You must have started early, and yet you have had a good drive in a dog-cart, along heavy roads, before you reached the station.
The lady gave a violent start and stared in bewilderment at my companion.
There is no mystery, my dear madam,
said he, smiling.
The left arm of your jacket is battered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are perfectly fresh. There is no vehicle save a dog-cart which throws up mud in that way, and then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver.
Whatever your reasons may be, you are perfectly correct,
said she.
I started from home before 6, reached Leatherhead at 20 past, and came in by the first train to Waterloo. Sir, I can stand this strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. I have no one to turn to, none, save only one who cares for me, and he, poor fellow, can be of little aid. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I have heard of you from Mrs. McIntosh, whom you helped in the hour of her sore need. It was from her that I had your address. Oh, sir, do you not think that you could help me too, and at least throw a little light through the dense darkness which surrounds me? At present, it is out of my power to reward you for your services, but in a month or 6 weeks I shall be married, with the control of my own income, and then, at least, you shall not find me ungrateful.
Holmes turned to his desk, and unlocking it, drew out a small case-book, which he consulted.
McIntosh,
said he.
Ah, yes, I recall the case. It was concerned with an opal tiara. I think it was before your time, Watson. I can only say, madam, that I shall be happy to devote the same care to your case as I did to that of your friend. As to reward, my profession is its own reward, but you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to, at the time which suits you best. And now I beg that you will lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion upon the matter.
Alas,
replied our visitor,
the very horror of my situation lies in the fact that my fears are so vague, and my suspicions depend so entirely upon small points, which might seem trivial to another, that even he to whom of all others I have a right to look for help and advice looks upon all that I tell him about it as the fancies of a nervous woman. He does not say so, but I can read it from his soothing answers and averted eyes. But I have heard, Mr. Holmes, that you can see deeply into the manifold wickedness of the human heart. You may advise me how to walk amid the dangers which encompass me.
I am all attention, madam.
My name is Helen Stoner, and I am living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, on the western border of Surrey.
Holmes nodded his head.
The name is familiar to me,
said he.
The family was at one time among the richest in England, and the estates extended over the borders into Berkshire in the north and Hampshire in the west. In the last century, however, 4 successive heirs were of a dissolute and wasteful disposition, and the family ruin was eventually completed by a gambler in the days of the Regency. Nothing was left save a few acres of ground and the 200-year-old house, which is itself crushed under a heavy mortgage. The last squire dragged out his existence there, living a horrible life of an aristocratic pauper, but his only son, my stepfather, seeing that he must adapt himself to the new conditions, obtained an advance from a relative which enabled him to take a medical degree and went out to Calcutta, where, By his professional skill and his force of character, he established a large practice. In a fit of anger, however, caused by some robberies which had been perpetrated in the house, he beat his native butler to death, and narrowly escaped a capital sentence. As it was, he suffered a long term of imprisonment, and afterwards returned to England a morose and disappointed man. When Dr. Roylott was in India, he married my mother, Mrs. Stoner, the young widow of Major General Stoner of the Bengal Artillery. My sister Julia and I were twins, and we were only 2 years old at the time of my mother's remarriage. She had a considerable sum of money, not less than £1,000 a year, and this she bequeathed to Dr. Roylott entirely while we resided with him, with a provision that a certain annual sum should be allowed to each of us in the event of our marriage. Shortly after our return to England, my mother died. She was killed 8 years ago in a railway accident near Crewe. Dr. Roylott then abandoned his attempts to establish himself in practice in London and took us to live with him in the old ancestral house at Stoke Moran. The money which my mother had left was enough for all our wants, and there seemed to be no obstacle to our happiness. But a terrible change came over our stepfather about this time. Instead of making friends and exchanging visits with our neighbours, who had at first been overjoyed to see a Roylott of Stoke Moran back in the old family seat, he shut himself up in his house and seldom came out save to indulge in ferocious quarrels with whoever might cross his path. Violence of temper approaching to mania has been hereditary in the men of the family, and in my stepfather's case it had, I believe, been intensified by his long residence in the tropics. A series of disgraceful brawls took place, 2 of which ended in the police court, until at last he became the terror of the village, and the folks would fly at his approach, for he is a man of immense strength, and absolutely uncontrollable in his anger. Last week he hurled the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream, and it was only by paying over all the money which I could gather together that I was able to avert another public exposure. He had no friends at all save the wandering gypsies, and he would give these vagabonds leave to encamp upon the few acres of bramble-covered land which represent the family estate, and would accept in return the hospitality of their tents, wandering away with them sometimes for weeks on end. He has a passion also for Indian animals, which are sent over to him by a correspondent, and he has at this moment a cheetah and a baboon, which wander freely over his grounds and are feared by the villagers almost as much as their master. You can imagine from what I say that my poor sister Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. No servant would stay with us, and for a long time we did all the work of the house. She was but 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten, even as mine has.
Your sister is dead, then?
She died just 2 years ago, and it is of her death that I wish to speak to you. You can understand that, living the life which I have described, we were little likely to see anyone of our own age and position. We had, however, an aunt, my mother's maiden sister, Miss Honoria Westvale, who lives near Harrow, and we were occasionally allowed to pay short visits at this lady's house. Julia went there at Christmas 2 years ago, and met there a half-pay major of Marines, to whom she became engaged. My stepfather learned of the engagement when my sister returned, and offered no objection to the marriage, but within a fortnight of the day which had been fixed for the wedding, the terrible event occurred which has deprived me of my only companion.
Sherlock Holmes had been leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed and his head sunk in a cushion, but he half opened his lids now and glanced across at his visitor.
Pray be precise as to details,
said he.
It is easy for me to be so, for every event of that dreadful time is seared into my memory. The manor house is, as I have already said, very old, and only one wing is now inhabited. The bedrooms in this wing are on the ground floor, the sitting rooms being in the central block of the buildings. Of these bedrooms, the first is Dr. Roylott's, the second my sister's, and the third my own. There is no communication between them, but they all open out into the same corridor. Do I make myself plain?
Perfectly so.
The windows of the 3 rooms open out upon the lawn. That fatal night, Dr. Roylott had gone to his room early, though we knew that he had not retired to rest, for my sister was troubled by the smell of the strong Indian cigars which it was his custom to smoke. She left her room, therefore, and came into mine, where she sat for some time, chatting about her approaching wedding. At 11 o'clock she rose to leave me, but she paused at the door and looked back.
"Tell me, Helen,"
said she,
"have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night?"
"Never," said I.
"I suppose that you could not possibly whistle yourself in your sleep?"
"Certainly not. But why?"
"Because during the last few nights I have always, about 3 in the morning, heard a low, clear whistle. I am a light sleeper, and it has awakened me. I cannot tell where it came from, perhaps from the next room, perhaps from the lawn. I thought that I would just ask you whether you had heard it."
"No, I have not. It must be those wretched gypsies in the plantation."
"Very likely. And yet, if it were on the lawn, I wonder that you did not hear it also."
But I sleep more heavily than you."
"Well, it is of no great consequence, at any rate."
She smiled back at me, closed my door, and a few moments later I heard the key turn in the lock.
"Indeed,"
said Holmes.
"Was it your custom always to lock yourselves in at night?"
"Always."
"And why?"
"I think that I mentioned to you that the doctor kept a cheetah and a baboon. We had no feeling of security unless our doors were locked."
"Quite so. Pray proceed with your statement."
"I could not sleep that night. A vague feeling of impending misfortune impressed me. My sister and I, you will recollect, were twins, and you know how subtle are the links which bind 2 souls which are so closely allied. It was a wild night. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was beating and splashing against the windows. Suddenly, amid all the hubbub of the gale, there burst forth the wild scream of a terrified woman. I knew that it was my sister's voice. I sprang from my bed, wrapped a shawl round me, and rushed into the corridor. As I opened my door, I seemed to hear a low whistle, such as my sister described, and a few moments later a clanging sound, as if a mass of metal had fallen. As I ran down the passage, my sister's door was unlocked, and revolved slowly upon its hinges. I stared at it, horror-stricken, not knowing what was about to issue from it. By the light of the corridor lamp, I saw my sister appear at the opening, her face blanched with terror, her hands groping for help, her whole figure swaying to and fro like that of a drunkard. I ran to her and threw my arms round her, but at that moment her knees seemed to give way, and she fell to the ground. She writhed as one who is in terrible pain, and her limbs were dreadfully convulsed. At first I thought that she had not recognized me, but as I bent over her she suddenly shrieked out in a voice which I shall never forget.
"Oh, my God! Helen! It was the band! The Speckled band!"
There was something else which she would fain have said, and she stabbed with her finger into the air in the direction of the doctor's room. But a fresh convulsion seized her and choked her words. I rushed out, calling loudly for my stepfather, and I met him hastening from his room in his dressing-gown. When he reached my sister's side, she was unconscious, and though he poured brandy down her throat and sent for medical aid from the village, all efforts were in vain, for she slowly sank and died without having recovered her consciousness. Such was the dreadful end of my beloved sister.
"One moment,"
said Holmes.
Are you sure about this whistle and metallic sound? Could you swear to it?
That was what the county coroner asked me at the inquiry. It is my strong impression that I heard it, and yet, among the crash of the gale and the creaking of an old house, I may possibly have been deceived.
Was your sister dressed?
No, she was in her nightdress. In her right hand was found the charred stump of a match. In her left, a matchbox.
Showing that she had struck a light and looked about her when the alarm took place. That is important. And what conclusions did the coroner come to?
He investigated the case with great care, for Dr. Roylott's conduct had long been notorious in the county, but he was unable to find any satisfactory cause of death. My evidence showed that the door had been fastened upon the inner side, and the windows were blocked by old-fashioned shutters with broad iron bars which were secured every night. The walls were carefully sounded, and were shown to be quite solid all around. The flooring was also thoroughly examined with the same result. The chimney is wide, but is barred up by 4 large staples. It is certain, therefore, that my sister was quite alone when she met her end. Besides, there were no marks of any violence upon her.
How about poison?
The doctors examined her for it, but without success.
What do you think that this unfortunate lady died of, then?
It is my belief that she died of pure fear and nervous shock, though what it was that frightened her I cannot imagine.
Were there gypsies in the plantation at the time?
Yes, there are nearly always some there.
Ah. And what did you gather from this allusion to a band, a speckled band?
Sometimes I have thought it was merely the wild talk of delirium. Sometimes that it may have referred to some band of people, perhaps to these very gypsies in the plantation. I do not know whether the spotted handkerchiefs which so many of them wear over their heads might have suggested the strange adjective which she used.
Holmes shook his head like a man who is far from being satisfied.
These are very deep waters,
said he.
Pray, go on with your narrative.
2 years have passed since then, and my life has been, until lately, lonelier than ever. A month ago, however, a dear friend whom I have known for many years has done me the honor to ask my hand in marriage. His name is Armitage, Percy Armitage, the second son of Mr. Armitage of Crane Water, near Reading. My stepfather has offered no opposition to the match, and we are to be married in the course of the spring. 2 days ago, some repairs were started in the west wing of the building, and my bedroom wall has been pierced, so that I have had to move into the chamber in which my sister died, and to sleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine, then, my thrill of terror when last night, as I lay awake, thinking over her terrible fate, I suddenly heard in the silence of the night the low whistle which had been the herald of her own death. I sprang up and lit the lamp, but nothing was to be seen in the room. I was too shaken to go to bed again, however, so I dressed, and as soon as it was daylight, I slipped down, got a dog-cart at the Crown Inn, which is opposite, and drove to Leatherhead, from whence I have come on this morning with the one object of seeing you and asking your advice.
You have done wisely,
said my friend.
But have you told me all?
Yes, all.
Miss Roylott, you have not. You are screening your stepfather.
Why, what do you mean?
For answer, Holmes pushed back the frill of black lace which fringed the hand that lay upon our visitor's knee. 5 little livid spots, the marks of 4 fingers and a thumb, were printed upon the white wrist.
You have been cruelly used,
said Holmes. The lady colored deeply and covered over her injured wrist.
He is a hard man,
she said,
and perhaps he hardly knows his own strength.
There was a long silence. during which Holmes leaned his chin upon his hands and stared into the crackling fire.
"This is a very deep business,"
he said at last.
"There are 1,000 details which I should desire to know before I decide upon our course of action. Yet we have not a moment to lose. If we were to come to Stoke Moran to-day, would it be possible for us to see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?"
As it happens, he spoke of coming into town today upon some most important business. It is probable that he will be away all day, and that there would be nothing to disturb you. We have a housekeeper now, but she is old and foolish, and I could easily get her out of the way.
"Excellent. You are not adverse to this trip, Watson?"
"By no means."
"Then we shall both come. What are you going to do yourself?"
I have 1 or 2 things which I would wish to do now that I am in town, but I shall return by the 12 o'clock train, so as to be there in time for your coming."
"And you may expect us early in the afternoon. I have myself some small business matters to attend to. Will you not wait and breakfast?"
"No, I must go. My heart is lightened already since I have confided my trouble to you. I shall look forward to seeing you again this afternoon."
She dropped her thick black veil over her face and glided from the room.
"And what do you think of it all, Watson?"
asked Sherlock Holmes, leaning back in his chair. "It seems to me to be a most dark and sinister business."
"Dark enough and sinister enough."
"Yet if the lady is correct in saying that the flooring and walls are sound, and that the door, window, and chimney are impassable, then her sister must have been undoubtedly alone when she met her mysterious end."
"What becomes, then, of these nocturnal whistles? And what of the very peculiar words of the dying woman?"
"I cannot think."
"When you combine the ideas of whistles at night, the presence of a band of gipsies who are on intimate terms with this old doctor, the fact that we have every reason to believe that the doctor has an interest in preventing his stepdaughter's marriage, the dying allusion to a band, and, finally, the fact that Miss Helen Stoner heard a metallic clang, which might have been caused by one of those metal bars that secured the shutters falling back into its place, I think that there is good ground to think that the mystery may be cleared along those lines."
"But what, then, did the gipsies do?"
"I cannot imagine."
"I see many objections to any such theory."
"And so do I. It is precisely for that reason that we are going to Stoke Moran this day. I want to see whether the objections are fatal, or if they may be explained away. But what in the name of the devil—"
The ejaculation had been drawn from my companion by the fact that our door had been suddenly dashed open, and that a huge man had framed himself in the aperture. His costume was a peculiar mixture of the professional and of the agricultural, having a black top hat, a long frock coat, and a pair of high gaiters, with a hunting crop swinging in his hand. So tall was he that his hat actually brushed the crossbar of the doorway, and his breadth seemed to span it across from side to side. A large face, seared with 1,000 wrinkles, burned yellow with the sun, and marked with every evil passion, was turned from one to the other of us, while his deep-set, bile-shot eyes, and his high, thin, fleshless nose gave him somewhat the resemblance to a fierce old bird of prey.
"Which of you is Holmes?"
asked this apparition.
"My name, sir. But you have the advantage of me,"
said my companion quietly.
"I am Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran."
"Indeed, doctor,"
said Holmes blandly.
"Pray take a seat."
"I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I have traced her. What has she been saying to you?
It is a little cold for the time of the year,
said Holmes.
What has she been saying to you?
Screamed the old man furiously.
But I have heard that the crocuses promise well,
continued my companion imperturbably.
Ha! You put me off, do you?
Said our new visitor, taking a step forward and shaking his hunting crop.
I know you, you scoundrel. I have heard of you before. You are Holmes the meddler.
My friend smiled.
Holmes the busybody.
His smile broadened.
Holmes the Scotland Yard jack-in-office.
Holmes chuckled heartily.
Your conversation is most entertaining,
said he.
When you go out, close the door, for there is a decided draught.
I will go when I have had my say. Don't you dare to meddle with my affairs. I know that Miss Stoner has been here. I traced her. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of. See here.
He stepped swiftly forward, seized the poker, and bent it into a curve with his huge brown hands.
See that you keep yourself out of my grip.
He snarled, and hurling the twisted poker into the fireplace, he strode out of the room.
He seems a very amiable person,
said Holmes, laughing.
I am not quite so bulky, but if he had remained, I might have shown him that my grip was not much more feeble than his own.
As he spoke, he picked up the steel poker and, with a sudden effort, straightened it out again.
Fancy his having the insolence to confound me with the official detective force. This incident gives zest to our investigation, however, and I only trust that our little friend will not suffer from her imprudence in allowing this brute to trace her. And now, Watson, we shall order breakfast, and afterwards I shall walk down to Doctors' Commons, where I hope to get some data which may help us in this matter.
It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes returned from his excursion. He held in his hand a sheet of blue paper, scrawled over with notes and figures.
I have seen the will of the deceased wife,
said he.
To determine its exact meaning, I have been obliged to work out the present prices of the investments with which it is concerned. The total income, which at the time of the wife's death was little short of £1,100, is now, through the fall in agricultural prices, not more than £750. Each daughter can claim an income of £250 in case of marriage. It is evident, therefore, that if both girls had married, this beauty would have had a mere pittance, while even one of them would cripple him to a very serious extent. My morning's work has not been wasted, since it has proved that he has the very strongest motive for standing in the way of anything of the sort. And now, Watson, this is too serious for dawdling, especially as the old man is aware that we are interesting ourselves in his affairs. So, if you are ready, we shall call a cab and drive to Waterloo. I should be very much obliged if you would slip your revolver into your pocket. And Eli's number 2 is the excellent argument with gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. That and a toothbrush, I think, are all that we need.
At Waterloo we were fortunate in catching a train for Leatherhead, where we hired a trap at the station inn and drove for 4 or 5 miles through the lovely Surrey lanes. It was a perfect day, with a bright sun and a few fleecy clouds in the heavens. The trees and wayside hedges were just throwing out their first green shoots, and the air was full of the pleasant smell of the moist earth. To me, at least, there was a strange contrast between the sweet promise of the spring and this sinister quest upon which we were engaged. My companion sat in the front of the trap. his arms folded, his hat pulled down over his eyes, and his chin sunk upon his breast, buried in the deepest thought. Suddenly, however, he started, tapped me on the shoulder, and pointed over the meadows.
"Look there,"
said he. A heavily timbered park stretched up in a gentle slope, thickening into a grove at the highest point. From amid the branches there jutted out the grey gables and high roof-tree of a very old mansion.
"Stoke Moran?"
said he. "Yes, sir, that be the house of Dr. Grimesby Roylott," remarked the driver.
"There is some building going on there,"
said Holmes.
"That is where we are going."
"There's the village," said the driver, pointing to a cluster of roofs some distance to the left. "But if you want to get to the house, you'll find it shorter to get over this stile, and so by the footpath over the fields. There 'tis, where the lady is walking."
"And the lady, I fancy, is Miss Stoner,"
observed Holmes, shading his eyes.
"Yes, I think we had better do as you suggest."
We got off, paid our fare, and the trap rattled back on its way to Leatherhead.
"I thought it as well,"
said Holmes as we climbed the stile,
"that this fellow should think we had come here as architects or on some definite business. It may stop his gossip. Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You see that we have been as good as our word."
Our client of the morning had hurried forward to meet us with a face which spoke her joy.
"I have been waiting so eagerly for you,"
she cried, shaking hands with us warmly.
"All has turned out splendidly. Dr. Roylott has gone to town, and it is unlikely that he will be back before evening."
"We have had the pleasure of making the doctor's acquaintance,"
said Holmes, and in a few words he sketched out what had occurred. Miss Stoner turned white to the lips as she listened.
"Good heavens!"
she cried.
"He has followed me, then?"
"So it appears."
"He is so cunning that I never know when I am safe from him. What will he say when he returns?"
"He must guard himself, for he may find that there is someone more cunning than himself upon his track. You must lock yourself up from him to-night. If he is violent, we shall take you away to your aunt's at Harrow. Now, we must make the best use of our time, so kindly take us at once to the rooms which we are to examine."
The building was of grey, lichen-blotched stone, with a high central portion and two curving wings, like the claws of a crab, thrown out on each side. In one of these wings the windows were broken and blocked with wooden boards, while the roof was partly caved in, a picture of ruin. The central portion was in little better repair, but the right-hand block was comparatively modern, and the blinds in the windows, with the blue smoke curling up from the chimneys, showed that this was where the family resided. Some scaffolding had been erected against the end wall, and the stonework had been broken into, but there were no signs of any workmen at the moment of our visit. Holmes walked slowly up and down the ill-trimmed lawn, and examined with deep attention the outsides of the windows.
"This, I take it, belongs to the room in which you used to sleep, the centre one to your sisters, and the one next to the main building to Dr. Roylott's chamber."
"Exactly so. But I am now sleeping in the middle one."
"Pending the alterations, as I understand. By the way, there does not seem to be any very pressing need for repairs at that end wall."
"There were none. I believed that it was an excuse to move me from my room."
"Ah, that is suggestive. Now, on the other side of this narrow wing runs the corridor from which these three rooms open. There are windows in it, of course?"
"Yes, but very small ones, too narrow for anyone to pass through."
"As you both locked your doors at night, Your rooms were unapproachable from that side. Now, would you have the kindness to go into your room and bar your shutters?"
Miss Stoner did so, and Holmes, after a careful examination through the open window, endeavoured in every way to force the shutter open, but without success. There was no slit through which a knife could be passed to raise the bar. Then with his lens he tested the hinges, but they were of solid iron, built firmly into the massive masonry. Said he, scratching his chin in some perplexity.
"My theory certainly presents some difficulties. No one could pass these shutters if they were bolted. Well, we shall see if the inside throws any light upon the matter."
A small side door led into the whitewashed corridor from which the 3 bedrooms opened. Holmes refused to examine the 3rd chamber, so we passed at once to the 2nd, that in which Miss Stoner was now sleeping, and in which her sister had met with her fate. It was a homely little room, with a low ceiling and a gaping fireplace, after the fashion of old country houses. A brown chest of drawers stood in one corner, a narrow white counterpaned bed in another, and a dressing-table on the left-hand side of the window. These articles, with 2 small wicker-work chairs, made up all the furniture in the room, save for a square of Wilton carpet in the centre. The boards round and the panelling of the walls were of brown, worm-eaten oak, so old and discoloured that it may have dated from the original building of the house. Holmes drew one of the chairs into a corner and sat silent, while his eyes travelled round and up and down, taking in every detail of the apartment.
"Where does that bell communicate with?"
he asked at last, pointing to a thick bell-rope which hung down beside the bed, the tassel actually lying upon the pillow.
"It goes to the housekeeper's room."
"It looks newer than the other things."
"Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago."
"Your sister asked for it, I suppose?"
"No, I never heard of her using it. We used always to get what we wanted for ourselves."
"Indeed. It seemed unnecessary to put so nice a bell-pull there. You will excuse me for a few minutes while I satisfy myself as to this floor."
He threw himself down upon his face with his lens in his hand, and crawled swiftly backward and forward, examining minutely the cracks between the boards. Then he did the same with the woodwork with which the chamber was panelled. Finally he walked over to the bed, and spent some time in staring at it and running his eye up and down the wall. Finally he took the bell-rope in his hand and gave it a brisk tug.
"Why, it's a dummy,"
said he.
"Won't it ring?"
"No, it is not even attached to a wire. This is very interesting. You can see now that it is fastened to a hook just above where the little opening for the ventilator is."
"How very absurd! I never noticed that before."
"Very strange,"
muttered Holmes, pulling at the rope.
"There are 1 or 2 very singular points about this room. For example, what a fool the builder must be to open a ventilator into another room, when, with the same trouble, he might have communicated with the outside air."
"That is also quite modern,"
said the lady.
"Done about the same time as the bell-rope?"
remarked Holmes.
"Yes, there were several little changes carried out about that time."
They seem to have been of a most interesting character. Dummy bell-ropes and ventilators which do not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry our researches into the inner apartment."
Dr. Grimesby Roylott's chamber was larger than that of his stepdaughter, but was as plainly furnished. A camp bed, a small wooden shelf full of books, mostly of a technical character, an arm-chair beside the bed, a plain wooden chair against the wall, a round table, and a large iron safe were the principal things which met the eye. Holmes walked slowly round and examined each and all of them with the keenest interest.
"What's in here?"
he asked, tapping the safe.
My stepfather's business papers.
"Oh, you have seen inside, then?"
Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of papers.
"There isn't a cat in it, for example?"
No, what a strange idea.
"Well, look at this."
He took up a small saucer of milk which stood on the top of it.
No, we don't keep a cat, but there is a cheetah and a baboon.
"Ah, yes, of course. Well, a cheetah is just a big cat, and yet a saucer of milk does not go very far in satisfying its wants, I dare say. There is one point which I should wish to determine."
He squatted down in front of the wooden chair and examined the seat of it with the greatest attention.
"Thank you. That is quite settled,"
said he, rising and putting his lens in his pocket.
"Hello! Here is something interesting."
The object which had caught his eye was a small dog lash hung on one corner of the bed. The lash, however, was curled upon itself and tied so as to make a loop of whipcord.
"What do you make of that, Watson?"
"It's a common enough lash, but I don't know why it should be tied."
"That is not quite so common, is it? Ah, me! It's a wicked world, and when a clever man turns his brains to crime, it is the worst of all. I think that I have seen enough now, Miss Stoner, and with your permission we shall walk out upon the lawn."
I had never seen my friend's face so grim or his brow so dark as it was when we turned from the scene of this investigation. We had walked several times up and down the lawn, neither Miss Stoner nor myself liking to break in upon his thoughts before he roused himself from his reverie.
"It is very essential, Miss Stoner,"
said he,
"that you should absolutely follow my advice in every respect.
I shall most certainly do so."
The matter is too serious for any hesitation. Your life may depend upon your compliance.
I assure you that I am in your hands.
In the first place, both my friend and I must spend the night in your room."
Both Miss Stoner and I gazed at him in astonishment.
"Yes, it must be so. Let me explain. I believe that is the village inn over there."
Yes, that is the Crown.
"Very good. Your windows would be visible from there."
"Certainly."
"You must confine yourself to your room on pretence of a headache when your stepfather comes back. Then, when you hear him retire for the night, you must open the shutters of your window, undo the hasp, put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw quietly with everything which you are likely to want into the room which you used to occupy. I have no doubt that, in spite of the repairs, you could manage there for one night?"
"Oh, yes, easily."
"The rest you will leave in our hands."
"But what will you do?"
"We shall spend the night in your room, and we shall investigate the cause of this noise which has disturbed you."
"I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind,"
said Miss Stoner, laying her hand upon my companion's sleeve.
"Perhaps I have."
"Then for pity's sake tell me what was the cause of my sister's death."
"I should prefer to have clearer proofs before I speak."
"You can at least tell me whether my own thought is correct, and if she died from some sudden fright."
"No, I do not think so. I think that there was probably some more tangible cause. And now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you, for if Dr. Roylott returned and saw us, our journey would be in vain. Good-bye, and be brave, for if you will do what I have told you, you may rest assured that we shall soon drive away the dangers that threaten you."
Sherlock Holmes and I had no difficulty in engaging a bedroom and sitting-room at the Crown Inn. They were on the upper floor, and from our window we could command a view of the avenue gate and of the inhabited wing of Stoke Moran Manor House. at dusk we saw Dr. Grimesby Roylott drive past, his huge form looming up beside the little figure of the lad who drove him. The boy had some slight difficulty in undoing the heavy iron gates, and we heard the hoarse roar of the doctor's voice, and saw the fury with which he shook his clenched fists at him. The trap drove on, and a few minutes later we saw a sudden light spring up among the trees as the lamp was lit in one of the sitting rooms.
"Do you know, Watson,"
said Holmes as we sat together in the gathering darkness,
"I really have some scruples as to taking you tonight. There is a distinct element of danger."
"Can I be of assistance?"
"Your presence might be invaluable."
"Then I shall certainly come."
"It is very kind of you."
"You speak of danger. You have evidently seen more in these rooms than was visible to me."
"No, but I fancy that I may have deduced a little more. I imagine that you saw all that I did."
"I saw nothing remarkable save the bell rope, and what purpose that could answer I confess is more than I can imagine."
"You saw the ventilator, too?"
"Yes, but I do not think that it is such a very unusual thing to have a small opening between two rooms. It was so small that a rat could hardly pass through."
"I knew that we should find a ventilator before ever we came to Stoke Moran."
"My dear Holmes!"
"Oh, yes, I did. You remember, in her statement she said that her sister could smell Dr. Roylott's cigar. Now, of course, that suggested at once that there must be a communication between the two rooms. It could only be a small one, or it would have been remarked upon at the coroner's inquiry. I deduced a ventilator."
"But what harm can there be in that?"
"Well, there is at least a curious coincidence of dates. A ventilator is made, a cord is hung, and a lady who sleeps in the bed dies. Does not that strike you?"
"I cannot as yet see any connection."
"Did you observe anything very peculiar about that bed?"
"No."
"It was clamped to the floor. Did you ever see a bed fastened like that before?"
"I cannot say that I have."
"The lady could not move her bed. It must always be in the same relative position to the ventilator and to the rope, or so we may call it, since it was clearly never meant for a bell-pull."
"Holmes," I cried, "I seem to see dimly what you are hinting at. We are only just in time to prevent some subtle and horrible crime."
"Subtle enough and horrible enough. When a doctor does go wrong, he is the first of criminals. He has nerve and he has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were among the heads of their profession. This man strikes even deeper. But I think, Watson, that we shall be able to strike deeper still. But we shall have horrors enough before the night is over. For goodness' sake, let us have a quiet pipe and turn our minds for a few hours to something more cheerful."
About 9 o'clock the light among the trees was extinguished, and all was dark in the direction of the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly away, and then, suddenly, just at the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone out right in front of us.
"That is our signal,"
said Holmes, springing to his feet.
"It comes from the middle window."
As we passed out he exchanged a few words with the landlord, explaining that we were going on a late visit to an acquaintance, and that it was possible that we might spend the night there. A moment later we were out on the dark road, a chill wind blowing in our faces, and one yellow light twinkling in front of us through the gloom to guide us on our sombre errand. There was little difficulty in entering the grounds, for unrepaired breaches gaped in the old park wall. Making our way among the trees, we reached the lawn, crossed it, and were about to enter through the window, when out from a clump of laurel bushes there darted what seemed to be a hideous and distorted child, who threw itself upon the grass with writhing limbs and then ran swiftly across the lawn into the darkness. "My God!" I whispered. "Did you see it?" Holmes was for the moment as startled as I. His hand closed like a vice upon my wrist in his agitation. Then he broke into a low laugh and put his lips to my ear.
It is a nice household,
he murmured.
That is the baboon.
I had forgotten the strange pets which the doctor affected. There was a cheetah, too. Perhaps we might find it upon our shoulders at any moment. I confess that I felt easier in my mind when, after following Holmes' example and slipping off my shoes, I found myself inside the bedroom. My companion noiselessly closed the shutters, moved the lamp onto the table, and cast his eyes around the room. All was as we had seen it in the daytime. Then, creeping up to me and making a trumpet of his hand, he whispered into my ear again so gently that it was all that I could do to distinguish the words.
The least sound would be fatal to our plans.
I nodded to show that I had heard.
We must sit without light. He would see it through the ventilator.
I nodded again.
Do not go asleep. Your very life may depend upon it. Have your pistol ready in case we should need it. I will sit on the side of the bed, and you in that chair.
I took out my revolver and laid it on the corner of the table. Holmes had brought up a long, thin cane, and this he placed upon the bed beside him. By it he laid the box of matches and the stump of a candle. Then he turned down the lamp, and we were left in darkness. How shall I ever forget that dreadful vigil? I could not hear a sound, not even the drawing of a breath, and yet I knew that my companion sat open-eyed, within a few feet of me, in the same state of nervous tension in which I was myself. The shutters cut off the least ray of light, and we waited in absolute darkness. From outside came the occasional cry of a night bird, and once at our very window a long-drawn, cat-like whine, which told us that the cheetah was indeed at liberty. Far away we could hear the deep tones of the parish clock, which boomed out every quarter of an hour. How long they seemed, those quarters! 12 struck, and 1, and 2, and 3, and still we sat waiting silently for whatever might befall. Suddenly there was the momentary gleam of a light up in the direction of the ventilator, which vanished immediately, but was succeeded by a strong smell of burning oil and heated metal. Someone in the next room had lit a dark lantern. I heard a gentle sound of movement, and then all was silent once more, though the smell grew stronger. For half an hour I sat with straining ears. Then suddenly another sound became audible. A very gentle, soothing sound, like that of a small jet of steam escaping continually from a kettle. The instant that we heard it, Holmes sprang from the bed, struck a match, and lashed furiously with his cane at the bell-pull.
You see it, Watson?
He yelled.
You see it?
But I saw nothing. At the moment when Holmes struck the light, I heard a low, clear whistle, but the sudden glare flashing into my weary eyes made it impossible for me to tell what it was at which my friend lashed so savagely. I could, however, see that his face was deadly pale and filled with horror and loathing. He had ceased to strike and was gazing up at the ventilator when suddenly there broke from the silence of the night the most horrible cry to which I had ever listened. It swelled up louder and louder, a hoarse yell of pain and fear and anger, all mingled in the one dreadful shriek. They say that away down in the village, and even in the distant parsonage, That cry raised the sleepers from their beds. It struck cold to our hearts, and I stood gazing at Holmes and he at me, until the last echoes of it had died away into the silence from which it rose. "What can it mean?" I gasped.
"It means that it is all over,"
Holmes answered.
"and perhaps, after all, it is for the best. Take your pistol, and we will enter Dr. Roylott's room."
With a grave face he lit the lamp and led the way down the corridor. Twice he struck at the chamber door without any reply from within. Then he turned the handle and entered, I at his heels, with the cocked pistol in my hand. It was a singular sight which met our eyes. On the table stood a dark lantern with the shutter half open, throwing a brilliant beam of light upon the iron safe, the door of which was ajar. Beside this table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimesby Roylott, clad in a long grey dressing gown, his bare ankles protruding beneath, and his feet thrust into red, heelless Turkish slippers. Across his lap lay the short stock with the long lash which we had noticed during the day. His chin was cocked upward, and his eyes were fixed in a dreadful, rigid stare at the corner of the ceiling. Round his brow he had a peculiar yellow band, with brownish speckles, which seemed to be bound tightly round his head. As we entered he made neither sound nor motion.
"The band, the speckled band,"
whispered Holmes. I took a step forward. In an instant his strange headgear began to move, and there reared itself from among his hair the squat, diamond-shaped head and puffed neck of a loathsome serpent.
"It is a swamp adder,"
cried Holmes.
"the deadliest snake in India. He has died within 10 seconds of being bitten. Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another. Let us thrust this creature back into its den, and we can then remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter, and let the county police know what has happened."
As he spoke he drew the dog-whip swiftly from the dead man's lap, and throwing the noose round the reptile's neck, he drew it from its horrid perch, and, tearing it at arm's length, threw it into the iron safe, which he closed upon it. Such are the true facts of the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott, of Stoke Moran. It is not necessary that I should prolong a narrative which has already run to too great a length, by telling how we broke the sad news to the terrified girl, how we conveyed her by the morning train to the care of her good aunt at Harrow, of how the slow process of official inquiry came to the conclusion that the doctor met his fate while indiscreetly playing with a dangerous pet. The little which I had yet to learn of the case was told me by Sherlock Holmes as we travelled back next day.
"I had,"
said he,
"come to an entirely erroneous conclusion, which shows, my dear Watson, how dangerous it always is to reason from insufficient data. The presence of the gipsies, and the use of the word band, which was used by the poor girl, no doubt, to explain the appearance which she had caught a hurried glimpse of by the light of her match, were sufficient to put me upon an entirely wrong scent. I can only claim the merit that I instantly reconsidered my position, when, however, it became clear to me that whatever danger threatened an occupant of the room could not have come either from the window or the door. My attention was speedily drawn, as I have already remarked to you, to this ventilator, and to the bell rope which hung down to the bed. The discovery that this was a dummy, and that the bed was clamped to the floor, instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something passing through the hole and coming to the bed. The idea of a snake instantly occurred to me, and when I coupled it with my knowledge that the doctor was furnished with a supply of creatures from India, I felt that I was probably on the right track. The idea of using a form of poison which could not possibly be discovered by any chemical test was just such a one as would occur to a clever and ruthless man who had had an Eastern training. The rapidity with which such a poison would take effect would also, from his point of view, be an advantage. It would be a sharp-eyed coroner, indeed, who could distinguish the two little dark punctures which would show where the poisoned fangs had done their work. Then I thought of the whistle. Of course, he must recall the snake before the morning light revealed it to the victim. He had trained it, probably by the use of the milk which we saw, to return to him when summoned. He would put it through this ventilator at the hour that he thought best, with the certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant. Perhaps she might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall a victim. I had come to these conclusions before ever I entered his room. An inspection of his chair showed me that he had been in the habit of standing on it, which of course would be necessary in order that he should reach the ventilator. The sight of the safe, the saucer of milk, and the loop of whipcord were enough to finally dispel any doubts which may have remained. The metallic clang heard by Miss Stoner was obviously caused by her stepfather hastily closing the door of his safe upon its terrible occupant. Having once made up my mind, you know the steps which I took in order to put the matter to the proof. I heard the creature hiss, as I have no doubt that you did also, and I instantly lit the light and attacked it, with the result of driving it through the ventilator, and also with the result of causing it to turn upon its master at the other side. Some of the blows of my cane came home and roused its snakish temper, so that it flew upon the first person it saw. In this way I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimsby Roylott's death, and I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience.
End of The Adventure of the Speckled Band by Arthur Conan Doyle.
The Soul Call by Stephen Leacock. Cast of Characters. Narrator, read by Winifred Assman.
Lionel Derwent, read by Larry Wilson.
Meadows and Annette, read by Inkel.
Charles Chown, read by Brian Fullen.
Helga Chown, read by Shrimpfish.
Mabel Derwent, read by Robinzelina.
The Soul Call, an up-to-date piffle play, period 1923, in which a man and woman, both trying to find themselves, find one another. At the opposite pole of thought from the good old melodrama, with its wind and seaweed and danger, and its happy ending, is the ultra-modern, up-to-date piffle play. It is named by such a name as the Soul Call, or the Heart Yearn, or the Stomach Trouble, always something terribly perplexed, and with 60% of sex in it. It always deals in one way or another with the problem of marriage. Let it be noted that marriage, which used to be a sacrament, became presently a contract, and is now a problem. In art and literature it used to constitute the happy ending. Now it is just the bad beginning. You always hear of the Soul Call long before you see it. It is being played in London before New York, or in New York before London, or, at any rate, it is always played somewhere else first. It has to be. That's part of the charm of it. So that, long before you see the play, you have heard people discussing it at dinner, and debating whether Helga was right in wanting to poison her husband, and whether Lionel Derwent could live with such a woman as Mabel. When at last it is played, it is put on in a little theatre, a small bijou place with seats for only 250. Even that is too many. The great mass of the theatre-goers don't go to the Soul Call. They are all round the corner in the huge picture-house, capacity 3,000, looking at Dead Men's Gold, a film of Western life, through which blows the ozone of the cow pasture. That's the stuff they want. But the really cultivated people want to know whether Helga should or should not have poisoned her husband, and whether Mabel could or could not live with Lionel Derwent. So they are all there in evening clothes, with other people's wives, with white necks and plenty of jewels in their hair. So it is not a bit like the setting of the old melodrama, with the huge theatre full of noise and clatter, the boys shouting, "Peanuts! Program!" In the little theatre all is quiet, with just dim red lights here and there, and noiseless ushers selling the book of the play on embossed paper for 50 cents. This is the only kind of atmosphere in which people can properly analyze the problem of marriage. When the piffle play begins, the curtain doesn't go up. It is parted in the middle and silently drawn aside by a thing in black silk knee breeches. When it is drawn back, the scene is a room. It is called a room in the Derwent residence, and it is evidently just a room. The stage of the old melodrama had wings and flies and drops and open spaces up above and glimpses at the sides of actors not wanted and waiting till they were. But the stage of the piffle play is made into a room, with a real ceiling and real doors and a real fire burning in a real grate. By the time the audience have examined this, they see that there is an ineffective young man in a grey tweed suit seated at a little table on the left, playing patience with a pack of cards. He flings down a card and he exclaims,
"Oh, hang these cards!"
then calls,
"Meadows! I say, Meadows!"
The audience, by looking up on their programs the characters in the order of their appearance, know that the ineffective young man at the table is Lionel Derwent, husband of Mabel Derwent. The book of the play explains to them that Lionel Derwent is the type of young man who would rather smoke a cigarette than work in a coal mine. In appearance he looks as if a proposition in solid geometry would bore him. He is quite visibly a man who might be fond of a Pekingese dog, but one sees at once that he would not care to attend a hotel men's annual convention at Niagara-on-the-Lake. Reading this, the audience knows exactly what sort of man he is. When Derwent calls,
"Meadows, I say, Meadows!"
in comes the butler. Derwent says,
"Get me some more cards, will you, Meadows? These are perfectly rotten."
And Meadows says,
"Yes, sir, at once, sir,"
exactly as a butler would say it. The acting is so perfect that it isn't acting at all. Meadows is, or at least was, a butler. That's how he got the part. In the old melodrama days, the actor made the part. Now the part makes the actor. The old-time actor used to act anything and everything. One day he was a villain, the next a hero. One day old, the next young. One week he was 6 feet high, the next he had shrunk to 5 feet 4 inches. He acted a bishop one night and an idiot the next. It was all the same to him. Bring him anything and he'd act it. But in the piffle play on the new stage, the actor is cast for his part. When they want a man to act as a butler, they don't advertise for actors. They advertise for butlers. Meadows has in his hand a little silver tray with a card on it, and he says,
"Mr. Chowan is downstairs, sir. May I show him up?"
Derwent says,
"Queen, 4, queen. Yes, do, Meadows."
Derwent goes on,
"King, 6, 8.
till the door opens again, and Meadows announces,
"Mr. Chowan."
In comes another young man with a hat and stick in his hand. This is Charles Chowan. He is just as well dressed as Derwent, only well-dressed people can get into a piffle play, but he looks somewhat rougher in texture. In fact, the book says of him, Charles Chowan is evidently the kind of man who would react to a share of Canadian Pacific stock rather than to a bunch of carnations. His air is that of a man who would fail to read a page of Bergson's philosophy, but would like a marginal option in an oil company. He would probably prefer a cattle show to a meeting of secondary school teachers. So we know exactly what Charles Chowan is like. Lionel says languidly,
Charles, sit down. Ace, 10, queen."
"I've just run in for a minute,"
says Chowan,
"to give you your cigarette case.
You left it at our house last night. Still nothing better to do than play patience, eh?
My dear fellow, what is there to do? Everything's been done long ago.
Chown grunts and sits down.
After all, what is there in life? One simply lives.
Chown grunts.
Take the thing any way you will. I'm hanged if I can see anything more in existence than simply existing. One breathes, but why?
Chown grunts. He evidently doesn't see why.
I mean, here one is. Did one ask to be? Hardly. It is a matter in which one had no say. One wasn't consulted.
At this point, Lionel Derwent gets up and walks over to the mantelpiece, where he takes a cigarette and lights it. This thrilling piece of action quite palpably lifts the whole play up. Charles Chown goes and puts his hat and stick down on a table, and pulls a chair near the fire and lights a cigar. This again is a regular thriller. In fact, the action of the play is getting too wild altogether. So Lionel and Charles go back to their analysis of life. Some of the audience, who don't understand that they are analyzing life, wonder what in Hades they're talking about. But these are uncultivated people who have no business in the little theatre and ought to be at Dead Men's Gold next door. The bulk of the audience are fascinated. Chown speaks.
That's all right, Derwent, but it's all rot. You ought to come down to the exchange some morning, then you'd know that there's something doing in life.
My dear fellow.
This morning, for instance, Steele fell 15 points.
Lionel, very languidly.
Fell down or fell up?
Why, down, of course. You never heard such a racket as the fellows made.
How can they care about it?
Why, hang it, think of the money it meant.
Money? Oh, I say, Chown, money. Come, come.
Lionel, who has been standing, stretches his elbows with a yawn, and walks over and stands looking at a picture and muttering.
Money? I say, Chown, that's rather thick. Money?
Lionel's acting when he yawns is simply admirable. In fact, it was principally his yawn that got him where he is. In the old melodrama, a good actor was one who could handle a broadsword in a Highland duelling scene, or leap off a lighthouse into the sea. In the piffle play, it means one who can yawn.
Well, I must skip along,
says Chown.
I must get down to the exchange. So long.
When Chown goes out, Lionel shrugs his shoulders as he lights another cigarette.
What a clod,
he murmurs. Then he pushes a bell button and calls out.
Meadows!
The butler reappears.
Will you kindly dust off that chair where Mr. Chown was sitting?
Yes, sir.
Lionel watches Meadows dusting the chair for a minute. Then he says,
I say, Meadows.
Yes, sir.
Has it ever occurred to you, Meadows, that some men have souls about the size of a share of preferred stock?
No, sir. I can't say it has. Ah, excuse me, sir, there's the bell.
In another half-minute, Meadows reopens the door with the words,
Mrs. Chown.
Helga Chown comes sliding into the room. She is dark, very beautiful, and as slender as a liqueur glass. Her clothes are pure art and droop on her like a butterfly's wings. As to her character, the audience know all about it already from reading about the soul call before they see it. And anyway, they have the book of the play, which says, Helga, the wife of Charles Chown, is a woman whose soul has overgrown her body. Life presses on her on all sides, and she cannot escape. She beats her wings against the bars in vain. On the old-fashioned stage, this beating her wings against the bars might have been misunderstood, but not so now. Derwent rises, and they come together, saying,
Helga,
and
Lionel,
with an infinite depth of meaning. Helga draws off her gloves and drops into a chair.
Charles here?
She says.
Just left. Did you want to see him?
No, to not see him. Give me a cigarette.
Lionel comes over near her and gives her a cigarette and lights it.
Where's Maybelle?
she asks.
Gone out to the dog show.
They both shudder.
And Charles?
Went to the stock exchange.
They both shiver. The audience are following the play with great expectancy and growing excitement. They don't expect a passionate love scene. They know better than that. But Lionel and Helga are going to analyze themselves, and the audience wait for it with breathless interest. Lionel starts first.
How easy people like Charles and Mabel seem to find life.
Helga nods.
Yes, don't they?
They never seem to stop to analyze themselves.
Perhaps,
murmurs Helga.
They can't.
This terrible thought holds them both silent for a minute. Then Helga, as if beating her wings against the bars, speaks.
Lionel,
she says,
lately I've been trying to think it all out, what it all means. I want to see it all clearly, you and me and everything.
Lionel has taken her hand very gently.
Yes, dear?
He murmurs.
No, don't. Don't take my hand. Not now.
She turns to him with a perplexed, beautiful face.
I want to think.
It is evidently so difficult for her to think that if he takes her hand, he'll queer it.
I want to think it all out, and when I think about it, I want to be all me. Can't you understand? Just me, and not a bit you. Do you know how I mean?
I think I do, dear.
He doesn't really, but this is the kind of lie that must be told. Helga goes on with rising animation, breaking into passionate analysis of herself.
Sometimes I sit by myself and think, and try to analyze myself, and everything seems so small, and myself so small too, as if nothing mattered, just like an infinitely small bit of something bigger, something lost in itself, and looking for itself in itself. You know what I mean?
I think I do.
Often it seems as if there were just nothing.
I know,
Lionel murmurs.
And then, sometimes it seems as if there must be something.
I know,
murmurs Lionel again. Then they are both silent. Presently Helga speaks in a more commonplace tone.
Doesn't it seem queer, Lionel, how people just go on living? Take Charles and Mabel. There they are, two commonplace, ordinary people. They go about together, to dog shows and things, and that seems to be enough. I suppose they like one another, and that's all. They seem satisfied. And with you and me, it's so different. People like them don't seem to know when the soul calls to another soul.
I know,
Lionel murmurs. His part here is very difficult. He has to sit and look like a soul and keep murmuring.
I know.
And he can't even yawn. Helga goes on.
The other night at that silly dog show, as soon as I saw you, I could feel my soul calling to yours, right over the dogs. And at the cat show, the same thing. But Charles and Mabel don't seem to feel things like that. At the dog show, they seem to be looking at the dogs. Just imagine.
There is a long silence, and then Lionel gets up and walks the whole length of the room and back again, and sits down again. This dramatic piece of action means that something is coming. He speaks.
Helga,
he says,
I only mention this as an idea. Have you ever thought of poison?
Helga very calmly takes out a cigarette from a case and lights it very deliberately. The audience are desperately anxious. Has she or has she not?
Have I ever thought of poison? Poison for whom? Do you mean for us? For you and me?
Oh, dear, no. For Charles and Mabel. Mind, it's only an idea. If you don't like it, I'll say no more.
Helga turns to him a face of passionate yearning.
Yes, Lionel, I have thought of it often and often. In fact, I came over here to talk of it. Every time I look at Charles, I feel that the only way my soul can grow is to poison him.
I know,
Lionel murmurs.
I feel that way towards Mabel, that it's only just to her, poor girl, to poison her.
Presently Helga says,
When can we do it?
Today would be all right, unless you've anything else on. Mabel's going over to tea with you this afternoon, isn't she? We can arrange it for then.
But I don't know whether I have any poison in the house. I'm so unpractical a housekeeper, you know, dear.
That doesn't matter. I'll tell Meadows to get some and take it over to Annette, your maid.
But then Meadows would know.
So he would. But that needn't matter. One could poison Meadows, too.
But Annette?
The simplest thing would be to poison Annette as well. After all, what does life mean for people like Annette and Meadows? They breathe, but that's all.
And after it's over?
Lionel and Helga have risen, and he draws close to her and puts his hand on her shoulders and is looking into her eyes.
After it's over, then we shall be free. Free to be ourselves and go away, far, far away, together.
They embrace, and when they break away, Lionel leads Helga to the door and shows her out. Then he goes and sits down again and picks up a newspaper to read. After a minute, he rings the bell. Meadows comes.
I say, Meadows, pack up a trunk of my things. I'm going away tonight.
Yes, sir.
And, Meadows, I wish you'd be good enough to go out and get a packet of arsenic.
Yes, sir.
Get enough to, let me see.
To poison an animal, sir.
Yes, 4 animals. Thank you, Meadows.
And with that, the two sides of the curtain fall slowly together, and the first act is over. In the old melodrama, when the curtain fell, there was always a wild burst of music, and bright lights and shouts of "Peanuts!" Not so in this. Only very soft lights, mostly red, are turned on, and mere wisps of music, thin as smoke. Meantime, everybody discusses the play. In the old days, the men used to go out and drink. Now they stay in and discuss. There is a general feeling among the women that Helga is quite right in proposing to poison Charles. Till she does that, she can never expand. The case of Mabel being poisoned is not so clear. The audience haven't seen her yet, so they can't tell. But it is certain that two commonplace people like Charles and Mabel have no right to prevent Lionel and Helga from following the higher call of their natures. The discussion is still at its height when the curtain slides aside on Act 2. The drawing-room of the Chown residence. And there are Lionel Derwent and his wife Mabel being shown in by Annette, the stage maid. It is a large and sumptuous room with a real ceiling like the one in the first act, and with real mahogany furniture and Chippendale chairs and vases of beauty roses. In fact, just like the rooms that the audience have come out of. There are tea things on a large Hindu brass tray on 8 legs. Mabel Derwent goes over to the Hindu tray and picks up a big cream candy out of a box and eats it and says,
"Yum, yum,"
with animal relish. All the audience look at Mabel. They see in her a dashing, good-looking woman, a blonde, all style. All the women in the audience decide at once that she ought to be poisoned, but the men aren't so sure. Mabel says,
"I say, Lionel, do eat one of these. They're just scrumptious."
This is meant to show how terribly material she is. Lionel just shrugs his shoulders in mute appeal to heaven. Mabel walks around the room looking at things. She picks up a book and reads the title.
"Bergsonian illusionism,"
she says.
"Oh, help,"
and drops it. This shows how uncultivated she is. Presently she says,
"Wonder where Charles is. If he's out in the stables, I'll go out and dig him up. He told me he has a new hunter, a regular corker. Suppose we go out to the stables?"
Lionel says with great languor,
Thank you. I take no interest in stables.
By this time the audience are supposed to have the exact measure of Mabel Derwent, materialism, ignorance, candy, and the horse stable. But even at that, a lot of the men would refuse to poison her. Her figure is too good. On the other hand, all the thin women in the audience think her too fat. The amount of fat permitted to actresses in the Piffle play is a matter of great nicety. They have to be cast for it as carefully as tallow candles. So as the audience now know exactly what Mabel Derwent is like, the play passes on. Charles Chown comes briskly in, shaking hands with both of them.
"Hello, Mabel. How do you do, Lionel? So sorry to keep you waiting. I think Helga is in the conservatory. She'll be here in a minute.
In which Lionel Derwent says,
In the conservatory? Then I think I'll go and look for her. I want to see that new begonia that Helga's so keen about.
And with that, out he goes, leaving Charles and Mabel together, as they are meant to be. And just the minute they are alone, Mabel comes close up to Charles and looks all round and says,
Well?
In quite a different voice from anything she has used before. So the audience are certain that there is going to be something doing. Charles says,
It's all right. Everything arranged.
And Mabel says,
Good boy.
And then she says,
Take that.
And comes and gives him a kiss, a real one with no new art or new thought about it. Charles goes on.
It's all arranged. We'll go out to the stables presently, and I've got a taxi coming round there with your things in it.
And it's all right about the trains?
Right as rain,
says Charles, drawing out a railroad folder.
We get the 5:30 at the Central, change trains half an hour out of town to get the Havana boat Wednesday evening.
Lovely,
Mabel says, and then repeats more slowly and thoughtfully.
Lovely. And yet, do you know, Charlie, now that it's come at last, I feel, don't you know, half afraid. Or not that, but don't you know?
Hesitating. Charles says,
Nonsense,
and is just about to draw her to him when the door opens and Lionel and Helga come in. Lionel says to his wife,
Helga's just been showing me her new begonia. A most amazing thing.
And Mabel says,
A new begonia? Where did it come from, Helga?
And Helga answers,
From Havana. They grow so beautifully there. I should just love to see Havana, shouldn't you?
This little touch makes quite a hit with the audience. The irony of truth always does. As a matter of fact, Sophocles started it 400 or 500 years before Christ, but they don't know it. They think it awfully up to date. After this, there's a little random conversation just to fill up time, and then Charles says,
I say, Mabel, how would you like to come out to the stables and see my new mare before we have tea?
And Mabel answers,
Oh, I'd love to. I wanted to ask you about her. Come along. We won't be long, Helga.
And with that they go out, and Lionel and Helga are left together. Just as soon as they are alone, Helga says,
So you're off the poison idea?
Clear off it,
says Lionel.
As I told you just now, I don't think it's worth it.
Worth it?
Yes. I mean, it would involve such a terrible fuss and nuisance. Here's the poison. Meadows got it all right.
Lionel takes from his pocket a large packet in light green paper, marked with a skull and crossbones, and labelled arsenic in large letters.
We can use it if you like. I'm not awfully particular. Only I don't believe that much would kill Mabel anyway.
Helga takes the packet of poison and holds it in her hand, musing.
But think,
she murmurs,
of the relief of death. Think of the relief to a person of Charlie's temperament to be dead.
Oh, I know that. And for that matter, Meadows ought to be glad to be dead. But you see, Helga, it isn't done.
Lionel walks across the stage and lights a cigarette.
But what can we do?
Says Helga. She clasps her hands about her knees as she sits. When she does that, the audience know at once that she is going to analyze herself.
Do you ever look into yourself, Lionel? Deep, deep into yourself? I do. Sometimes I try to picture to myself that it's not me, but just something inside of me. Do you know what I mean, dear?
I think I do,
murmurs Lionel. They're off. For the next 10 minutes, Helga plunges into a fierce analysis of herself. As the critics of the play say afterwards, she bares her soul. And when she has bared it, it's the soul of a woman buffeted by the intense light of self-perplexity and finding no anchorage in it. When she is finished, or as nearly finished as she is likely to be, Lionel says,
Then I suppose we must simply go on as we are.
I suppose so, Lionel. If, as you say, Charles and Maybelle have a right to live, it seems as if we have to be satisfied.
Perhaps it does,
says Lionel. He takes a turn up and down the room, and then he says,
There's just one thing I've thought about, Helga. It's only an idea, so of course you can say no to it at once if there's nothing in it. But couldn't we perhaps get just on a train together and go away together?
Where?
says Helga.
Oh, just anywhere. It's only an idea. You mentioned Havana just now. Couldn't we just get a train or a boat or something and go to Havana?
I don't know, Lionel. It all seems so strange. I must think.
Helga presses her hand to her forehead. This is always a sign that she is thinking, or trying to. Lionel lets her think undisturbed.
I don't know, Lionel. I must think it all out. I must analyze myself and try to analyze Havana. Listen, Lionel. Let me think a month. Perhaps it will be clearer then.
Lionel looks at his watch.
I say,
he says,
Charles and Mabel seem a long time in looking at that mare. How strange it seems that commonplace people like Charles and Mabel can know nothing of the kind of thing that means so much to us. I suppose they never stop to think.
They never analyze themselves,
murmurs Helga. And just then there is a light knock at the door, and Annette steps in with an envelope on a tray.
Mr. Chown asked me to give you this letter, ma'am, after he had gone.
Had gone?
Yes, ma'am. He went away in a taxi with Mrs. Derwent.
In a taxi?
Yes, ma'am, with luggage in it.
A taxi with luggage. Give me the letter.
Annette presents the letter and goes out. Helga takes the letter, tears open the envelope, and reads aloud.
Dear Helga, Maybelle and I have decided to go away together. We are taking a train south this afternoon. I have made every arrangement for you in regard to money, and that sort of thing, and of course now you will be completely free. We shall not be in your way at all, as we are going far away. In fact, we are going to Havana.
As Helga finishes reading, she and Lionel remain looking at one another.
To Havana?
To Havana?
They both repeat, and then there is a little silence. After which Lionel says,
Do you know, Helga, it rather occurs to me that it's the commonplace people who do things.
On which the curtains come sliding together, and the audience rises and wraps its furs round its neck, and goes home with a problem theme to ponder over, and with an impression of profound thought. End of The Soul Call by Stephen Leacock.
This Finer Shadow, Chapter 11, by Harlan, Cozad, McIntosh. Cast of Characters:
Martin, read by Brian Fullerton.
Deanne, read by Val Roth.
Cat, read by Agnes Robert Bear.
Flower Lady, read by Winifred Assman.
Narrated by Greg Giordano. Martin left Rio's hotel and walked slowly along 14th Street. His mind was blended with the darkness about him, for the street seemed to rest after the petty trading and rush of the day. He passed the cheap little shops and solitary stragglers, unconsciously accepting them in their place, nor did he turn his head to glance at the thin blue lights of a tiny cinema across the way. But a girl, in passing, brushed his shoulder lightly and asked him for a cigarette. He stopped, felt in his pockets, and pulled out a package, which he offered her.
Mentholated, ain't they?
She said, pleased at her good luck.
Gee, I like mentholated.
She took one of the cigarettes and handed back the package. Martin looked at her and saw the rakish, ill-fitting dress, the tired expression in her eyes, and the affected smile.
Won't you keep them?
He asked.
Thanks, mister. That's swell,
she said, stuffing them in her bag.
But do you have any?
Here she hesitated.
You better have one,
she said at last, carefully selecting a cigarette and handing it to him. He accepted it and put it in his trousers pocket.
Not there,
she cautioned.
You'll smash it. Put it there.
She pointed to the pocket of his coat. Unthinkingly, he obeyed her.
Say,
She said, peering at him.
You look hungry.
I'm not hungry.
Martin smiled at her.
But now I have to hurry.
He smiled at her again, then walked on rapidly. The girl kept at his side, looking at him, her mouth slightly open.
You're a nice man,
she said finally. Martin stopped and looked directly at her.
If you knew what I am, you'd run like a frightened cat. You'd run anywhere, and afterwards thank God for it.
Then, seeing her eyes widen and her fingers clutch her bag, he continued more gently.
For you are a little cat, aren't you, cat?
And he hastened on with long strides. The girl stared after him, then turned, and with her head hanging down, walked slowly the other way. As Martin approached 7th Avenue, he noticed a bright-eyed old woman on the corner. On the pavement in front of her was a basket of French marigolds. Martin hesitated and stared at the flowers for a second, then at the old woman.
What do they mean?
He asked.
They look like wax.
Oh, sir, they ain't. I grew 'em myself.
The old woman watched him, her hands in her apron.
Give me a bunch of the prettiest.
Martin pointed.
There, in the center. They are for someone I love.
Yes, sir. I'll give you the bunch that's prettiest.
She chose the freshest ones and carefully wrapped the stems in a piece of damp brown paper.
Thanks, old lady,
said Martin, dropping a coin in her hand.
And I'll give you a wish.
For a moment she smiled. Martin thought rather shyly, regarding him with a strange, toothless understanding. He held the marigolds before him, sniffing occasionally as he hurried on. When Dean saw him, she wanted to cry, and taking the flowers, she fingered the little bouquet lovingly before laying it aside for a moment. Martin sat down heavily on the divan.
My God, I'm tired,
he said.
Tired and hungry. Why, I'm just as tired as when I left here. That seems like a long time ago.
Don't let's talk about it,
said Dean, sitting down beside him. Martin could feel each pulse beating from her wrist in time with his own blood. He put his hand against her arm, letting the faint sound ring into his temples. He rested against her naturally, faithfully, as though returning from a voyage of centuries or death. Dean added to this dreamlike state, this swift advance of years to year. She felt the soft wash of logic crumbling within her, loved him without exception, and remained quiescent. She heard Martin's breathing, felt an awakening, a weary happiness. A clear stream of words, unintelligible, fell through her hair. Martin sat up.
Did you sleep too?
He asked.
No,
answered Dean, smiling.
But I was very happy. You slept like a baby. Don't you ever talk in your dreams?
I did have a dream,
declared Martin, now thoroughly awake.
I dreamt that I met you at the point where the world meets itself. We decided instantly that we loved each other and...
What a lie!
Interrupted Dean, laughing.
I swear it,
said Martin, elaborately crossing his heart.
And I dreamt also that I was very hungry. Wasn't that strange?
Yes, a coincidence,
said Dean, kissing him on the lips and starting to rise. Martin caught the back of her hair and strained her to him.
Dean,
he cried, but she pushed him against his shoulders till he let her go.
I'm going to cook some bacon and eggs, Martin,
she said, panting.
Don't act that way. You said you were hungry.
For you,
Martin argued, stretching out his body and holding out his arms. Dean shook her head and went into the kitchen where she could hear Martin laughing.
He is really a terrible person,
she said to herself, but her lips trembled, and as she brushed the damp hair off her forehead, the implication in her dark eyes was delightful. When she brought in the feast, Martin jumped up to help her with the tray. He could scarcely wait to taste the coffee.
"It's perfect,"
he said.
"And how did you fix the eggs?"
I beat them up with a little milk before putting them in the pan.
"They're wonderful,"
he repeated.
"Let's make it a real feast. What do you say we wait up until dawn? There will be many colours and shapes in the clouds from this window."
He pointed to where the late moon, a dull, inverted sickle, was shining in the east.
"I can put my hand outside the window and almost touch Europe, Dean,"
he said.
I don't want Europe,
Dean said huskily. Her face seemed a little drawn as she watched him, her eyes half closing and unclosing. Martin, noting the expression on her face, felt a kind of loving in his heart which he had never known before.
"Sweet little maniac,"
he said gently, and petted and caressed her. The sedative movement of his hands, which he worked most carefully so as not to excite the blood or open the tiny nerves about her spine, soon quieted Dean, and she lay in his arms.
"I'm going to tell you some stories,"
he said, rubbing his cool cheek against hers.
"And later we'll watch the dawn come up over Europe."
It was midnight. The last light had been extinguished in the giant buildings, and only the raw sky and the face of the radio brought shadow into the room. Dean rested on the divan, her eyes on Martin, who sat cross-legged on the floor in front of her. Suddenly he leaned forward.
"This is a magical room, Dean, and this is a magical night. In older times, in an ancient time, there was a beautiful princess, the loveliest in all the world. Arrogant princes with long gleaming swords and many dragons to their credit wooed her, but she was unresponsive. Her father, the king, said, 'She is sick.' Her mother, the queen, said, 'We shall see.' And so one night, when the moon burned like a silver flame over the kingdom, they stood at the wall of her room and peered through the chinks at their daughter. The princess, a look of ecstasy upon her face, was in a chair, resting. In front of her was a little old man, perched like a bird before her. 'What does she see in the little man?' whispered the king. 'What does she see?' demanded the queen. 'Affection? A reflection of herself? Or some quality in the creature?'
Martin stopped. Dean's hands braided and became sexed again. Once more Martin leaned forward.
'Would you like to hear the sequel? It happened in Paris, Dean. There was a gargoyle struck on the cornice of a gigantic cathedral. His stone eyes had been forced shut by the ages, and his only tears were rain. His thick shoulders were bent by the centuries, and moss covered his throat. A beautiful woman, desired by all men, surfeited by leisure and adoration, saw this figure. And so, in secret, she took lodging across from the cathedral that she might watch the shadows move in the gargoyle's face by moonlight, by lightning flash, and in sun. Day by day she contemplated his patient, agonized expression, and day by day she became more contemptuous of the gracefulness and vanity of her suitors. One night, moonlit and vagaried with cloud, she was gazing at the asymmetrical face. Suddenly the head seemed to move. The woman's heart beat quickly, and she grasped the sides of her chair. Deliberately, while she watched, the gargoyle's eyes opened and turned upon her, asking a question. The woman, protesting, held out her white hands. At this, the figure shuddered. Then his stone arms pushed on the cornice, and his shoulders broke from the wall. The woman ran to her mirror, regarding her pale, excited face. In her closet, she touched her gowns. Faster and faster her heart. Dressing in the loveliest gown of all, she returned in haste to her chair. There she waited, facing the empty cornice where a gargoyle had lain for centuries. There was a soft sound at her door. Now, through the opening, the woman could hear quick breathing. She pressed her hand against her throat, observing the figure as it entered. Slowly the gargoyle went to her, his movement quiet and purposeful. Laying his head upon his arms, he dropped down on his knees before her. Frightened, the woman looked away. Then her love, conquering fear, placed an infinite pity upon him. Her hands braced under his chin, lifting the agonized face until his eyes met hers. Lightly, her fingers caressed the deep cracks in his cheek, brushed the dry moss from his throat. And for one helpless, inarticulate moment, the gargoyle lived.
Martin felt the heavy wetness of his eyes. His twisted, passionate face looked up at Dean.
She knew,
he cried.
And you know.
Dean placed her hands upon his throat and drew him toward her.
Yes,
she said, while in an uneven, throaty voice she kept repeating.
She knew, and I know.
Flower lips.
Martin whispered, the taste of blood in his mouth.
Squint your lovely eyes like old china. China eyes.
He moved her then until she floated, insubstantial, upon the blue moss of the couch. Once more reality became a dream, and night pushed inward. Martin watched the moon rise slowly and swing higher southward. Venus appeared, and then the Dipper, with such a calculating blue, such measured coldness, that Martin shivered. He looked at Dean tenderly as she lay in his arms, trying to remember when such emotion had dominated him. Dean's face, a cameo in the steel-tinted light, was now upturned to him in a death-like stillness. He put his ear against her heart to reassure himself. Deftly, he disengaged his arm from her waist and slipped on one knee to the floor. Then he crept softly to the window and looked out over the vast eastern sky. He imagined that he could faintly see the first pale ravages of dawn, so he returned. Still kneeling on the floor, he blew upon Dean's hand and up her arm.
Dean.
He thought that she would never awaken, till suddenly he heard her say,
What a feeling you gave me. Did you enjoy the view from the window?
So you were awake all the time.
Martin laughed.
I thought as much.
Then why did you blow so hard?
Asked Dean.
And why did you sigh once?
Come on,
said Martin, pulling her to her feet.
The sky's beginning to change.
The sunrise was bleak, desolate, and forbidding.
It just came out of the sea by way of Newfoundland,
he added.
Everything is cold in that region, even the sun. Do you see those clouds streaking over the horizon? That's the point where all winds leave for a short visit with Mother Carey.
Martin sniffed the air.
I thought so. Don't laugh, Dean. But I can smell icebergs.
What do they smell like?
Dean asked curiously.
Some sailors say the bergs smell like wet sea moss. Others say it's like a pocket of cold salt. But to me they have no positive odor. It's more like a taste. It's like kissing an ammoniated mirror.
That's strange,
said Dean, looking at him queerly. The wind outside was raging and whistling through the radio antennas as through the rigging of a ship. Dean made fresh coffee. As Martin was finishing his cup, she asked him gravely,
Martin, how are you going to live? What will you do?
He raised his head.
I shouldn't worry about that, Dean. At least not now. I know a topographer who, I think, will give me a job. It will probably be part-time, but that's all the better, for I have some other work I'd like to do.
What kind of work?
She asked.
Along the same line.
Martin answered. He pulled an oilskin envelope from his pocket, carefully took out some papers.
I'm building a type design that I've worked on quite a while. As an avocation, I find a good deal of pleasure in it. Some of the letters got a little wet, but I think you can see what I'm trying to do.
He spread the papers out on the table, and he and Dean bent over them. He pointed to one of the capital letters.
See, Dean, the design is that of living forms, plant and animal. In the drawing, the bottom circles represent growth by cell structure in all life. By simply rolling up this series, beginning with the smallest cell, the face of the shell is seen, because that is the way shells grow, by rolling up themselves as they develop. Since the rate of development is normally the same, the flare of the sectors is constant. The black line of the drawing shows where the artist places the line for the letter stem, missing the center by half the radius. The blue line shows where the stem really should be placed. It looks much better that way. You will see that the straight line is intersected at an angle of about 100 degrees instead of the 90-degree angle. On the back of the drawing is seen how this measurement, the square of root 2 rule, is worked out for rectangular designs. The square root of 2 is 1.4141, etc. Its reciprocal divided by 2 is 0.707, etc. That is, the strongest and most beautiful rectangle is 1.7 times as long as wide. Apply it to a book page. Width is determined mainly by size of type and number of columns per page. For a page 6 inches wide, the length is 1.7 times 6 or 10.2 inches. This is the correct golden or sacred sector, used almost universally in the temples and sacred vessels. Textbooks give the page ratios 5:8 as the golden sector, but it is not correct. Neither is it so convenient or beautiful as the 6:10.2. The design is based on the soundest dimensional ratio known, dynamic symmetry. Many years were spent recovering this lost art, mainly in countries about the eastern Mediterranean, Greece, Egypt, Persia, Arabia, and so on. The findings were published in a beautiful volume, and it was there I got my information and inspiration to design a typeface. It is a humiliating fact that no original typeface has ever been designed in America. Our type designers have been modifiers of European types, adding what Mark Twain called new and killing varieties.
Martin folded the papers and returned them to the oilskin envelope. He was absorbed by his subject and failed to notice Dean's expression or her flushed cheeks.
I'm ashamed of myself, Martin,
she said quietly.
I didn't realize you had such a definite structure running along with your life. Go on out now and try to get your job, and when you come back I'll have fixed our dinner.
When she had tightly buttoned up his coat, he kissed her as a man would kiss his wife. She detained him for a second, ran into her bedroom, and came out triumphantly, waving a heavy muffler. After she had tied it properly around his throat, she threw her arms around him and sobbed quietly for just a moment. Then she took the tears away in happiness, lifted her chin, and gently pushed him through the door. Martin, expressionless, with a steady tread, faced the sharp wind outside. He looked at the footprints on the thin film of snow that covered the sidewalks. He smiled. The passers-by could not tell whether his smile was that of a child or of an idiot. He crossed the street. End of This Finer Shadow, Chapter 11, by Harlan, Cozad, McIntosh.
Chapter 2 from Oliver Twist, by Charles Dickens. Cast of characters.
Mrs. Mann, read by the Countess.
Mr. Bumble, read by Brian Fullerton.
Oliver Twist, read by Inkel.
Mr. Limbkins, read by Rapunzelina.
A second board member, read by Winifred Assman.
A third board member, read by Shelley Weingart.
Narrated by Agnes Robert Bear. Chapter 2 treats of Oliver Twist's growth, education, and board. For the next 8 or 10 months, Oliver was the victim of a systematic course of treachery and deception. He was brought up by hand. The hungry and destitute situation of the infant orphan was duly reported by the workhouse authorities to the parish authorities. The parish authorities inquired, with dignity of the workhouse authorities, whether there was no female then domiciled in the house, who was in a situation to impart to Oliver Twist the consolation and nourishment of which he stood in need. The workhouse authorities replied with humility that there was not. Upon this, the parish authorities magnanimously and humanely resolved that Oliver should be farmed, or in other words, that he should be dispatched to a branch workhouse, some 3 miles off, where 20 or 30 other juvenile offenders against the poor laws rolled about the floor all day, without the inconvenience of too much food or too much clothing, under the parental superintendence of an elderly female, who received the culprits, and for the consideration of 7 halfpenny per small head per week. 7 halfpenny's worth per week is a good round diet for a child. A great deal may be got for 7 halfpenny, quite enough to overload its stomach and make it uncomfortable. The elderly female was a woman of wisdom and experience. She knew what was good for children, and she had a very accurate perception of what was good for herself. So she appropriated the greater part of the weekly stipend to her own use, and consigned the rising parochial generation to even a shorter allowance than was originally provided for them, thereby finding in the lowest depth a deeper still, and proving herself a very great experimental philosopher. Everyone knows the story of another experimental philosopher who had a great theory about a horse being able to live without eating, and who demonstrated it so well that he had got his own horse down to a straw a day, and would unquestionably have rendered him a very spirited and rampacious animal on nothing at all, if he had not died 24 hours before he was to have his first comfortable bait of air. Unfortunately for the experimental philosophy of the female, to whose protecting care Oliver Twist was delivered over, a similar result usually attended the operation of her system, for at the very moment when the child had contrived to exist upon the smallest possible portion of the weakest possible food, it did perversely happen in 8.5 cases out of 10, either that it sickened from want and cold, or fell into the fire from neglect, or got half smothered by accident. In any one of which cases, the miserable little being was usually summoned into another world, and there gathered to the fathers it had never known in this. Occasionally, when there was some more than usually interesting inquest upon a parish child, who had been overlooked in turning up a bedstead, or inadvertently scalded to death when there happened to be a washing, though the latter accident was very scarce, anything approaching to a washing being of rare occurrence in the farm, the jury would take it into their heads to ask troublesome questions, or the parishioners would rebelliously affix their signatures to a remonstrance. But these impertinences were speedily checked by the evidence of the surgeon and the testimony of the beadle, the former of whom had always opened the body and found nothing inside, which was very probable indeed, and the latter of whom invariably swore whatever the parish wanted, which was very self-devotional. Besides, the board made periodical pilgrimages to the farm, and always sent the beadle the day before to say they were going. The children were neat and clean to behold when they went, and what more would the people have? It cannot be expected that this system of farming would produce any very extraordinary or luxuriant crop. Oliver Twist's 9th birthday found him a pale, thin child, somewhat diminutive in stature, and decidedly small in circumference, but nature, or inheritance, had imparted a good sturdy spirit in Oliver's breast. It had plenty of room to expand, thanks to the spare diet of the establishment, and perhaps to this circumstance may be attributed his having any 9th birthday at all. Be this as it may, however, it was his 9th birthday, and he was keeping it in the coal cellar with a select party of 2 other young gentlemen, who, after participating with him in a sound thrashing, had been locked up for atrociously presuming to be hungry, when Mrs. Mann, the good lady of the house, was unexpectedly startled by the apparition of Mr. Bumble, the beadle, striving to undo the wicket of the garden gate.
"Goodness gracious! Is that you, Mr. Bumble, sir?"
said Mrs. Mann, thrusting her head out of the window in well-affected ecstasies of joy.
"Susan, take Oliver and them two brats upstairs, and wash 'em directly. My heart alive! Mr. Bumble, how glad I am to see you, surely."
Now Mr. Bumble was a fat man, and a choleric, so instead of responding to this open-hearted salutation in a kindred spirit, he gave the little wicket a tremendous shake, and then bestowed upon it a kick, which could have emanated from no leg but a beetle's.
"Lor, only think,"
said Mrs. Mann, running out, for the three boys had been removed by this time.
"only think of that I should have forgotten that the gate was bolted on the inside, on account of them dear children. Walk in, sir, walk in, pray, Mr. Bumble, do, sir."
Although this invitation was accompanied by a curtsy that might have softened the heart of a churchwarden, it by no means mollified the beetle.
"Do you think this respectful or proper conduct, Mrs. Mann?"
inquired Mr. Bumble, grasping his cane.
"To keep the parish officers waiting at your garden gate, when they come here upon parochial business with the parochial orphans? Are you aware, Mrs. Mann, that you are, as I may say, a parochial delegate and a stipendiary?"
"I am sure, Mr. Bumble, that I was only a-telling one or two of the dear children, as is so fond of you, that it was you a-coming,"
replied Mrs. Mann, with great humility. Mr. Bumble had a great idea of his oratorical powers and his importance. He had displayed the one, and vindicated the other. He relaxed.
"Well, well, Mrs. Mann,"
he replied in a calmer tone.
"It may be as you say, it may be. Lead the way in, Mrs. Mann, for I come on business, and have something to say."
Mrs. Mann ushered the beetle into a small parlour with a brick floor, placed a seat for him, and officiously deposited his cocked hat and cane on the table before him. Mr. Bumble wiped from his forehead the perspiration which his walk had engendered, glanced complacently at the cocked hat, and smiled. Yes, he smiled. Beetles are but men, and Mr. Bumble smiled.
"Now, don't you be offended at what I'm a-going to say,"
observed Mrs. Mann, with captivating sweetness.
"You've had a long walk, you know, or I wouldn't mention it. Now, will you have a drop of something, Mr. Bumble?"
"Not a drop, nor a drop,"
said Mr. Bumble, waving his right hand in a dignified but placid manner.
"I think you will,"
said Mrs. Mann, who had noticed the tone of the refusal and the gesture that had accompanied it.
"Just a leetle drop, with a little cold water, and a lump of sugar."
Mr. Bumble coughed.
"Now, just a leetle drop,"
said Mrs. Mann persuasively.
"What is it?"
inquired the beetle.
"Why, it's what I'm obliged to keep a little of in the house, to put in the blessed infant's daffy, when they ain't well, Mr. Bumble,"
replied Mrs. Mann, as she opened a corner cupboard, and took down a bottle and glass.
"It's gin. I'll not deceive you, Mr. B. It's gin."
"Do you give the children daffy, Mrs. Mann?"
inquired Bumble, following with his eyes the interesting process of mixing.
"Ah, bless 'em, that I do, dear as it is,"
replied the nurse.
"I couldn't see 'em suffer before my very eyes, you know, sir."
"No,"
said Mr. Bumble approvingly.
"No, you could not. You are a humane woman, Mrs. Mann."
Here she set down the glass.
"I shall take an early opportunity of mentioning it to the board, Mrs. Mann."
He drew it towards him.
"You feel as a mother, Mrs. Mann."
He stirred the gin and water.
I drink your health with cheerfulness, Mrs. Mann."
And he swallowed half of it.
"And now about business,"
said the beetle, taking out a leathern pocket-book.
"The child that was half-baptized Oliver Twist is 9-year-old today."
"Bless him!"
interposed Mrs. Mann, inflaming her left eye with the corner of her apron.
"And notwithstanding a offered reward of £10, which was afterwards increased to £20, notwithstanding the most superlative, and, I may say, supernatural exertions on the part of this parish,
said Bumble.
We have never been able to discover who is his father, or what was his mother's settlement, name, or condition.
Mrs. Mann raised her hands in astonishment, but added, after a moment's reflection,
How comes he to have any name at all, then?
The beetle drew himself up with great pride, and said,
I invented it.
You, Mr. Bumble.
I, Mrs. Mann. We name our fondlings in alphabetical order. The last was a S. Swubble. I named him. This was a T. Twist. I named him. The next one comes will be Unwin, and the next Vilkins. I have got names ready-made to the end of the alphabet, and all the way through it again, when we come to Z.
Why, you're quite a literary character, sir,
said Mrs. Mann.
Well,
said the beetle, evidently gratified with the compliment.
Perhaps I may be, Mrs. Mann.
He finished the gin and water, and added,
Oliver being now too old to remain here, the board have determined to have him back into the house. I have come out myself to take him there, so let me see him at once.
I'll fetch him directly,
said Mrs. Mann, leaving the room for that purpose. Oliver, having had by this time as much of the outer coat of dirt which encrusted his face and hands removed as could be scrubbed off in one washing, was led into the room by his benevolent protectress.
Make a bow to the gentleman, Oliver,
said Mrs. Mann. Oliver made a bow, which was divided between the beetle on the chair and the cocked hat on the table.
Will you go along with me, Oliver?
said Mr. Bumble in a majestic voice. Oliver was about to say that he would go along with anybody with great readiness, when glancing upward, he caught sight of Mrs. Mann, who had got behind the beetle's chair, and was shaking her fist at him with a furious countenance. He took the hint at once, for the fist had been too often impressed upon his body not to be deeply impressed upon his recollection.
Will she go with me?
Inquired poor Oliver.
No, she can't,
replied Mr. Bumble.
But she'll come and see you sometimes.
This was no very great consolation to the child. Young as he was, however, he had sense enough to make a feint of feeling great regret at going away. It was no very difficult matter for the boy to call tears into his eyes. Hunger and recent ill usage are great assistants if you want to cry, and Oliver cried very naturally indeed. Mrs. Mann gave him 1,000 embraces, and what Oliver wanted a great deal more, a piece of bread and butter, lest he should seem too hungry when he got to the workhouse. With the slice of bread in his hand, and the little brown cloth parish cap on his head, Oliver was then led away by Mr. Bumble from the wretched home, where one kind word or look had never lighted the gloom of his infant years. And yet he burst into an agony of childish grief, as the cottage gate closed after him. Wretched as were the little companions in misery he was leaving behind, they were the only friends he had ever known, and a sense of his loneliness in the great wide world sank into the child's heart for the first time. Mr. Bumble walked on with long strides. Little Oliver, firmly grasping his gold-laced cuff, trotted beside him, inquiring at the end of every quarter-mile whether they were nearly there. To these interrogations Mr. Bumble returned very brief and snappish replies, for the temporary blandness which gin and water awakens in some bosoms had by this time evaporated, and he was once again a beetle. Oliver had not been within the walls of the workhouse a quarter of an hour, and had scarcely completed the demolition of a second slice of bread, when Mr. Bumble, who had handed him over to the care of an old woman, returned, and telling him it was a board night, informed him that the board had said he was to appear before it forthwith. Not having a very clearly defined notion of what a live board was, Oliver was rather astounded by this intelligence, and was not quite certain whether he ought to laugh or cry. He had no time to think about the matter, however, for Mr. Bumble gave him a tap on the head with his cane to wake him up, and another on the back to make him lively, and bidding him to follow, conducted him into the large whitewashed room, where 8 or 10 fat gentlemen were sitting round a table. At the top of the table, seated in an armchair rather higher than the rest, was a particularly fat gentleman, with a very round red face.
"Bow to the board,"
said Bumble. Oliver brushed away 2 or 3 tears that were lingering in his eyes, and seeing no board but the table, fortunately bowed to that.
"What's your name, boy?"
said the gentleman in the high chair. Oliver was frightened at the sight of so many gentlemen, which made him tremble, and the beadle gave him another tap behind, which made him cry. These 2 causes made him answer in a very low and hesitating voice, whereupon a gentleman in a white waistcoat said he was a fool, which was a capital way of raising his spirits and putting him quite at his ease.
"Boy,"
said the gentleman in the high chair,
"listen to me. You know you're an orphan, I suppose?"
"What's that, sir?"
inquired poor Oliver.
"The boy is a fool. I thought he was,"
said the gentleman in the white waistcoat.
"Hush,"
said the gentleman who had spoken first.
"You know you've got no father or mother, and that you were brought up by the parish, don't you?"
"Yes, sir,"
replied Oliver, weeping bitterly.
"What are you crying for?"
inquired the gentleman in the white waistcoat. And to be sure it was very extraordinary. What could the boy be crying for?
"I hope you say your prayers every night,"
said another gentleman in a gruff voice.
"and pray for the people who feed you and take care of you, like a Christian."
"Yes, sir,"
stammered the boy. The gentleman who spoke last was unconsciously right. It would have been very like a Christian, and a marvellously good Christian too, if Oliver had prayed for the people who fed and took care of him. But he hadn't, because no one had taught him.
"Well, you have come here to be educated and taught a useful trade,"
said the red-faced gentleman in the high chair.
"So you'll begin to pick oakum tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock,"
added the surly one in the white waistcoat. For the combination of both these blessings, in the one simple process of picking oakum, Oliver bowed low by the direction of the beadle, and was then hurried away to a large ward, where on a rough, hard bed he sobbed himself to sleep. What a novel illustration of the tender laws of England! They let the paupers go to sleep. Poor Oliver! He little thought, as he lay sleeping in happy unconsciousness of all around him, that the board had that very day arrived at a decision which would exercise the most material influence over all his future fortunes. But they had, and this was it. The members of this board were very sage, deep, philosophical men, and when they came to turn their attention to the workhouse, they found out at once what ordinary folks would never have discovered. The poor people liked it. It was a regular place of public entertainment for the poorer classes, a tavern where there was nothing to pay, a public breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper all year round, a brick-and-mortar Elysium, where it was all play and no work.
"Oh, ho!"
said the board, looking very knowing.
"We're the fellows to set this to rights. We'll stop it all in no time."
So they established the rule that all poor people would have the alternative, for they would compel nobody, not they, of being starved by a gradual process in the house, or by a quick one out of it. With this view, they contracted with the waterworks to lay on an unlimited supply of water, and with a corn factor to supply periodically small quantities of oatmeal, and issue 3 meals of thin gruel a day, with an onion twice a week, and half a roll on Sundays. They made a great many other wise and humane regulations, having reference to the ladies, which it is not necessary to repeat, kindly undertook to divorce poor married people, in consequence of the great expense of a suit in the Doctor's Commons, and instead of compelling a man to support his family, as they had theretofore done, took his family away from him, and made him a bachelor. There is no saying how many applicants for relief, although those last 2 heads might have started up in all classes of society, if it had not been coupled with the workhouse, But the board were long-headed men, and had provided for this difficulty. The relief was inseparable from the workhouse and the gruel, and that frightened people. For the first 6 months after Oliver Twist was removed, the system was in full operation. It was rather expensive at first, in consequence of the increase in the undertaker's bill, and the necessity of taking in the clothes of all the paupers, which fluttered loosely on their wasted, shrunken forms after a week or two's gruel. But the number of workhouse inmates got thin, as well as the paupers, and the board were in ecstasies. The room in which the boys were fed was a large stone hall, with a copper at one end, out of which the master, dressed in an apron for the purpose, and assisted by 1 or 2 women, ladled the gruel at meal-times. Of this festive composition, each boy had 1 porringer, and no more, except on occasions of great public rejoicing, when he had 2 ounces and a quarter of bread besides. The bowls never wanted washing. The boys polished them with their spoons till they shone again, and when they had performed this operation, which never took very long, the spoons being nearly as large as the bowls, they would sit staring at the copper, with such eager eyes, as if they could have devoured the very bricks of which it was composed, employing themselves, meanwhile, in sucking their fingers most assiduously, with the view of catching any stray splashes of gruel that might have been cast thereon. Boys have generally excellent appetites. Oliver Twist and his companions suffered the tortures of slow starvation for 3 months. At last they got so voracious and wild with hunger that one boy, who was tall for his age, and hadn't been used to that sort of thing, for his father had kept a small cook-shop, hinted darkly to his companions that unless he had another basin of gruel per diem, he was afraid he might some night happen to eat the boy who slept next to him, who happened to be a weakly youth of tender age. He had a wild, hungry eye, and they implicitly believed him. A council was held. Lots were cast who should walk up to the master after supper that evening and ask for more, and it fell to Oliver Twist. The evening arrived. The boys took their places. The master, in his cook's uniform, stationed himself at the copper. His pauper assistants ranged themselves behind him. The gruel was served out, and a long grace was said over the short commons. The gruel disappeared. The boys whispered each other and winked at Oliver, while his next neighbours nudged him. Child as he was desperate with hunger and reckless with misery. He rose from the table, and advancing to the master, basin and spoon in hand, said, somewhat alarmed at his own temerity,
"Please, sir, I want some more."
The master was a fat, healthy man, but he turned very pale. He gazed in stupefied astonishment on the small rebel for some seconds, and then clung for support to the copper. The assistants were paralyzed with wonder, the boys with fear.
"What?"
said the master at length, in a faint voice.
"Please, sir,"
replied Oliver,
"I want some more."
The master aimed a blow at Oliver's head with the ladle, pinioned him in his arm, and shrieked aloud for the beetle. The board was sitting in a solemn conclave, when Mr. Bumble rushed into the room in great excitement, and addressing the gentleman in the high chair, said,
"Mr. Limbkins, I beg your pardon, sir. Oliver Twist has asked for more."
There was a general start. Horror was depicted on every countenance.
"For more?"
said Mr. Limbkins.
"Compose yourself, Bumble, and answer me distinctly. Do I understand that he asked for more after he had eaten the supper allotted by the dietary?"
"He did, sir,"
replied Bumble.
"That boy will be hung,"
said the gentleman in the white waistcoat.
"I know that boy will be hung."
Nobody controverted the prophetic gentleman's opinion. An animated discourse took place. Oliver was ordered into instant confinement, and a bill was next morning pasted on the outside of the gate, offering a reward of £5 to anyone who would take Oliver Twist off the hands of the parish. In other words, £5 and Oliver Twist were offered to any man or woman who wanted an apprentice to any trade, business, or calling.
I never was more convinced of anything in my life,
said the gentleman in the white waistcoat, as he knocked at the gate and read the bill next morning.
I never was more convinced of anything in my life than I am that that boy will come to be hung.
As I purpose to show in the sequel whether the white waistcoated gentleman was right or not, I should perhaps mar the interest of this narrative, supposing it to possess any at all, if I ventured to hint just yet whether the life of Oliver Twist had this violent termination or no. End of Chapter 2 from Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens. End of dramatic reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 5.